Enjoying this novel? You can support the author and help bring more amazing content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. Cedo felt a brief warmth spread through his heart, a sensation he couldn't quite comprehend. He touched his chest as if trying to grasp the fleeting emotion that had washed over him, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Kaiba. Cedo's reverie was interrupted when he heard Yuna call his name. He quickly refocused on their current situation, his demeanor returning to its usual composed state. "Nothing, let's go," Cedo muttered. With a final glance around the area, he brushed off the momentary lapse and took the lead, with Yuna trailing behind. As Cedo and Yuna stepped out of the orphanage, they were greeted by the sight of Noah hovering in the sky, arms crossed and a menacing glare in his eyes. With a swipe of his hand, he summoned all of the Big Fives. The 5 members of the Big Five collapsed to the ground in shock, their faces pale with disbelief. "How did you all lose? You can't even defeat one of them," Noah growled. "Young master," the Big Five begged, "please give us one more chance." Noah closed his eyes, contemplating the fate of the Big Five. After a moment of reflection, he wore a faint smile, a glimmer of opportunity in his gaze. "Very well," he said, his tone calculative. "I will grant you one more chance if you can eliminate them for me." The members of the Big Five couldn't hide their delight, their smirks growing more expansive as they stared at their foes. Yuna frowned and reached for her dual disc, preparing to battle, but Cedo halted her. Cedo's voice oozed with confidence as he asserted, "She doesn't have to get involved. I alone will be sufficient to deal with the 5 of you." His gaze flicked toward Yuna, a silent acknowledgement that they needed to focus on their mission. "We can't waste any more time here. Get that brat and find out where Makuba is." Yuna nodded in agreement. "Be careful," she said with concern in her voice. "Humph." Cedo sneered, performing a light stretch to prep himself. "I won't even break a sweat." With that, he headed towards the Big Five, eager to deliver a piece of his mind. As Yuna sprinted past the members of the Big Five, her voice rang out, "Noah!" Her shout seemed to startle the boy, who had been floating in the sky. In response, he frowned and landed, his attention now squarely on her. "Makuba where?" she demanded angrily as the boy scoffed. Noah's smirk didn't waver as he replied, "Why should I tell you? It's all your fault that father is angry with me. But I will regain his approval by defeating you and Cedo right here and now." The tension in the air was palpable as Yuna and Noah locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Noah extended his left arm and summoned his dual disc. "Let's settle this once and for all." "Yes," Yuna agreed, preparing herself for the battle that was to come. Yuna's POV. I gazed at Noah cautiously as his dual disc activated. "Now, get ready to duel." However, his mouth froze, and his eyes widened as if he had realized something important. Immediately, he gestured with his fingers as my deck flew into his hand. Before I could ask what he was doing, the deck ignited in flames, turning into cinders. "There's no way I'm letting you duel with that horrible thing," he exclaimed. "Go and pick something else." Typically, watching my deck getting destroyed like that would have set me off on a frenzy, but I can't really blame him, can I? "Then, I want my deck," I explained, and Noah agreed as a stack of cards appeared in my dual disc slot. Checking the content and making sure that everything was all there, I nodded with satisfaction. "Another thing," Noah added. "You may not have experienced it, but in this realm, we duel with new rules. Before the start of each battle, we will pick a card to become our deck master, and they will be fighting alongside us during the duel. Each deck master has a unique effect, and we can special summon our deck master onto the field at any time. However, if our deck master were ever destroyed, we would lose the duel, and if our deck master were ever tribute or used as materials, the monster that was summoned would become our new deck master. So what will it be? Unisano?" Noah smiled. "Are you up to the challenge?" Suddenly, my deck glowed as a blinding light filled the area. Boom! A loud, resounding boom generated around me as a streak of light shot out of the image of the card. The light dispersed, revealing a beautiful dragon covered in gold scales. "Impressive," Noah couldn't help but praise as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand landed beside me. The dragon lowered its head and nudged against my shoulder like a puppy. Smiling, I gently patted its neck while the monster emitted a low-pitched growl, expressing its wish to become my deck master. However, I averted my gaze in guilt. Sorry, not you. I shook my head, much to Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's disbelief. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand stared at me with eyes full of betrayal, and I felt my heart twisting at this horrible emotion. No, stay strong, Yuna. Don't yield to the influence. I screamed in my head. Crap! My hand, it's reaching for its head. Clasping my wrist, I declared in a loud voice. I pick Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Responding to my call, I held out the card as the shadow beneath me expanded. Gradually, a tall figure emerged from the darkness, and the monster relaxingly curled its slender body around me. Why is that thing here? Noah cried and fell onto his back. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon responded with a snarl, displaying its long, jagged teeth. The monster excitedly tapped the ground with its scythe-like tail, generating a rhythmic clicking sound that seemed to turn Noah's face pale. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will be my deck master. I glanced at Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand apologetically. Promise to summon you. In the duel, I reassured. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand grunted reluctantly, and its shoulder drooped with disappointment. But no matter how much it wanted to whine, the dragon understood my intentions and vanished. Ready? I asked Noah, who was still gathering his courage. Noticing my stare, his face turned bright red, and he hurriedly stood up. So why, you picked that? Noah continued. That's fine. My deck master has already been chosen. I nodded, and my body instinctively tensed up. Noah Kaiba, a dangerous duelist, and someone who possesses a deck that directly counters mine. This is not going to be easy. But I've already expected this and added a few cards that could even it out. I hope I don't mess up. I smiled to myself as Noah and I exclaimed in unison, Duel, X2. Noah Kaiba, 4,000 LP. Unisano, for 1,000 LP. I will go first. I declared, I will set one monster and one card face down. Then, my turn. Noah hummed thoughtfully. I will summon Chiron the Mage in attack position and activate its effect. Appearing on the field was a tall centaur warrior. In his hand was a magical staff, and he spun it, casting an array of light from the weapon. Chiron the Mage, 1,800 attack, 1,000 defense. While Chiron the Mage is on the field, I can look at one set card you control and destroy it. Without me activating, my set trap flipped over, revealing my negate attack. The trap card exploded into pieces and Noah smiled. Now, Chiron the Mage, attack. Chiron the Mage galloped towards me and swung his field at the set monster. But to the monster's surprise, the staff bounced off as an old man with dragon features emerged from the card. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack, 2,100 defense. Noah Kaiba, 4,000 LP-3,700 LP. TSK. I will set a card and end my turn here, Noah announced as his lips gradually curved into a smile. This is nothing to get angry for. Our duel has just begun. I could say the same, I smiled. On my move, I will activate Keeper of the Shrine's effect. During my main phase, the Keeper of the Shrine can be treated as 2 tributes. Thus, I will summon Blue Eyes White Dragon onto the field. A thunderous roar pierced the sky, and a majestic dragon covered in white scales landed with a loud thud. Noah smiled wryly as he covered his eyes from the clouds of dust. The 4th Blue Eyes White Dragon, the only one that Cedo Kaiba does not possess. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. So, I assume you will be attacking me now? Noah asked with a smirk. Not yet, I yelled. Now, I will use my deck master, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's ability. Noah, by paying 500 of my life points, 1 per turn, one of my monsters can copy the effect of one of my opponents. So Blue Eyes White Dragon, transform into Chiron the Mage. Blue Eyes White Dragon folded its wings as it roared, and a mirage of Chiron, the mage appeared from behind the towering dragon. Chiron the mage, blue eyes white dragon, 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Unisano, 4000 LP dash, 3500 LP. Now, with Chiron the mage's effect, I will destroy your set card, and then blue eyes white dragon. Attack Chiron the mage. Blue eyes white dragon howled, unleashing a white beam that devastated both the monster and the set trap. Noah Kaiba, 3700 dash, 2500 LP. Noah frowned as his trap card, Earthshaker, was destroyed. Well played, to have such a unique ability. But, Noah smirked, my deck master's ability is superior. Boom! The ground rumbled as the land behind Noah caved in, creating a massive crater. Instantly, water rushes from the sides, filling the cavity and generating a wide area resembling the ocean. Rumble! The water rises, and a massive ship rises from the depth. Noah laughed proudly and pointed towards the sky. Now, revel at the power of my deck master, Shinado's Arc. I cursed and watched the massive ship floating above the water's surface as thunders ran down onto the wooden decks. To think Noah has revealed his deck master this early. Things may have turned terrible for me. With this reveal, I will activate Shinado's Arc's effect, Noah announced with beaming confidence. Now all monsters in our graveyards will be absorbed by Shinado's Arc, and any monsters that were sent to the graveyard will also be absorbed. I frowned as my keeper of the shrine, and Noah's Chiron, the mage, appeared and flew into Shinado's Arkansas. The bow of the ship opened, revealing an entrance that brought the monsters inside, never to be seen again. After this, Shinado's Arc also has two effects, Noah explained. First, I can banish any number of monsters in Shinado's Arc, and I will gain 500 life points for each card banished this way. Second, if you declare an attack while I control no monsters, I can special summon monsters in defense position from the Arc equal to the number of monsters you control. It's more absurd when I hear it directly from Noah himself. Essentially, my graveyard, the most crucial aspect of my deck, was taken away from me. It felt like a part of myself was missing, and it's unsettling. So, I will activate Shinado's Arc's first effect to banish Keeper of the Shrine, and Chiron the Mage to replenish my life points. Noah Kaiba, 2500 LP dash, 3500 LP. Next, I will play Grave Flood. We will send all monsters to the graveyard, and we both have to discard every monster card in our hands. My face crumpled into a genuine scowl as I glanced at my hand. There were 3 monster cards: the Paladin of Felgrand, Starliege Seifert, and of course, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. I might not be able to keep the promise after all. Staring at the monsters entering the Ark, Noah whistled. Seems like I have caught a big fish. It's my move, I muttered, deep in thought. I activate my spell, Card of Sanctity, to draw until I have 6 cards. Next, I summon Dragon Knight of Creation, and end my turn, I said with bitterness. Being forced on the defense really wasn't my cup of tea. Dragon Knight of Creation, 1800 attack, 600 defense. Noah sneered, and I could see his confidence rising. I will summon Last Tusk Mammoth. He shouted as a giant brown mammoth appeared on the field. Last Tusk Mammoth, 800 attack, 1200 defense. Last Tusk Mammoth, attack Dragon Knight of Creation, Noah declared. Despite being the weaker monster, the Last Tusk Mammoth charged without fear. Dragon Knight of Creation readied his sword and unleashed an upward slash that sliced the mammoth in half. However, upon collapsing, the monster's body emitted a strange beam that struck me, and I blinked in disbelief. Unisano, 3500 LP dash, 2500 LP. You must be surprised. Well, it's all because of the Last Tusk Mammoth's effect. All battle damage taken from this monster will be dealt to you instead. So, not attacking wasn't even an option? I'm really being put on the spot here. I will set 1 card face down, and, in my turn, with my strongest monsters already in Shinado's Arc, I could do nothing but grit my teeth. Noah could even use my monsters against me, which just made my expression sour thinking about it. Was this how Kaiba felt when other people used his blue eyes white dragon? Wait, the gears of my head begin to turn. Maybe summoning my monsters might not be so bad after all. My turn! Noah's voice brought my focus back onto the duel. I will activate Deepest Impact to destroy all monsters on the field, and both of our life points will be halved. Suddenly, a massive earthquake occurred in the center of the field. The ground beneath Dragon Knight of Creation shifted as the rocks collapsed on top of him. Noah Kaiba, 3500 LP-1750 LP. Unisano, 2500 LP-1250 LP. Next, I summoned Gradius. Noah exclaimed and summoned a spaceship. Gradius, 1200 attack, 800 defense. Then, I will play the equipped spell, Cyclone Laster, giving Gradius 300 more attacks. Gradius, 1200-1500 attack, 800 defense. Now, Gradius, attack Unisano directly. Noah shouted with a smile. With this, it's my win. Not so fast. I yelled and hurriedly activated my trap card. I activate Wabaku. I will take no damage this turn, as Gradius loaded its cannon. The weapon swiftly fired a beam of laser towards me. BOM! The laser struck my feet, generating a bright explosion. However, as the dust settled, I was still standing unharmed. Frowning in displeasure, Noah clicked his teeth. Fine. I will activate Shinato's Ark's effect to banish Dragon Knight of Creation, Paladin of Felgrand, and Keeper of the Shrine to gain back 1500 life points. Noah Kaiba, 1750 LP-3250 LP. I will set a card and end my turn here, Noah said calmly, and I was relieved that I was able to dodge a bullet. It's my turn, I declared. First, I activate Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards. Then, after that, I will play Graceful Charity to draw 3 cards and discard 2 from my hand. Remember, the Ark will immediately absorb any monsters you sent, Noah mischievously reminded me. I ignored his provocation and continued the duel. Now, it's time to return my dragon to me. I will play Polymerization, I shouted, using Arc-Brave Dragon and Herald of Creation to fusion summon Mysterion, the Dragon Crown. A dash of light escaped from the cards in my hand, and from the sky came upon a gigantic golden dragon with a serpentine body. Riding on top of the dragon was a knight dressed in matching golden armor, and 2 orbs of lightning appeared in each of her palms. Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, 3000 attack, 1500 defense. Then I will play Quick Attack. This card allows my fusion monster to attack this turn. I declared as Mystery, the Dragon Crown nodded, eager to deliver a devastating blow to Noah's life points. With this, I will also summon Axe Dragonuda in attack position. Beside Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, appeared a black bipedal dragon with wings. He wore an obsidian-colored chest plate, and in his hand was a massive 2-headed axe. Axe Dragonuda, 2000 attack, 1200 defense. Now, Axe Dragonuda, attack is Gradius and Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, attack directly. I ordered and my 2 monsters charged. Axe Dragonuda leapt into the air and brought his heavy axe down on the mechanical spaceship, creating a massive explosion that littered the field with smoke. Noah Kaiba, 3250 LP-2750 LP. Emerging from the smoke was Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, and the Dragon Rider unleashed a stream of lightning from her hands. I won't let you, Noah shouted. I will activate Shinato's Ark's ability and special summon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Blue Eyes White Dragon. His lips turned into a smirk. How does it feel to have your monsters used against you? The massive ship opened, and 2 familiar dragons emerged, using their bodies to block the attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, cancel your attack. I instructed as my monsters returned to my field. If I destroy Noah's monsters here, it will just return to the Ark, which means that all of this will be useless. I need to make sure that I do not let him abuse my monsters any longer. On my second main phase, I will play Ruins of the Divine Dragon Lords, using its effect to tribute my Axe Dragonuda to special summon a Dragon Lord token. Dragon Lord token, 0 attack, 0 defense. Now, I will be able to activate Mysterion the Dragon Crown's effect. When a monster is special summoned, I can target that special summon monster, banish it, and all monsters with the same type. Instantly, chains shoot out of the ground, wrapping around Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and the Dragon Lord token. Gradually, the two dragons were dragged into the ground and disappeared. Unfortunately, with Mysterion the Dragon Crown, it will lose 100 attacks for each of my banished monsters. Mysterion the Dragon Crown, 3000-2800 attack, 1500 defense. So, are you resorting to banish your monsters now? Noah exclaimed in amazement. Not responding, I pointed at the floating ship behind him. Your deck master, I will make sure to destroy it on the next turn. Third POV. Noah stared at Yuna in disbelief as he couldn't understand how Yuna would possibly destroy Shinado's Arkansas. For starters, the card was still in his deck master zone, and there was no way for Yuna to destroy it unless Noah would summon it himself. Wait! Noah grasped Yuna's meaning. She's saying that she will force me to summon my Shinado's Ark? His eyes darted frantically on the field. There's nothing that should threaten me. No, wait. Was it Mysterion the Dragon Crown? Noah glared at the fusion monster with a hint of unease. Yes, that must be it. Unfortunately for you, Yunisano, I will crush your plans right here. I will activate Fisher. This spell card allows me to destroy one of your monsters with the lowest attack. However, since Mysterion the Dragon Crown is your only monster, I will kill that instead. Suddenly, a large cavity opened up beneath Mysterion the Dragon Crown, and the monster helplessly fell in. Before they can escape, the crack swiftly repaired itself, sealing the monster in. Ha! Noah laughed. Now that Mysterion the Dragon Crown is destroyed, it will now enter Shinado's Ark. What will you do now? But no matter how much Noah taunted, he couldn't remove the anxiety as Yuna observed sharply, while the starving Venom Fusion Dragon seemed to be grinning at him. Is that the end of your turn? Yuna questioned. Shut up. Noah snapped, while sweating nervously. He glanced at his hand where only 2 cards remained, and none of them were monsters. I will set 1 card and use Shinado's Ark's ability to banish 5-6 monsters and gain 3,000 life points. Noah Kaiba. 2750. Try and defeat me now, Noah exclaimed, believing that Yuna shouldn't possibly force him into a corner. But a part of him still couldn't feel confident with his claim. Yuna smiled ominously as she drew a single card from her duel disc. Now, I'm ready to sink that ship once and for all. I activate my trap card, Castle of the Dragon Souls. The ground rumbled, and the area around Yuna was being lifted to a new height. Beside her stood a tall tower that reached the sky. Glancing up, Noah could faintly see the figures of dragons soaring above the clouds. Next, I will activate Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy my own Castle of the Dragon Souls. Noah tilted his head in confusion as the imposing tower was instantly destroyed, and the boulders were sent cascading down from the atmosphere. With this, I can activate Castle of the Dragon Souls' second effect. Once this card is sent to the graveyard, I will be able to special summon a banished dragon monster. A banished dragon. Noah's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. Yuna. Yes, with this, I will summon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Goo. A roar full of might and fury resounded. Noah felt like his eardrums were going to burst. Raising his head, he was face to face with a massive dragon adorned with resplendent and intricate armor made of brilliant, shimmering gold. With a grand wingspan, it possesses a regal and serpentine form, radiating an aura of divine power. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack. Yuna commanded, and the Divine Dragon Lord responded with a fierce roar. Damn it, Noah cursed. I will use Shinado's Ark's effect and summon Mysterion the Dragon Crown in defense position. Mysterion the Dragon Crown. 3,000 attack, 1,500 defense. It was an impressive strategy, but have you forgotten it won't work? Noah yelled. I will be protected no matter how many times you attack. That's true, Yuna nodded. Then should we test it out? She suddenly held out a card in the air. I activate the Monster Honest from my hand. During the damage step, when a light monster I control battles, I can send this card from my hand to the graveyard. That monster gains attacks equal to the attacks of the opponent's monster it is battling until the end of this turn. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800-5,800 attack, 2,800 defense. Mysterion the Dragon Crown is still in defense position, so even if you have such a high attack, you wouldn't be able to hurt me. Oh really? Yuna smirked. Finally, I activate my quick play spell, Dragon's Fighting Spirit. Every time you special summon a monster this turn, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will gain 1 additional attack. Boom! The stream of yellow beams completely incinerated Mysterion the Dragon Crown, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand began charging up another attack. I activate Shernado Ark's ability again and summon Arc Brave Dragon. Arc Brave Dragon. 2,400 attack, 2,000 defense. Boom! As soon as Arc Brave Dragon was summoned, it was instantly destroyed, and to Noah's horror, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand resumed its attack. Wait, what's happening? Why can it still attack? Have you not heard what I say? Yuna asked, and Noah glared at her sharply. With Dragon's Fighting Spirit, as long as you special summon monsters, Divine Dragon will always gain 1 additional attack. Noah! His jaw dropped, and his face paled in terror. No matter what he does, it was useless as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand continuously obliterates anything he summons. Noah realized. If he hasn't summoned Mysterio the Dragon Crown, would he let Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand get this strong? Ultimately, it was his eagerness to boast about his superiority on using Yuna's own monster against her that led to his downfall. Was there really nothing I can do? Noah bit his lips. It's over, Noah, Yuna said factually. You have lost. No. Noah screamed. Shinado's Arc, protect me. The ship moved forward onto the field as Noah watched with bloodshot eyes. Shinado's Arc. 0 attack, 0 defense. Boom! The ship imploded, generating flames in all directions. However, instead of losing, the ship shined a brilliant light as Shinado's Arc's final ability was activated. W with Shinado's Arc's last effect. When it was destroyed, I will be able to summon Shernado, King of the Higher Plane, and that monster will be my new deck master. Rising from the rubble rises a giant robotic angel with 6 pairs of wings. Usually, Noah would have been confident at seeing its trump card on the field, but now he could feel nothing but hopelessness. Shernado, King of the Higher Plane, 3,300 attack, 3,000 defense. Boom! Before it could even fully display its radiance, it was immediately killed by Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Noah Kaiba, 5750 LP-3250 LP. Noah fell onto his knees, and his heart still couldn't accept what was happening. Seems like your deck master is gone, Yuna pointed out. By the rules, Noah Kaiba, I have one. Noah nodded blankly as he gazed at Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand one last time, as the monster didn't seem willing to let him go. Without the game even pausing, the dragon unleashed one final roar, one full of rage, and its bright beam moved closer and closer. Eventually, BOM. Noah's mouth flapped open and closed like a goldfish gasping for breath. He tumbled to the ground, laughing in a daze. I must have broken him. Well, Noah's ace, Shernado, King of the Higher Plane, didn't even make a whole appearance and was beaten up in one move. This isn't the way it was supposed to end, Noah suddenly exclaimed, interrupting my thoughts. I advanced toward him, lowering myself to his eye level. It's over. Let us go. Noah's ears twitched, and disturbing laughter escaped his throat. Ha ha ha. Ha! It's not over yet. Who cares about a card game? I will kill you myself. In an instant, Noah lunged, hurling himself at me. However, the attack was predictably executed, and I sidestepped out of harm's way. Poof! He crashed face first onto the ground, grinding his teeth, unable to bear the weight of his humiliation. It's all your fault? You've ruined everything. If it wasn't for you, Noah froze, and we both turned simultaneously to the portal materializing behind him. Third POV. As Noah ranted, he heard the sound of a portal opening from behind. The familiar echo of leather shoes sent a shiver down the boy's spine as the deep voice of a man resounded. "Noah Kaiba," Gozaburo uttered chillingly. "You have failed again. F.A. Father, Enough," Gozaburo snapped. "You are nothing but a disappointment, and one that's unfit to be called a Kaiba." "No, Father, Noah desperately pleaded. However, Gozaburo merely scoffed, and Noah felt his heart shatter. The old man raised his hand, going for another slap as the boy closed his eyes with anticipation. Slap! The sharp, resounding sound of Gozaburo's hand made Noah cringe, but to his confusion, he didn't feel any pain. "Why, you?" Gozaburo muttered in shock, and Noah hesitantly opened his eyes. Standing in front of him, he saw Yuna awkwardly falling to the ground. Her hand was holding the left side of her cheek as she gritted her teeth, enduring the stinging sensation. Gozaburo frowned as he stared at the girl who stepped between his son, her expression blocked by her long hair. However, as Yuna raised her head, he saw a cold, contemptuous glare that seemed to criticize his very core, which infuriated him. "This be Astra's teach," Gozaburo snarled and instinctively lashed out with his fist. Bang! Noah was shocked as he witnessed his father being knocked away. Blocking his path was Cedo, who had arrived just after dealing with the big fives. "It's you!" Gozaburo roared with a haggard expression. Cedo smirked and crossed his arms. "Long time no see, old man. You look much uglier than the last time I saw you." He glanced at Yuna silently, his gaze focusing on the red mark where Gozaburo's hand came in contact with her face. Instantly, he felt a raging anger rising, and Cedo was bewildered by his feelings. However, as soon as that anger appeared, it vanished. "Looks like you've seen better days." Cedo smirked as Yuna stared at him strangely. Cedo turned to Gozaburo, who was standing shakily, not believing that he had just been punched. "How dare you? What's wrong?" Cedo scoffed while clenching his fist. "Shouldn't this be how we greet each other?" Be asterisk starred. "Is this a son should be treating his father?" Gozaburo howled, but was instantly blown away by Cedo's second punch. "Father!" Noah cried out, but as he was about to intervene, Cedo's intense glare made him freeze on the spot. Suddenly, Gozaburo began to laugh like a maniac, making Cedo frown. "Fine if this is how you wanted to play. Very well." Before Cedo could react, Gozaburo created another portal. Yuna and Noah were thrown into the portal as it closed as soon as they entered. "Where have you sent them?" Cedo questioned. "There's no reason I need to tell you," Gozaburo remarked. "Now, should we have some fun as father and son?" Meanwhile, Noah and Yuna fell through the portal and collapsed onto the ground. Yuna groaned and sat up, finding herself in the same dark void where Noah had brought her before. Turning her head, she glimpsed at Noah, who was curling into a ball with his back facing her. Occasionally, Yuna could hear the muffled sniffling, and she stared at the boy with pity. "No, go away," Noah mumbled in disdain. Her arm froze in midair while gazing at Noah in silence. Since her parents died long ago, she never had the urge to impress them, so she couldn't empathize with him. Quietly, Yuna crawled towards Noah and patted his shoulder. Noah's body stiffened upon Yuna's touch. The first thing he felt was the warmth of her palms, and that mere thought brought the boy to tears. Hearing Noah's weeping, Yuna began to panic, believing it was her fault that he was crying. Yuna bit her lips at the sense of cluelessness, and she frowned, trying to figure out the best way to comfort this despairing child. While Yuna was lost in thought, Noah's tears intensified. For so long, he had been trying to earn his father's approval, enduring scolding and holding on a hope that Gozaburo would change. But now, he had failed his most significant opportunity, and his heart truly shattered as Gozaburo always called Noah by his name, but he called Cedo, the adopted child, his son. As Noah wallowed in his sorrow, he was suddenly pulled into a sitting position. Before Noah could understand what was happening, he felt two arms wrapping around him from behind. There, there, Yuna muttered, soothing him as one would comfort a toddler. Replacing the sadness was a sudden sense of shame and embarrassment as Noah's face turned bright red. What are you doing? Get off me! He pushed Yuna away, leaving her confused. Worked with Makuba, Yuna mumbled to herself while grasping her chin. I'm not a kid, Noah angrily shouted while slapping the ground. Something like this won't work on me, but not sad anymore, Yuna pointed out, and Noah felt baffled. It doesn't work that way, he sighed. Besides, you don't even know what I'm going through. Then explain. Yuna spoke, her voice full of sincerity. Want to learn? Noah sneered. Fine, let me indulge you a little. That feeling of when you get your parents. He froze, and his eyes widened in shock and horror. The feeling of receiving a parent's approval. Noah didn't know what it was like. Upon that realization, Noah's hands dropped to the floor, and he laughed. In fact, had Gozaburo ever shown things like affection? So even I don't know, Noah muttered, and tears reappeared. So he never cared in the first place. There, Yuna said and patted his head. Stop doing that, Noah yelled and slapped her hand away. You think this is all a joke? For years and years, I've been trying to seek a form of attention from my father, but now that I realize that it's all meaningless, do you know how devastating that must be? I don't, Yuna answered honestly. Noah crumpled to his knees, a torrent of emotions flooding through him. What am I supposed to do? In the midst of his turmoil, Yuna embraced him once again, and this time, Noah found himself too drained to resist. Move on, she gently suggested, her words carrying a weight of understanding. Are you messing with me? Noah snarled. Yuna shook her head. There, other options? She responded, making Noah subconsciously hold his breath. It was clear that Yuna was correct. Moving on was simply the most obvious choice. But her answer made Noah's mood worsen. That's harder than it sounds. Yes, Yuna agreed. Then give me a more reasonable solution, Noah said with a hint of pleading and distress. Yuna closed her eyes, thinking about Noah's words. Then, as if a light bulb switched on in her head, she glanced at Noah while holding up one of her fingers. Get approval. From someone else? Who? Yuna shrugged. Not Gozaburo. But he's my father, so. Yuna's retort left Noah speechless. If he won't acknowledge you, then don't acknowledge him. Don't seek approval from father. Noah mumbled to no one in particular. But even then, there's no one but him. I'm a dead person, my real body already buried 6 feet under. I can't leave this place on my own. Can I help? Yuna tilted her head, making Noah pause. Why? He stammered, genuine confusion etched on his face. I try to kill you, so why are you helping me? Meeting his gaze, Yuna smiled, a sincerity shining in her eyes. Because I want to. For a moment, something shifted in Noah's perception. He couldn't quite figure her out. What was her angle? Yet he couldn't deny the possibility that maybe, just maybe, she held the key to freeing him from this virtual torment. Why should I trust you? Noah inquired cautiously, his skepticism palpable. With a soft chuckle, Yuna rose and extended her hand toward him. Because there's no one else? Noah hesitated, a war raging in his mind. Trusting someone else, especially after a lifetime of seeking approval from his distant father, felt like uncharted territory. He clenched his fist, his pulse quickening. Finally, as if fueled by a surge of resolve, he extended his hand, and their fingers intertwined. It marked the first time Noah Kaiba chose to entrust his fate to someone other than his father. As they parted, Noah couldn't shake off the strange adrenaline coursing through him. Yuna observed, her eyes filled with amusement, thinking that Noah must have just hit a pivotal moment of self-discovery or realization. Now what? Yuna asked, breaking the silence. Noah, snapping out of his daze, shifted the focus to the urgent matter at hand. First, we need to stop my father. He's planning to take over the world. He went on to reveal Gozaburo's sinister plan, his words unfolding a tale of hidden weapons and a looming threat. Yuna listened intently, her determination solidifying with every revelation. Noah revealed to Yuna that despite Cedo's complete reformation of transforming Kaiba Core from a weapon company to a game company, he hasn't actually destroyed all of the weapons Gozaburo created. Well, not the ones that he's aware of. In space, there currently orbits a satellite possessing dozens of ballistic missiles, Noah explained. After taking over your bodies, Gozaburo wanted to use the missiles to gain power and control humanity as he pleases. I have to stop him, Yuna said solemnly, and Noah nodded. Unfortunately, my father has a higher authority in this virtual realm, and I've been locked out of the system. But if you give me some time, I could still hack into the mainframe and regain some control, Noah said, and a comprehensive interface appeared by his side. As soon as I start hacking, the security system will resist us, Noah warned, preparing to delve into the virtual realm's intricacies. The air grew tense as he initiated the process, triggering an alarm that echoed through the virtual void. A murky substance began to materialize on the ground, birthing malevolent figures that crawled out one after another. Armored Zombie, 1500 attack, 0 defense. Gilgarth, 1800 attack, 1200 defense. Three-legged zombies, 1100 attack, 800 defense. Numerous monsters emerged, their numbers ranging to the hundreds. Gradually, they marched towards Yuna and Noah, eager to tear them apart. Suddenly, Yuna's dual disc glowed and began beeping frantically. Quick! I redesigned your dual disc. Noah yelled, it's just like that virtual game. Use it to defend us. Okay, Yuna exclaimed. She observed the wave of monsters as a smile manifested on her face. Let's duel. I will use Foolish Burial to send a card from the deck to the graveyard. Then I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords to summon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. In this ominous darkness came a bright light. As the light dimmed, before Yuna stood a massive gold dragon, displaying its majestic appearance with vigor. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect has been activated, and I will banish the Gilgarth, giving my dragon 400 attacks and defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800-3200 attack, 2800-3200 defense. Next, I will summon Axel Dragonuda and Keeper of the Shrine. With these two monsters, I will then activate Polymerization. Please fight alongside me, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. In the dark puddle, a colossal figure suddenly burst out. The monster howled viciously, destroying any other creature in its way. It spread its wings and flew towards me, landing next to Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack, 2000 defense. With the two massive dragons, Yuna smirked as she pointed at the monsters. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Destroy them. Yugioh. Hissus. The two dragons charged fearlessly as they devoured anything in its way. All of the monsters sent to kill Yuna and Noah were mercilessly obliterated, leaving no traces behind. I'm done, Noah shouted as the attacking monsters stopped spawning, and Yuna was able to finish off the rest. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon returned to her cards, and she approached Noah, who used the interface to create a new portal. Your friends were all trapped in the same realm. You just have to go and find them. I have already granted you the ability to exit the virtual world, so you can all leave together. How about you? Yuna hesitated near the portal's entrance. I will go and stop Father, Noah responded solemnly. Yuna nodded and walked towards the portal. Wait, Noah called out, and she froze in her tracks. When you wake up from the real world, please go to the server room of this sea fortress and retrieve the hard drive containing me. You have to promise. Noah's voice quivered with anxiety. In response, Yuna smiled and patted his head. I promise. Noah nodded, his eyes fixed on Yuna as she disappeared through the portal. He gripped his chest, attempting to calm his nervous heart. He still couldn't fully comprehend the gravity of what lay ahead. However, it was too late to back out now. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Noah steeled himself, ready to confront his father once and for all. Creating a second portal, Noah stepped through and found himself immediately greeted by his father and Cedo, dueling in a wide coliseum. The battle reached its climax, with Gozaburo sporting a confident smile and Exodia Necros dominating the field. Exodia Necros. 5800 attack, 0 defense. As Exodia Necros lingered on the field, it grew stronger with each passing turn, pushing Cedo into a corner. Despite having a mere 2,600 life points left, compared to Gozaburo's 900, Cedo didn't feel like he was in control. "Give up, Cedo," Gozaburo cackled. "My Exodia Necros is invincible." Cedo frowned, a sense of familiarity creeping over him as he listened to Gozaburo's boasting. After a moment of contemplation, Cedo realized that Gozaburo's demeanor mirrored his own in the past when he considered his blue eyes white dragon unbeatable. That was until Yuna Sano humbled him, forcing Cedo to re-evaluate his entire strategy. Now, instead of always relying on blue eyes white dragon, Cedo has learned that he still has other ways that he can win. If I'm still acting like the past me, I would definitely lose this duel. Unknowingly, Cedo smiled to himself at this irony. Now, having learned not to rely solely on Blue Eyes White Dragon, Cedo saw this as a test, a measure of his growth as a duelist. "I will draw," Cedo announced. "First, I will activate Monster Reborn and summon Ancient Lamp from the graveyard. Ancient Lamp, 900 attack, 1400 defense. What are you going to do with that weak monster?" Gozaburo mocked. "I suggest you give up now." Cedo gritted his teeth, but then he calmed down and smirked. "We shall see about that." Gozaburo, "What?" "I activate Ancient Lamp's effect." Cedo interrupted. "This effect allows me to summon La Jin, the mystical genie of the lamp, from my hand. La Jin, the mystical genie of the lamp. 1800 attack, 1000 defense. Now I will activate my trap card, Soul Demolition," Cedo declared. "During each of our turns, if we control a fiend monster, we can pay 500 life points to banish a monster from the opponent's graveyard. I will pay my life points to banish your 5 pieces of Exodia." Gozaburo. Cedo Kaiba. 2600 LP-100 LP. Gozaburo slammed the table in disbelief. Once again, the strategy he believed was invincible crumbled before his eyes. Without the 5 pieces, Exodia Necros lost all its effects and reverted to its weaker form. Exodia Necros. 5800-1800 attack, 0 defense. Finally, I will tribute my Ancient Lamp and La Jin, the mystical genie of the lamp, to summon my Blue Eyes White Dragon, Cedo declared with triumph. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Destroy him with burst stream of destruction. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3000 attack, 2500 defense. The dragon howled and unleashed a deadly white laser that engulfed Exodia Necros. Gozaburo screamed as he was caught in the massive explosion and sent flying through the air. Gozaburo Kaiba. 900 LP-0 LP. Cedo flicked his wrist, and the end of his trench coat rustled. He calmly watched Gozaburo hit the ground and approached him. "Looks like you have lost again," Cedo said in a condescending tone. "You!" Gozaburo snarled with a face full of rage. "I will kill you." To Cedo's shock, Gozaburo's body began to transform. His size increased to match that of a skyscraper easily, and the man burst into flames, becoming a massive monster covered in fire. "Die!" He howled in a low, guttural voice and pounced. However, Noah stepped in, generating a dome that protected Cedo from the attack. Cedo was caught off guard, and when he snapped out of his daze, he scowled. "Why did you save me?" Noah shrugged and smiled wryly. "I had a little chat with that friend of yours. She made me realize many things." "You brat! How dare you stop me?" Gozaburo roared and smashed his fists against the barrier. "It's best if you go now," Noah said, making a waving motion. "She should already have everyone rounded up, and the sooner all of you leave, the better." Unable to think of a counter, Cedo quietly nodded. Noah made a portal, and Cedo entered without hesitation. Noah smiled as the exit closed behind him, shifting his focus back to his monstrous father. With a push, the barrier expanded, knocking Gozaburo away. Why? Gozaburo couldn't understand. To have the audacity to betray me. Father. Noah stared at his father calmly. "May you answer one question for me?" "Damn it, what is it?" Gozaburo roared. "Noah, do you know when my birthday is?" "What?" Gozaburo stammered. "Why should I care about something so trivial?" "I see." Noah closed his eyes to control his emotions. "Thank you for the answer. My resolve has been strengthened." "What in the world are you talking about?" Gozaburo snapped. "The satellites containing all those missiles? I already gained full control over them, and I fired at least 20 of those missiles targeting this place. In about 5 minutes, the underwater fortress will be wiped out, killing you." "Traitor!" Gozaburo bellowed and attacked Noah, but the boy skillfully repelled him. "You're going to die too." "Fine by me," Noah retorted, hiding the fact that he may still have a chance of survival. "Let's die together." Concurrently, Cedo sprinted through the dark hallway of the underwater fortress. With Noah's assistance, he successfully left the virtual world and found himself in a virtual reality pod similar to the ones he had designed for the game Legendary Heroes. Boom! An explosion made Cedo lose his balance as he leaned against the wall. Struggling, he tried to remember his path, and he felt his tension rising as the frequency of the explosions increased. As Cedo made it to the hangar, he spotted his subordinates waiting outside, their expressions brightening upon spotting him. "Sir," they cried out with relief. "Someone tells me what's happening," Cedo demanded, and he was shocked to find out that missiles had bombarded this infrastructure and could sink at any moment. "What are you waiting for?" Cedo shouted. "We need to leave now." "But Master Kaiba," Roland interrupted. "Contestant Unisano is still missing." "What?" Cedo exclaimed, and his brain seemed to have stopped. "Master Kaiba?" Roland called, waking Cedo up, and he bit his lips in frustration. "Wait here, and I will go and find her," Cedo growled, making the subordinates who wanted to object shut up. Before they could argue further, Cedo rushed back deeper into the fortress, leaving everyone stunned. "On the other side of the fortress? Damn, where is it?" Yuna muttered while searching through the rows and rows of servers. When she separated from Noah, she wasted no time rounding everyone up to explain the situation, and together, they all safely left the virtual world. Then, immediately after waking up, Yuna began upholding her end of the bargain and ran to the server room. Boom! Yuna yelped and fell against the floor. She gritted her teeth from the pain and continued to move at a much faster pace than before. N13, N13. Yuna repeated to herself while walking through the rows of machinery marked in alphabetical order. When Yuna finally reached the correct row, a second explosion occurred at the opposite end of the room, and she gasped as the blast created a raging fire. Swiftly, Yuna sprinted to the correct server and began typing on the keyboard on the side. Recalling Noah's instructions, she hurriedly input several commands. Sweat dripped down from her face as each mistake made the anxiety in her soul blossom. "There!" she exclaimed when finally a drive the size of her fist was ejected, and Yuna eagerly stuffed the item into her pocket. Boom! Yuna screamed as the force threw her to the side. Enduring the pain on the side of her head, she witnessed the tall servers falling one by one like giant dominoes. *T. Yuna let out a curse as one of the servers barely missed her fragile body. Smoke began to rise to the ceiling, forcing Yuna to crawl. Covering her mouth with her sleeve, Yuna moved with vigor, and it wasn't long before she reached the door. Bang! Suddenly, one of the heavy servers fell before her, blocking the door. Yuna's face turned pale, and she desperately pulled at the computer to no avail. Yuna felt her strength weakening as the smoke filled the room, and in one last desperate attempt, she pounded against the door. "Help!" she screamed. Bang! To Yuna's shock, the door was suddenly kicked open, and the server blocking the exit was sent flying across the room. In awe, she stared at the man standing by the doorway. "Kaiba!" Without hesitation, Cedo grasped Yuna and dragged her out of the room. "You idiot! Do you want to die?" he shouted angrily. Under Cedo's reprimand, Yuna chose to stay quiet, causing him to click his teeth. "Can you move any faster?" Yuna panted while trying to keep up with Cedo's speed, but it was not enough, and she began to lag. Cedo gritted his teeth and stopped as he stuck out his foot, tripping her. Before Yuna could fall, Cedo quickly lifted and carried her like a sack of potatoes while uttering curses along the way. Finally, they managed to make it to the hangar as half of the fortress had already sunk. "Lift OFF now!" Cedo roared while racing to the ramps with the flames chasing after them. As the blimp slowly rose into the air, Cedo sprinted through the hangar, dodging the various obstacles in his way. When he was close enough, he tensed his arms and threw Yuna onto the ramp. Yuna gasped as she was thrown into the airship, her lungs collapsing from the force. Immediately, she witnessed Cedo leaping into the air. Worried that Cedo might not make it, Yuna held out her hand. Cedo grabbed on her hand and grunted as Yuna pulled him onto the ramp. The two panted in exhaustion as they lay on the cold steel ground. The airship soared into the sky, using all of its power to move as far away from the fortress as possible. Boom! Everyone heard the loudest explosion of their lives as the fortress blew up. If they had been even a few seconds late, they would have been caught up in the blast. Yuna silently watched the flames melting through the steel structures, and she instinctively patted her pockets, making sure that Noah's hard drive was there. When Yuna felt the rectangular object through the fabric, her adrenaline finally disappeared, and she sighed, "Too close."
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
"What are you thinking?" Cedo's voice thundered through the airship as it finally reached a safe distance from the danger. "Does your life mean nothing to you?" Yuna stammered, lowering her head with guilt. "Sorry, Tsuke, you better have a good reason," he snarled, "or else I'm going to throw you off this airship myself." Yuna gulped and hesitantly reached into her pocket. Opening her palm, a small disk drive lay there as she nervously averted her gaze. "No, have to save him." Cedo's eyes widened, and a complex emotion coursed through his head. He doesn't understand how he should feel, even if he's his brother. Noah had tried to end their lives. "Kaiba," Yuna blurted out, "please. Accept him." "Why?" Cedo questioned. "To think you would risk all of our lives for an enemy's." His tone was laced with annoyance. "Because I promised," Yuna answered solemnly. Cedo remained silent, staring at her outstretched hand. After a moment, he reached out and carefully picked up the hard drive resting on her palm. "I need some time to think." Standing, Cedo moved to the door. "Go rest. You look like you've been through hell and back." At his remark, Yuna smiled slightly and chuckled. "Can say the same about you." Cedo briefly observed his own battered body. His clothes were torn on the sides, and several areas were blackened from the fire. Bruises and scratches ran along his arms, and he found himself barely having the energy to remain standing. "And whose fault do you think that?" Cedo stopped and gazed at Yuna, who had fallen asleep with her head against the wall and her long hair draped to the floor. Subconsciously, he approached her and knelt on his knees. Listening to her quiet breathing, Cedo's fingers twitched as he hesitantly reached out. Unaware of his actions, Cedo gently tucked Yuna's hair behind her ear, revealing her tranquil face. "Don't you know, you should never show your weak side to anyone, and yet you have fallen asleep right before me," Cedo muttered to no one in particular. Retracting his hand, his fingers brushed past her lips, and Cedo frowned, soft. "Tsuke, what the hell am I doing?" He abruptly stood up. Reaching for his phone, he called his right-hand man, Roland, and the man dressed in a black suit arrived shortly. Did you call for me, Master Kaiba? Roland asked respectfully as Cedo gestured at Yuna with his chin. Take her back to her room. Yes, of course. Roland nodded and approached the sleeping girl. Stop. Cedo snapped, and Roland froze in his tracks. I changed my mind. I will do it myself. Ah, yes? Roland answered instinctively as Cedo brought one of his arms under Yuna's legs and the other supporting her back. Without much effort, Cedo quickly lifted Yuna into the air and began walking away. Her head rested against his chest, and he could feel her tranquil breath. Shaking his head, Cedo continued to move, and all that he could think of was how light the girl in his arms was. An hour later, at the control of the airship, Cedo calmly gazes at the gradually approaching Kaiba Core Island. Sir, following this speed, we can still arrive on schedule. One of the pilots explained. Good, Cedo nodded. Relief sighs filled the room. Earlier, they noticed their boss seemed to be frowning a lot, and they guessed that he was in a bad mood. Everybody out? Cedo let out a strange order. When he noticed that no one was moving, he scowled, and his tone became more stern. Don't make me repeat myself, leave. Frantically, all the workers quietly ushered out of the room, and Cedo locked the automatic door so not even Makuba could enter. Setting the airship to autopilot, he took out the hard drive and placed it on the counter. With his technical skills, it wasn't difficult to upload the content in the drive into his system and display the content on the wide-pitch black screen. Gradually, pixel by pixel, an image of the boy with teal hair wearing a long-sleeve jacket with purple markings and white shorts was formed. The boy slowly opened his eyes and observed his new surroundings. Have you fully wake up now, boy? Cedo called out. Hearing another voice, the boy focused on Cedo standing outside of the screen. So I'm alive. No, you're still dead. Cedo crossed his arms and smirked. Despite how great I am, I couldn't revive someone. How arrogant of you, the boy, Noah, retorted with a scowl. How wonderful that the first thing I woke up to is that annoying face of yours. Watch your tone, Cedo snapped. Unless you want me to upload your consciousness to a rice cooker. Noah laughed nonchalantly, unbothered by the threat. With this level of programming? Good luck with that. In fact, I have already found several problems with your systems. Impossible. Cedo felt a vein pop on his forehead. There's no way the interface I designed has any loopholes. Then how do you think I hacked it in the first place? I have lived as a digital data for years. Of course, I can spot things even you can't find. Noah said smugly as a virtual keyboard appeared by his side. Don't believe me. I will fix it right now. Cedo watched as Noah began modifying the codes. Hey, by the way, he said while his eyes were focused on the keyboard. Is she all right? What does it matter to you? Cedo responded, a sense of unease in his voice. Yuna Sano is my benefactor. Should I not be concerned about her health? Noah answered as if it was obvious. Stay away from her, Cedo suddenly warned, and Noah's fingers paused on the keyboard. He glimpsed at Cedo with a hint of displeasure and curiosity. What does it mean to you? Noah observed keenly, and his interest was piqued when Cedo didn't answer his question. Haven't you noticed? You seemed always to treat her a lot more differently than other people. Noah pointed out. There must be something going on between the two of you. What are you getting at? Cedo snarled, his mood sour by the second. There is nothing between us. She was just someone I had to defeat. Then what happens when you win? Are you going to toss her away? Noah's pupils turned cold. If so, you disappoint me, brother. Cedo clicked his teeth as he already began to regret ever reviving this snarky boy. However, Noah's words set deep in his heart. What will Cedo do once he defeats Yuna? Just stay quiet and repay my favor, Cedo ordered, wishing not to talk further. Yeah, Noah, shoot him away. Whatever you say. Cedo scowled, but remained silent. He closed his eyes and tried to sort out his thoughts as Noah seemed to affect him more than he ever imagined. What does she mean to me? Yuna's POV. A few hours later. Where am I? I mumbled and slowly opened my eyes. I gazed at the familiar ceiling, and it didn't take me long to figure out that I was back in my room. I remembered that I had fallen asleep near the entrance of the airship, so there was no way that I could make it back to my room by myself. So, who carried me here? You're awake. I heard a voice and glanced in the direction where the sound. There, on the TV screen of my room, was Noah, who was calmly smiling at me. My first thought was why he was on my TV, but recalling that I handed Kaiba the hard drive, and he must have already done something about it. No, I called out, and his smile visibly widened. You must be surprised, Noah said and shrugged. I am too. I nodded and lowered my head. My hand clutching the blanket subconsciously tightened as I felt the anxiety slowly seeping out of my body. After rescuing Noah, there was a thought in the back of my mind that what if I didn't get the correct hard drive or I accidentally broke it and I would have killed him? Thank you, by the way, Noah said out of the blue, causing me to flinch in shock. You saved my life. Embarrassed, I turned my head to hide my face, only fulfilling my end of the deal. But still, you almost died because of me. It's natural for me to feel grateful. Noah explained and then bowed. So thank you for giving me another chance. Being extremely flustered by Noah's sincerity, I frantically waved my arms. I felt my cheeks heating up, and my embarrassment grew even further. Staring at my expression, Noah laughed. Anyway, I should probably leave now. I don't want that guy to get jealous of me again. Who? Catch you later, Noah said and vanished from the screen. His last remark left me stunned. Who in the world will be envious of Noah? I tilted my head, deep in thought, but no matter how much I pondered, I couldn't seem to find the answer. I sighed and slipped out of bed, but my body instantly ached from all the bruises and cuts underneath my clothes. I should probably visit the clinic, and I wonder what the doctor will say when they see me for the third time. Knock, knock. Huh. Who would knock on my door at this hour? With curiosity, I opened the door and was shocked to find Kaiba standing at the entrance. I heard you're awake, he stated and tossed something at me. I frantically caught the item in midair and was surprised to find myself holding a first aid kit. Upon my questioning gaze, Cedo explained that I might have needed it. Thanks. I thanked him with awkwardness. He nodded, seemingly satisfied. Once you're done, wait until the airship lands for further instructions. Kaiba notified and swiftly walked away. As I closed the door, I stared at the first aid kit in confusion. To think that Kaiba would personally deliver a first aid kit to me. Knowing his personality, it was honestly quite a surprise for him to be this considerate. Wait, was Kaiba the one who would be jealous? I froze in silence upon the realization. However, I immediately burst into a fit of laughter. Who the hell am I kidding? Kaiba, being jealous, there's a higher probability that pigs will grow wings and fly compared to that. Still giggling to myself, I glimpsed at the first aid kit with a small smile. Despite how snobbish he was sometimes, he's pretty kind. 30 minutes later, after using the first aid kit, I patiently waited for the airship to land. Thankfully, with Serenity and Makuba entertaining me, times went past faster than I had expected. Big Brother said we should meet up at the entrance. Makuba explained and stood up. I nodded and followed him to the door, but Serenity suddenly grabbed my hand, stopping me in my tracks. Hey, let go of Big Sister, or else you will be late. Makuba frowned. Do you want her to get disqualified? However, despite Makuba's warning, Serenity didn't let go. She held on even tighter. Serenity. I called her name when I realized something was wrong. Big Sister. Serenity mumbled and lifted her head, revealing the tears threatening to drip down her face. Are you really going to duel him? Understanding what she meant, my face turned serious, and I nodded. Serenity trembled at my answer as she struggled to open her mouth. Why? If you lose, Serenity cried as she couldn't imagine my fate. She must have been traumatized by what happened to Joey, and now she thinks the same thing was going to happen to me. I turned around and held Serenity's other hand as she leaned against my shoulder. What if you just forfeit? She asked optimistically. Then you will be safe. Serenity, I said, my voice turned slightly cold. Hesitantly, she met my gaze. You think I'm weak? I questioned, and Serenity's face turned pale. No, of course not. Big Sister is powerful, Serenity yelled, and I saw Makuba agreeing at the corner of my vision. Then why doubt? I will never doubt Big Sister's skills. Serenity exclaimed. I'm just scared. I know. Pulling Serenity close, I calmly embraced her. But I will never surrender. Serenity's fingers weakened, and the last ounce of her willpower to oppose me had vanished. She could do nothing but cry and nod helplessly as I gritted my teeth. I'm sorry, Serenity. Losing was never an option for me, or else I will die. I let go and moved towards the door. Serenity? I called her name one last time as she slowly met my gaze. Believe in me. I smiled. Her eyes widened, and Serenity gasped. You a big sister. She cried and charged at me. Together, we fell to the ground as Serenity clung to my side. I sighed and patted her head. Glimpsing at Makuba, I noticed that he was about to say something, but I gestured with my eyes, and thankfully, he understood my intention. 10 minutes later, luckily, I was able to calm Serenity down. However, in doing so, I was pretty late to the meet-up time, and I rushed outside of the airship where everyone was already waiting for me. Took you long enough? Kaiba grunted, and I hurriedly apologized, causing him to scoff in annoyance. He walked ahead while everyone except Marik gave me an understanding smile. I'm sorry, big sister. Serenity whispered while we followed after Kaiba. You got in trouble because of me. It's okay, I reassured as we moved towards the center of the island. Glancing around, there were countless large rubbles from various buildings and machines. Beside me, Makuba's expression was a little grim as he observed the rustic structures. You know, this island used to be a military base owned by my father, Makuba mumbled. Each of these buildings stored countless deadly weapons that have taken many lives in the past. With this knowledge, I looked at the debris in a new light, and I was hesitant to get too close. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the center of Kaiba Corp Island, where the colossal metal monolith that I had seen on the airship stood. From a distance, the tower was already very tall. However, now that I am standing at the foot of the building, its size feels highly intimidating. Approaching the structure, Kaiba placed his hand on the wall, and the door beside automatically opened with a hiss. Entering, we were brought to an ample space. Rumble. The floor we were standing on trembled and began to elevate as the hidden elevator brought us all the way to the highest floor of the tower. Eventually, the elevator stopped and a door opened, revealing a flat space on the top of the building. Standing in the middle of the field was the referee, Roland, who seemed to have arrived much earlier than us. Welcome, duelists. This will be the ground where the 4 remaining contestants shall battle. Roland greeted with his arms behind his back. Marik, Ishtar, Cedo, Kaiba, Yugioh, and Yuna. Please step forward. Following his instructions, the 4 of us moved in front of the crowd, and Roland adjusted his glasses before continuing to speak. Before we start the semifinals, a small event will be held to determine your opponent for the next match. The rules were relatively simple. It will be a battle royal duel with all 4 duelists being at 1,000 life points. With this duel, the winner of this battle may choose their opponent. Then the remaining 2 contestants that haven't been chosen will be dueling each other instead. Are there any questions? All of us remained silent as we gauged each other's reactions. Good. Now please choose a corner, and the match will start shortly. Without hesitation, all of us moved and found a corner for ourselves. When I got into position and turned around, the 3 others were also ready, eager to duel. Is everyone ready? Roland asked. Kaiba? Yes. Yugi? Of course. Yami, Marik. Let's get this thing started. All 3 eyes turned to me. I took a deep breath and lightly patted my chest before nodding. I'm ready. Roland, now let's begin. Duel X4. Cedo, Kaiba. 1000 LP. Marik, Ishtar. 1000 LP. Yugioh, 1000 LP. Yuna, 1000 LP. 3 RDs POV. I will go first, Cedo declared. I will activate polymerization and fuse the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons to summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. 3 dragons covered in scales soared over Cedo's head before merging and becoming a much stronger beast. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. 4,500 attack, 3,000 defense. I will end my turn, Cedo said with a smirk, satisfied that he started this duel with a bang. It's my turn, I draw. Yami Yugi. who had already emerged for the battle, yelled, "I will first play card destruction to discard my hand, and then draw the same amount of cards." Dumping his hand into the discard pile, Yugioh drew the same number of cards from the duel disc and nodded to himself. "I will play Monster Reborn to special summon a monster from the graveyard. I will choose my Buster Blader." Before Yugioh appeared a tall, armored warrior. The warrior reached for his back and pulled out a massive sword the size of his body. Buster Blader, 2600 attack, 2300 defense. While Buster Blader is on the field, he will gain 500 attacks for each of my opponent's dragon monsters on the field or in the graveyard. Buster Blader, 2600-4600 attack, 2300 defense. I will set a card, and in my turn, Yugioh announced and glanced at Marik. "I shall play." Marik smirked. "I will activate my ritual spell, Curse of the Masked Beast, using my god card, Winged Dragon of Ra, to ritual summon the Masked Beast." Cedo and Yuna frowned in unison at the familiar name of the ritual monster as the Masked Beast rose from the ground. The Masked Beast, 3300 attack, 2800 defense. "Then, I will set a card face down and end my turn," Marik said calmly. "Finally, it's Yuna's turn, and after this, all hell will break loose." Yuna examined the field with a composed expression, and eventually she smiled. "I will use polymerization, fusing my Herald of Creation and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to summon Mudragon of the Swamp." Gradually, a fusion dragon composed solely of mud and water was formed. The monster dragged its heavy body onto the field and roared. Mudragon of the Swamp, 1900 attack, 1800 defense. Mudragon of the Swamp's effect will activate, allowing me to change its attribute to a dark type, and following up with that, I will summon Keeper of the Shrine. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack, 2100 defense. Finally, I will use polymerization again, summoning Starving Venom Fusion Dragon in defense position. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack, 2000 defense. Hearing its name, the three duelists all showed various reactions. Cedo frowned in displeasure, Marik whistled, and Yugioh chuckled while shaking his head. "What's wrong?" T wondered out loud. Why are they reacting so much to Sano-san's monster? As everyone tried to figure out the answer, Makuba laughed from the side, and all the heads turned to him. With pride, Makuba puffed out his chest and explained confidently, "Don't you guys get it? With only 1,000 life points, anyone could lose in simply one turn, so you need to protect your monsters as much as possible. Also, do you remember Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's secondary effect?" Instantly, a couple of people's eyes widened, and Makuba eagerly wagged his finger. Exactly, Big Sister essentially just placed a nuclear bomb onto the field. As soon as Starving Venom Fusion Dragon dies, it will blow up every monster they own, and you can imagine how well that will go. But have you also considered that Big Sister will just blow Starving Venom Fusion Dragon up herself? Basically, the outcome of this duel can very well be over in a couple of turns. On the field, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon dragged its sharp claws across the floor and hissed at the three duelists, green acid spewing from the gap of its teeth. "TSK, how troublesome," Cedo muttered as the dragon hissed at him. "Indeed." Yugioh nodded and smiled. "One wrong move could destroy all of us." Turning to Yuna, he spoke calmly. "From all the dragons that you summoned and sent to the graveyard, Buster Blader's attack will increase. Buster Blader, 4600-6100 attack, 2300 defense. This is more fun than I have expected." Marik laughed. "What is your plan now, girl? It would be obvious that we're not simply going to let you do what you want." "Of course," Yuna smiled wryly. "But I won't give up here. I will use Card of Sanctity to draw until I have 6 cards in my hand." She explained and refilled her entire hand with cards. "I will set 2 cards face down and end my turn." "My turn," Cedo grumbled, glaring at Starving Venom Fusion Dragon with discontent before observing Marik and Yugioh, who seemed to be sharing the same thoughts as him. "Before I do anything, it's best if I deal with Starving Venom Fusion Dragon first," Cedo thought to himself, but in doing so, he would have to sacrifice his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I will set a monster and a card face down, Cedo said while placing 2 of his cards onto the duel disc. Then I end my turn, unable to bear the thought of using his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as cannon fodder. HD decided to be on the defensive and wait to see who should be the one to attack first. It's my turn, Yami said and drew a card. Glancing at his Buster Blader, Yami felt a sense of confidence for having the most powerful monster on the field. But it doesn't mean much with all the set cards on the field, ready to be activated at a moment's notice. What should we do? Yugi asked his partner, and Yami hummed, deep in thought. Gradually, his pupils wandered to the starving Venom Fusion Dragon. As much as it bothers me, Sano's monster is too troublesome. Slowly opening his eyes, Yami face was full of resolve while gazing at the monster hissing at him. I have made up my mind, Buster Blader. Attack starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Cedo/Yami Marik. The warrior charged and leapt into the air with the giant sword in his hand. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon roared maliciously, lunging at Buster Blader and coiling around his body. Slash! With his sword, Buster Blader separated the tail from the dragon's body before driving the weapon into the monster's chest. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon unleashed a shrill cry and collapsed as Buster Blader returned to Yami field. The effect of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon has been activated, Yuna declared. Now, all the special summoned monsters on the field will be destroyed. As if on command, Buster Blader, the Cursed Beast, and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon collapsed. All the monsters have already absorbed the toxic pollen spread by the evil dragon, and they fell one by one. Additionally, you have triggered the effect of Keeper of the Shrine in my graveyard and allowed me to summon him in defense position, she explained as the elderly dragon returned. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack, 2,100 defense. That is fine, Yami nodded. Next, I will activate my trap card, Eternal Soul, and with its effect, I can special summon Dark Magician from my hand. Responding to Yami chant, a portal manifested out of thin air, and a tall man dressed in purplish robe/armor emerged. The mage spun his green staff and raised it towards the sky. Dark Magician, 2,500 attack, 2,100 defense. Now, Dark Magician, attack Marik directly, Yami shouted. The Dark Magician fired a beam of magic towards Yami Marik, and the man smirked. I will activate Scrap Iron Scarecrow. When you declare an attack, I can negate it and reset this card instead of sending it to the graveyard. As Yami Marik finished his explanation, a small totem made of metal rods and other various objects appeared, deflecting the magic attack. Disgruntled, Dark Magician crossed his arms and quietly returned to his master's side. I'm setting a card and ending my turn, Yami stated calmly. Finally, my move, Yami Marik exclaimed. First, I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards. Examining his hand, Yami Marik grinned. Next, I will summon Dark Geroid in defense position, he said as a grotesque monster appeared. Dark Geroid, 1,200 attack, 1,500 defense. When Dark Geroid is summoned, I can target 1 monster on the field, and it loses 800 attacks. Yami Marik then pointed at Yami I will pick your Dark Magician. That won't work, Yami interjected. While Eternal Soul is on the field, my Dark Magician won't be targeted for effects. As Dark Geroid launched a Dark Wisp towards the mage, the attack was soon dispelled, and Marik shrugged helplessly. I will set 2 more cards and end my turn here. This is not even a real match, so there's no need for us to get so serious. Unless, he smirked, I noticed the 3 of you were trying very hard in this meaningless event. I assume you all have someone you're keen to duel. Oh, let me guess, you want to duel me? Yami Marik asked Yami And you wanted to duel her? He then glanced at Cedo. Finally, his eyes wandered onto Yuna. How about you? There wasn't really a reason for you to fight any of us. Yuna glared at Yami Marik. I wish to duel you. Oh, Yami Marik laughed. Don't you feel bad leaving the young president out of this? How about it, if I win, I will duel Kaiba, so he won't be left out. P***s off. Cedo instantly growled, as if he had chewed **T. inciting Yami Marik to laugh even harder. Unexpectedly, Cedo found himself more irked by Yami Marik's comment than he had realized. Glancing at Yuna, a wave of disappointment struck him. Why doesn't she want to duel me? My turn. Yuna's voice brought his focus back onto the duel. I will summon Paladin of Felgrand and activate his effect to equip Archbrave Dragon to him. Paladin of Felgrand, 1700 attack, 300 defense. Then, with Paladin of Felgrand's effect, I will tribute him an Archbrave Dragon to summon a dragon monster from my graveyard. Now, let's show them your power, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 1. Roar. Instantly, a ferocious golden dragon arrived on the field. The monster stood on 2 feet and spread its wings, unleashing a thunderous cry. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand was summoned from my graveyard, I could banish 1 monster in my opponent's graveyard, and it would gain power equal to the banished monster's level. Yuna smiled and pointed at Yami Marik. I target Marik's winged dragon of RA. Cedo, Yami Marik, and Yami Yugi expressed their surprise as they couldn't believe Yuna was banishing a god. As if following their thoughts, everyone heard a grateful screech as a golden bird appeared out of nowhere, flapping its wings wildly. However, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand remained fearless and unleashed its power. RA screamed in pain as the god shrunk and was absorbed into the dragon's body, becoming a sustenance that fuels Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's strength. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800-3800 attack, 2800-3800 defense. Next, I will activate Monster Reborn, reviving my Archbrave Dragon from the graveyard. Archbrave Dragon, 2400 attack, 2000 defense. When Archbrave Dragon is special summoned from the graveyard, I can banish all of my opponent's spell or trap cards. An Archbrave Dragon will gain 200 attacks and defense for each card banished. The 3 duelist expressions indeed became grim. All of their traps were removed from play. With Yami Yugi's Eternal Soul and Magical Cylinder, Cedo's Attack Guidance Armor, and Yami Marik's Scrap Iron Scarecrow and Malevolent Catastrophe. Archbrave Dragon, 2400-3400 attack, 2000-3000 defense. Also, with Eternal Soul banished, Dark Magician will be destroyed. Yuna pointed out as Yami Yugi's Dark Magician closed his eyes and disappeared into thin air. I'm entering my battle phase. Yuna shouted, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack Marik's Dark Geroid. Following her command, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand plummeted from the sky, landing before the demon and tearing the monster apart with its claws. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect has been activated and allows me to summon a level 7 or 8 dragon monster from the graveyard. Return to me, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. To everyone's horror, the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon that they sacrificed so many resources to remove has just been revived. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack, 2000 defense. Archbrave Dragon, attack Yugi, and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, attack Marik. The 2 dragons charged at the 2 defenseless duelists. I will play the Kirabo in my hand, and the damage taken by Archbrave Dragon will be 0. Yami Yugi yelled as a small fluffy creature stood between the dragon and him. Archbrave bit down and devoured Kirabo, saving Yami Yugi from the attack. While this was happening, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon lunged at Marik. With nothing to defend him, he sighed as the virtual claws of the monster slashed his body, bringing his life points to a resounding 0. Marik Ishtar, 1000 LP-0 LP. Yuna's POV. Muhahahaha, fear me. I laugh like a supervillain while crushing Yami Marik under my might. The Battle Royale mode may be the best type of duel I could ask for. Who cares if they all target me? They were all the same when my dragons destroyed them. Now, with Yami Yugi on the brink of death, Kaiba will need to attack him with 1000 or more attack monsters to finish him off, and the 1 versus 1 will be in the bag. As I watched with anticipation, Yami Yugi gritted his teeth. Kaiba. Hearing his name called, Kaiba scowled, and I couldn't determine what he was thinking. Come on, Kaiba, I cheered in my head. Attack Yugi. I know you wanna. You know how much I abhor that idea, that it makes me want to vomit. Kaiba suddenly said out of the blue. I could say the same, Yami Yugi muttered. But was there any other option? Kaiba, just don't get in my way. Suddenly, Yami Yugi and Kaiba adjusted their bodies so that they were facing me, and my face shifted into a slight panic. Wait, hold on. Why were the both of you looking at me like that? I hope you understand. Yami Yugi smiled apologetically. But this one meant much more to me than you have realized. Kaiba. I stared at him with an expression of betrayal, but she hurriedly avoided my gaze. Damn it. A curse escaped from my lips as I felt the situation became worse than I had ever anticipated. I'm setting 2 cards and ending my turn. It's my move, Kaiba grunted, and his eyes widened at the new card in his hand. I will activate my spell card, Soul Exchange, and allow me to tribute summon with my opponent's monster, as if they were my own. I muttered a second and more inappropriate curse as I watched the 3 of my monsters burst into light and move towards Kaiba. The stream gradually solidified, forming the body of a humongous blue titan. Crumble under my true power. Show them who is the one that truly ruled this place. Obelisk the Tormentor. The giant puffed up its chest and opened its mouth, emitting an intimidating war cry with a voice truly befitting a god. Obelisk the Tormentor. 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense. Now, Obelisk the Tormentor. Attacker keeper of the shrine. The god roared and raised his fist. As he brought his hand down from the sky, I hurriedly activated my trap card. I will activate my Wabaku. Boom. Obelisk the Tormentor generated a colossal explosion that obscured everyone's vision. Once the dust settled, I saw Obelisk the Tormentor's fist an inch before Keeper of the Shrine's face. The old man chuckled and gently pushed against Obelisk's hand, and the god moved back to its original position. Although a god card is unaffected by traps, spells, and monster effects, that is only meant for cards that target Obelisk himself. Wabaku will only affect me, and therefore, I'm protected. Humph! Cedo scoffed, but I could tell that he seemed satisfied. I know that this much won't defeat you. I will end my turn here. My turn? Yami Yugi shouted, but was instantly interrupted by me. Thanks to Kaiba, I can activate the ability of Arcbrave Dragon. If it was sent to the graveyard next turn, on the next standby phase, I would be able to special summon a level 7 or 8 monsters from the graveyard. I will choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and summon the dragon in defense position. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800 attack, 2,800 defense. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect, I will banish Kaiba's Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and give the dragon power equal to its level. Kaiba gasped as my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand was immediately reborn with the power of his Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon supporting it. The monster howled, glaring at Obelisk the Tormentor with hostility, and was not afraid to give the god a beating of its life. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense. Its power. It's just as strong as Obelisk the Tormentor. Kaiba mumbled in disbelief. Yugi. Understood? Yami Yugi nodded. I will play Card of Sanctity to draw until I have 6 cards. Then, I will play Pot of Greed to draw an additional 2 cards. After that, I activate Spell Reproduction, sending my Polymerization and Magical Hats to retrieve Monster Reborn from the graveyard. And I will play Double Summon and then summon Queen's Knight. Queen's Knight. 1,500 attack, 1,600 defense. Then, I activate Monster Reborn to summon King's Knight from the graveyard. Yugi shouted, King's Knight. 1,600 attack, 1,400 defense. When King's Knight is summoned while I also control Queen's Knight, I'm able to special summon Jack's Knight from the deck. Jack's Knight. 1,900 attack, 1,000 defense. Queen's Knight, King's Knight, and Jack's Knight. My eyes widened. Don't tell me. Finally, with 3 monsters on the field, I will be able to call upon my strongest monster. Yami Yugi shouted and raised his hand in the sky. Rise and fight by my side. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Howl. The sky suddenly rumbled, forming a thunderstorm. The lightning flashed, and the figure of a dragon could be seen through the clouds. Finally, the dragon emerged from the storm, gliding above Yami-Yugi as its long serpentine body moved harmoniously. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Attack. Defense. With Slifer the Sky Dragon, it will gain 1,000 attacks and defense for each card in my hand. Yami-Yugi explained and presented a single card in his hand. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Dash 1,000 attack. Finally, I play the final card, Card of Demise, and draw until I have 5 cards in my hand, but I must discard them at my 5th end phase, anime. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 1,000 dash, 5,000 attack, 1,000 dash, 5,000 defense. Yami-Yugi. Now, I will enter the battle phase. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand with Thunder Force attack. Both jaws on Slifer the Sky Dragon opened, unleashing 2 beams of yellow lighting from its mouth. Boom! The beam annihilated Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and the dragon's figure disappeared within the beam. I groaned as the shockwave sent me stumbling backwards, holding in a shriek at the feeling of electricity coursing through my veins. Gasping for breath, I slowly regained my calm, just in time to witness Yami-Yugi ending his turn by setting a card. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 5,000 dash for 1,000 attack, 5,000 dash for 1,000 defense. Standing up, I took a deep breath and stared at Slifer the Sky Dragon and Obelisk the Tormentor, my expression turning grim. Hey, weren't you two going a little bit too far to defeat me? I mean, I'm flattered, but my turn, I muttered and drew a card. To think I'm going against 2 gods. I'm sorry in advance. Yami-Yugi apologized. It was indeed a shameful move. I sighed and lightly slapped my cheeks. All right, you got this, Yuna. Just because there are 2 of the most broken cards fighting against you, that doesn't mean I have lost yet. Probably. First, I activate Return of the Dragon Lords, reviving Starving Venom Fusion Dragon from the graveyard. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. 2,800 attack, 2,000 defense. Wait, upon summoning, the ability of Slifer the Sky Dragon has been activated. Yami-Yugi interrupted. Every time you summon a monster, that monster will lose 2,000 attacks until the end of this turn. And if its attack becomes 0, it will be destroyed. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. 2,800 dash, 800 attack, 2,000 defense. Also, using that destructive ability of your dragon will no longer work on our gods, Kaiba added. That's right, I responded, but I will activate Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's second effect. There's a second effect? Yami-Yugi uttered in surprise, caught off guard by my declaration. In fact, I don't think I have ever revealed Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's second effect to anyone except Pegasus and Noah. I'm somewhat unsure if this will even work, so Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, please bear with me here. Yes, with its second effect, I can target 1 monster on the field, and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will gain its name and effect until the end of my turn. I shouted. I will target Slifer the Sky Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion, Dragon howled, and its body began to transform. Flying into the air, my monster gradually merged a similar, but more grotesque appearance of the Egyptian god. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 800 attack, 2,000 defense. You must be surprised, I explained to Yami-Yugi. Yes, Slifer the Sky Dragon is unaffected by the monster's effect, but like my Wabaku, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon only affects itself, and the gods can still be targeted for effects. Similar to your god, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will have its attack and defense equal to the number of cards I currently own. I showed them the number of cards in my hand. I have 4 cards, so Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will have 4,000 attacks. Since it's changing the attack entirely instead of gaining, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon won't suffer from the penalty of losing 2,000 attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 dash for 1,000 attack, 2,000 dash for 1,000 defense. Finally, I reveal my last set card, Castle of the Dragon Souls, and with its effect, I will banish Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard and give Starving Venom Fusion Dragon 700 more attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 4000-4700 attack for 1000 defense. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Attack Slifer the Sky Dragon. I yelled. The god and its doppelganger clashed, a battle between a divine being and a demon. The monsters used everything they had to kill each other, but eventually, it was my starving Venom Fusion Dragon that won, and the god card was destroyed. Yugioh, 1000 LP-300 LP. During the battle phase, I will activate my quick play spell, Twin Twisters, and discard Ruins of the Dragon Lord to destroy my own Castle of the Dragon Souls. I said and witnessed my card getting destroyed by a small tornado. Once it's destroyed, I can activate Castle of the Dragon Souls' effect to bring back one of my banished dragon monsters. Thus, fight for me once more. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will banish the Dark Magician in the graveyard and attack Yugioh. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800-3500 attack, 2800-3500 defense. Not so fast. Yugioh shouted with desperation. I will activate my last trap, Mirror Force, and destroy all of your monsters in attack position. However, despite expecting my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to be destroyed, it didn't, and the dragon continued its attack. I activate Return of the Dragon Lord from my graveyard. By banishing this spell, it can protect Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from being destroyed. With nothing to defend him, Yugioh sighed in defeat before chuckling to himself. Not even a god. Boom. Yugioh, 300 LP-0 LP. Next, I will tribute my starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Keeper of the Shrine to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon in defense position. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3000 attack, 2500 defense. I couldn't let starving Venom Fusion Dragon stay on for the next turn, or else I wouldn't be able to endure the hit. Finally, I will set 2 cards face down, and in my turn, my heart was pounding with anticipation. As Kaiba observed my expression, a slight smirk slowly formed on his face. You can even defeat a god. Surprised? I asked, and Kaiba chuckled. No. He shook his head. That's what I expected from someone like you. But, can you defeat 2? Probably not, Yuna admitted. However, giving up was never an option for me, was there? Of course not, Cedo confirmed. I won't let you go this easily. As we stared at each other, I suddenly felt the urge to laugh. Unable to resist, I covered my mouth and giggled while Kaiba also seemed to be quietly chuckling across from me. When we finally calmed down, our expressions turned severe. Bring it, Kaiba. Say no more. I will summon Sagi the Dark Clown, he yelled, and a small, skinny clown appeared beside the massive god. Sagi the Dark Clown. 600 attack, 1500 defense. Then I'm able to activate Obelisk the Tormentor's effect. By tributing Sagi the Dark Clown and the set monster from earlier, I will able to destroy all of your monsters and inflict 4000 damage. I won't let that happen. I yelled. I will activate my trap card, Hallowed Life Barrier, by discarding 1 card. I will take no damage this turn. As Obelisk the Tormentor attacked with its fist, a blue barrier appeared before me, protecting against the devastating punch. However, my dragons weren't within the shield and were destroyed by the blast. I will set 2 cards and end my turn, Kaiba hummed. I believe this match to be over. It's my turn, I muttered, unable to suppress the anxiety in my heart. I was correct, as Kaiba instantly activated his trap card. I will play Ring of Destruction and target my Obelisk, the Tormentor. Kaiba shouted as an iron shackle with grenades wrapped around the god's neck. Ring of Destruction. Allow me to destroy my Obelisk the Tormentor, and we will take damage equal to its attack. I'm activating my second Hallowed Life Barrier. I shouted and hurriedly revealed the trap. As the blue barrier formed around my body, it suddenly cracked before dissipating into nothingness. You have triggered my last trap's effect, Trap Jammer. By discarding a card, I will be able to negate the effect of your Hallowed Life Barrier. So, we're both going to lose? I yelled in disbelief. Kaiba smirked and revealed the final card in his hand. I will play Ring of Defense. Reduce the effect damage of Ring of Destruction to 0. I gawked in shock as the collar around Obelisk exploded, casting a fiery explosion. Instinctively, I raised my arms as the flames soared towards me. Unisano, 1000 LP-0 LP. Third POV. Cedo sighed tiredly as he pressed the button on his dual disc, and the image of Obelisk the Tormentor vanished. The final battle with Yuna was brutal as the two utilized every possible resource they owned, and it was he who eventually came on top. His heart was still pounding from the adrenaline as Roland's voice echoed. Congratulations on Cedo Kaiba for winning this duel. As mentioned, who will be your opponent? Cedo's pupil swept through the 3 duelists standing before him. Yugioh, Marik, Ishtar, and finally, Unisano. His gaze lingered on the girl, and Cedo's leg instinctively stopped in front of her. Yuna lifted her head and smiled wryly. You won? She muttered. However, Yuna soon sighed and averted her gaze, but didn't hide the painful tone in her voice. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Cedo assumed that the disappointment she was feeling was immeasurable, as he also knew what it's like to work so hard only to face defeat at the last moment. Cedo quietly stared at her with a complicated emotion. Despite the fact that he won, it doesn't feel fair, and just like before, he hated the outcome. Yuna herself almost bested Cedo and Yugi even when they were controlling 2 Egyptian gods. Doesn't he have shame? Sir, Cedo Kaiba, what's your answer? Roland urged as Cedo clenched his fist. I pick. He glanced at Yuna's face one last time. I will pick. Are you certain? Roland inquired, eyebrows raised. Once finalized, altering your decision becomes impossible. Yes, Cedo affirmed. Yugioh will be my opponent. Very well, Roland declared, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. For the Battle City semifinals, Cedo Kaiba will be going against Yugioh, while Unisano will be going against Marik Ishtar. With nothing more to add, he ushered the 4 duelists off the field. Once released, Yuna hastily departed, weaving through her friends, eager to distance herself from the unfolding scene. Stop! Yuna heard a voice behind her, and she froze. Controlling her facial expression, she turned around with a strained smile. Noticing the change, Cedo frowned. The loss seemed to have affected her more than I expected. He thought calmly, approaching her. Are you angry? Cedo questioned. Confused, Yuna tilted her head. Why would I be? So, she's not mad, Cedo concluded. Yet, frustration crept in as he recalled the pained look on her face. We defeated you unfairly. At this moment, you have more than enough reason to despise us. Yuna silently stared at him, and Cedo waited with clenched fists. Eventually, she chuckled slightly. It's part of the rules. Cedo, I see. Kaiba. Yuna called his name. Why? Pick Yugi? Why? Cedo mumbled, the memory of Yuna's earlier expression flashing in his mind. His god card. I will take it from him. The 2 locked eyes in silence, unsure of the next words. I need to go, Yuna abruptly explained with an apologetic tone. Is something wrong? Cedo blurted out the question that was stuck in his head. I'm all right. Yuna grinned, and not waiting for his response, she walked away with a much faster pace than before. Watching her shrinking back, Cedo visibly scowled. The stiff smile, the shallow breathing, and the constant fidgeting, all these subtle expressions did not escape Cedo's watchful gaze. What are you hiding from me? He muttered in a dull tone. You're clearly not all right. Wishing to get an answer out of Yuna, Cedo moved. However, just at this moment, Roland's loud voice echoed across the entire tower. Cedo Kaiba and Yugioh, please rendezvous at the dueling field. The match will start in 5 minutes. TSK. Cedo clicked his teeth, and a conflicting emotion surged through him. Eventually, his desire to battle won, and he began marching back onto the field. However, as Cedo walked, he found himself unable to focus, as all he could think of was the pain in Yuna's clear blue eyes. Meanwhile, Yuna briskly barged past everyone, keeping her face under control. Without hesitation, she rushed to the bathroom. Yuna felt her knees buckling and frantically grasped the edge of the sink. Cough, cough. With each cough, the pain in her throat increased, and it felt like someone was stabbing her lungs with a knife. Finally, Yuna vomited, and a mouthful of blood stained the ceramic sink. Damn, God sure do hurt like hell, she grumbled painfully. Glancing at the thick red liquid, she frowned with disdain, anxiety creeping in about her impending expiration. Emotions ranging from fear to acceptance flickered on her face. Finally, self-deprecating laughter left her lips. Aki. Suddenly, Yuna's ears perked up. There was only one person who would call her this name. She gazed into the mirror, particularly at the ghostly reflection of a woman with white hair. The woman bit her lips with worry. Are you okay? I can already feel the pain subsiding, Yuna reassured. Thank goodness. The woman patted her chest with relief, but that brief emotion soon vanished, and what replaced it was a deep sense of concern. It was fortunate that your monsters have absorbed both attacks, if it is yourself directly. Aki. No, Yuna. She called once again. Maybe that girl was right. You should forfeit this upcoming battle. You too? Yuna exclaimed while wiping the side of her mouth with a napkin. You know I couldn't do that. Besides, that's too big a fish that I would let it off the hook that easily. She joked. Foo, foo, foo. The woman giggled. That's so you? Nonetheless, please be careful. Ra is the strongest god out of Obelisk and Slifer. If you have taken damage from someone of that caliber, she couldn't finish. Eventually, the woman sighed. Well, even if you did, we will make sure that you at least won't drop dead on the spot. It will hurt a lot, though. Well, there's never such thing as free stuff, Yuna said, and the woman smiled wryly. All right, I will be careful. Good luck. She muttered and vanished from the mirror. Alone, Yuna slumped her stiff shoulders and sighed. Thanks. I will definitely need it, she mumbled to no one in particular. Cedo Kaiba and Yugi Mutu, please rendezvous at the dueling arena. The match will start in 5 minutes. Yuna heard Roland's faint voice, signaling for the first semi-final duel of this tournament. She thought about the two people who would be fighting against each other in the position of the finals. Deep down, she had already expected who would stand victorious in this duel, but strangely, Yuna sincerely hoped Cedo would win. Should I have given him a card beforehand? Yuna mumbled before sighing. It's too late now. He probably would say something like wanting to win using his strength anyway. She giggled and imagined the typical Cedo response. After a few more minutes to catch her breath, Yuna swiftly returned and moved to the spectator area. When she arrived, Cedo and Yugi were already facing each other with their dual discs ready. Big sister, you're back. Makuba waved excitedly. Where did you go? Subconsciously, Yuna wiped her lips with her sleeve. Toilet. She answered, and Makuba nodded in understanding. Although what she said was not a lie, if Yuna told him what she was doing there, that would have been an entirely different story. So, who do you think will win? Makuba asked with anticipation. Not wanting to ruin his mood, Yuna smiled wryly and shrugged her shoulders. Don't know. Let's watch. He nodded, and she patted his head instinctively. Yuna's eyes were focused on Cedo's stern expression. Good luck, Kaiba, she muttered. On the field, Cedo glared at his opponent before him. I expected you to choose Sano as your opponent. Yugi spoke up. What happened? Unfortunately for you, I changed my mind, Cedo retorted. Don't get too cocky, Kaiba, Yugi said with a frown. Let's begin. Gladly. Cedo snarled. Duel. X2. Yugi Mutu. 4,000 LP. Cedo Kaiba. 4,000 LP. I will go first. Yugi shouted. I will summon Queen's Knight in defense position. Then I will set a card and end my turn. Queen's Knight. 1,500 attack. 1,600 defense. As the female warrior donning a bright red armor appeared, Cedo instinctively scowled as he remembered what Yugi had used the monster for. My turn. First I will activate Spell Sanctuary. We can both add a spell card from our decks to our hand, and during each of our turns, we can start our spells at any moment as long as it's set beforehand. Cedo then proceeded to add his soul exchange, and watched as Yami Yugi added a spell from his deck to his hand. Next, I will summon X-Head Cannon, he shouted, summoning a mechanical war machine with a humanoid upper body and a pair of long barrels protruding from its shoulders. X-Head Cannon, 1800 attack, 1500 defense. X-Head Cannon, attack, Queen's Knight. The monster dug its arms into the ground as the cannons on its body churned. With a loud, resounding boom, X-Head Cannon fired a massive shell. The missile struck the Queen's Knight directly, generating a gigantic explosion, and the warrior vanished in the flames. I will set one card, and in my turn, Cedo said calmly. I draw. Yami Yugi shouted, swinging his arm and making a wide arc. First, I will play Change of Heart to take control of your X-Head Cannon. Not so fast. Cedo yelled and activated his face-down card. I play Interdimensional Matter Transporter and banish my X-Head Cannon. Thus, your Change of Heart will be useless. Very well, Yami Yugi nodded. I will summon Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, and attack your life points directly. Alpha the Magnet Warrior, 1400 attack, 1700 defense. Appearing in Yami Yugi's field was a robotic soldier consisting of magnets. In its hand was a sword and shield as the monster charged, swinging its weapon at Cedo. Cedo Kaiba, 4000 LP-2600 LP. I will end my turn here. Then, during the end phase of this turn, my X-Head Cannon will return to the field from the Interdimensional Matter Transporter's effect, Cedo explained. Now it's my turn, I will draw. X-Head Cannon, 1800 attack, 1500 defense. I need to summon Obelisk the Tormentor as soon as possible, Cedo thought while staring at the god card resting in his hand. If it were a battle between two gods, the one that summoned their Egyptian god first would undoubtedly gain the advantage. However, his thoughtful expression hadn't go unseen, and Yami Yugi activated his card as his instincts told him so. I will activate my face-down spell card, Light Force Sword, Yami Yugi yelled. This card allows me to randomly choose a card in your hand and banish it, and return it to you on the fourth standby phase after this card has been activated. Cedo frowned as he inserted his hand into the dual disc, and Yami Yugi pressed a button on his device. Instantly, in response to the button press, one of the slots on Cedo's dual disc lights up, revealing the card that has been chosen. Cedo scowled in frustration as he dumped the card he least wanted to get chosen in a banished compartment of the dual disc. You have only delayed the inevitable. First, I will play Lullaby of Obedience, he shouted. By paying 1,000 of my life points, I will be able to declare a card name of a monster that's level 8 or higher. If that monster is in your deck, I can add it to my hand. I will choose your Slifer, the Sky Dragon, Cedo Kaiba, 2600 LP-1600 LP. Yami Yugi glanced at his hand and grunted. Slowly, they walked towards each other as he looked into the deck and retrieved Slifer's the Sky Dragon before handing the card to Kaiba. Returning to where he previously stood, Cedo stared at the Egyptian god card with content. Next, I will summon Y-Dragon Head in attack position. Y-Dragon Head, 1800 attack, 1500 defense. Beside X-Head Cannon was a red wyvern built from machinery. The dragon soared through the air and emitted a mechanical roar. Now, I can activate Y-Dragon Head's effect and equip itself to X-Head Cannon, giving the monster an extra 400 attacks and defense. X-Head Cannon, 1800-2200 attack, 1500-1900 defense. X-Head Cannon, attack Alpha, the Magnet Soldier, Kaiba ordered as the automated cannons unleashed a second barrage, this time more fierce and deadly. Yugi Mudo, 4000 LP-3200 LP. I will activate my trap card, Soul Rope, when one of my monsters is destroyed. I can pay 1,000 life points and special summon a level 4 or lower monster from my deck or hand. Yami Yugi explained. I will special summon Big Shield Gardna in defense position. Yugi Muda 3200 LP-2200 LP. Big Shield Gardna, 100 attack, 2600 defense. Fine, Cedo growled. I will set a card. My move. Yami Yugi said, I will play Exchange. This card allows us to take a card from each of our hands. Cedo's face scrunched up into a scowl as the two duelists once again walked towards each other. Now, Yugi quickly picked up Slifer the Sky Dragon and returned the stolen card to his hand. With no choice, Cedo glimpsed at Yugi's cards and chose the Life Shaver Trap. Then, I will set a monster face down and end my turn, Yugi declared with satisfaction in his voice, regaining his Egyptian god card. 3 more turns until Obelisk the Tormentor returns to me. Cedo gritted his teeth. My turn. I will play Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards from my deck. I will normal summon Z-Metal Tank. Z-Metal Tank. 1500 attack, 1300 defense. Then, I will activate Y-Dragon Head's effect and unequip itself from X-Head Cannon. Y-Dragon Head, 1800 attack, 1500 defense. Finally, by banishing X-Head Cannon, Y-Dragon Head and Z-Metal Tank to special summon XYZ Dragon Cannon. The 3 machine monsters churned as they began merging, with X-Head Cannon on the top, Y-Dragon Head in the middle, and Z-Metal Tank at the bottom, creating a massive killing machine. XYZ Dragon Cannon, 2800 attack, 2600 defense. I will activate XYZ Dragon Cannon's effect to discard 1 card, and then I can destroy your big shield Gardna. The weapons attached to XYZ Dragon Cannon's body fired simultaneously, generating a massive shockwave. The projectile struck into Gardna's shield, and the man was blown away. Next, I will play Quick Attack, allowing XYZ Dragon Cannon to attack this turn. Cedo pointed at Yugi's set monster. XYZ Dragon Cannon attack. BOM. Yugi instinctively raised his arms as the clouds of dust flew towards him. When the smoke settled, he glared at the monster and grimaced. I will end my turn. Cedo smirked. He believed that if he could keep up with the pressure and make sure that Yugi wouldn't have the chance to summon his own god before Obelisk the Tormentor returned, he could win. My move. I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards from my deck. Then I will set 2 cards and a monster. Then I will end my turn. It looks like you're running out of options. Cedo grinned. I will activate XYZ Dragon Cannon's effect again to destroy that set monster. And then, I will attack you directly. Not so fast. Yugi yelled. I will play my trap card, Eternal Soul, and use its first effect to summon Dark Magician from my hand. Dark Magician. 2500 attack, 2100 defense. Before that, I will also activate my trap card. Cedo yelled. I play Cloning Anime. When a monster is summoned onto the field, I can duplicate that monster and special summon it to my field. Suddenly, a mirror appeared right before Dark Magician. To the mage's shock, the reflection in the mirror moved in its will and emerged from the glass. Dark Magician, Cedo Kaiba, 2500 attack, 2100 defense. Very well, Kaiba, Yugi muttered. Then, in response to your cloning, I will play my second face-down card, Magic Formula, giving my Dark Magician 500 more attacks. Dark Magician, Yugi, 2500-3000 attack, 2100 defense. Cedo clicked his teeth in annoyance and canceled the attack of his XYZ Dragon Cannon. I end my turn. It's my go. Yugi yelled while gritting his teeth. I will activate Eternal Soul's second effect and add 1000 knives from my hand. Next, I will play 1000 knives. If I control Dark Magician, I can target 1 monster you control and destroy it, and I target the XYZ Dragon Cannon. Waving his staff, Dark Magician summoned thousands of knives, and instantly, the sharp weapons hurled themselves towards XYZ Dragon Cannon. With the sound of blades piercing metal, XYZ Dragon Cannon was riddled with wounds, and the machinery exploded. Now, I will play Card of Sanctity, so we both draw until we have 6 cards. Then I will also activate Polymerization, fusing Gazelle, the king of mythical beasts, and Baphomet in my hand to summon Chimera, the flying mythical beast. Roar! A loud cry was heard in the distance, and a beast covered in fur galloping from out of nowhere. The creature leapt onto the field and howled, displaying the 2 massive white wings on its back, and its 2 heads snarled simultaneously. Chimera, the flying mythical beast. 2,100 attack, 1,800 defense. Finally, Dark Magician attacked the clone. The mage nodded and unleashed an array of magic at Cedo's Dark Magician. Cedo Kaiba, 1,600 LP-1,100 LP. I will end my turn. Although Yugi could defeat Cedo that turn, he wasn't sure due to the number of traps his opponent had set, and he deemed that summoning the fusion monster was the correct move as it could be used for 2 tributes, and he could summon Slifer next turn. I draw, Cedo exclaimed. I will play double summon and summon Kaiser Seahorse. Then I will use Kaiser Seahorse's effect to use itself as 2 tributes to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Instantly, Yami Yugi and Cedo heard a piercing cry. They turned their heads towards the tallest point of the tower, where a large dragon with white scales stood. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Chimera, the flying mythical beast. The pure white dragon soared into the sky. It opened its mouth and unleashed a blazing beam that vaporized the monster. Yugi Mudo, 2,200 LP-1,300 LP. I will set one last card and end my turn, Cedo said unfazed. My turn. I will play Monster Reborn. Yami Yugi sprang into action. With this spell, I will revive Queen's Knight in defense position. Queen's Knight, 1,500 attack, 1,600 defense. Then, I summon King's Knight in defense position. King's Knight, 1,600 attack, 1,400 defense. Finally, with King's Knight's effect, I can summon Jack's Knight from my deck. Jack's Knight, 1,900 attack, 1,000 defense. Now, Dark Magician, attack Blue Eyes White Dragon. Following Yugi's orders, the Dark Magician charged fearlessly, ready to sacrifice himself to destroy the dragon. I will play Command Silencer. Cedo finally activates one of the set traps. When one of your monsters declares an attack, I will be able to end the battle phase, and I get to draw a card. Before Dark Magician reached Blue Eyes White Dragon, he leapt backward and landed beside Yami Yugi. The resolve to sacrifice himself was absent from his face. Then it's your turn, Kaiba, he said. It will only be one more turn until Obelisk returns to your hand. Yami Yugi smiled. But also, in your main phase, I will activate my Wabaku. Now my monsters won't be able to be destroyed by battle, nor can they be destroyed. Cedo clenched his fists and soon realized the summoning of the God card was unavoidable. To stand a chance, he must set up a solid defense so he can survive the next turn. I will change Blue Eyes White Dragon to a defense position, and then I will set a monster face down. Next, I will use the card of Demise to draw until I have 5 cards, but I must discard my entire hand on my 5th standby phase. I will set 2 cards face down, and end my turn. Very well. Yami Yugi shouted as the tension in the duel increased dramatically, and Cedo frowned, knowing what was about to come. I will tribute my Queen's Knight, King's Knight, and Jack's Knight to summon Slifer the Sky Dragon. With a familiar roar, Cedo raised his head and glared at the sky. As the lightning flashed, the figure of a red flying serpent appeared, gliding above Yami Yugi. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Attack. Defense. Yami Yugi. Since I have 3 cards in my hand, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain 3,000 attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon. Dash 3,000 attack. Dash 3,000 defense. Dark Magician and Slifer the Sky Dragon. Attack. The 2 monsters pounced, both destroying the 2 remaining monsters on Cedo's field. I will activate 2 of my trap cards. First, I play Magical Trick Mirror. When one of your monsters declares an attack, I will be able to play a spell in your graveyard. I will target you, Monster Reborn. Activating one of Yami Yugi's spells, Cedo used Monster Reborn to revive the XYZ Dragon Cannon that was destroyed earlier in the duel. XYZ Dragon Cannon. 2,800 attack, 2,600 defense. The second trap is Life Shaver. During your end phase, I'm able to place 1 counter on this card. During the main or battle phase, I can send Life Shaver to the graveyard, and you must discard cards equal to the number of counters on this card. Understood. Yami Yugi nodded. I will set a card and end my turn. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 3000-2000 attack, 3000-2000 defense. Life shaver counter, 0-1. Cedo nodded solemnly, and his attention was caught by the slight beeping of his dual disc. As anticipated, the moment that Cedo was waiting for arrived as Obelisk the Tormentor was automatically ejected out of his dual disc. Grabbing the card in midair, his smile widened. I have to commend you for making it this far, but it will soon be over. Now, using my XYZ Dragon Cannon as 3 tributes, I will summon my Egyptian god, Obelisk the Tormentor. Boom! Responding to his cry, a colossal thunderbolt struck the ground behind him. To everyone's awe, the lightning hit the ground once more, and there stood a massive blue humanoid with a sleek and muscular body and a head crowned with 2 curved horns. Obelisk the Tormentor, 4000 attack, 4000 defense. Now the battle. Cedo smirked and glimpsed at his Obelisk, the Tormentor, on the field. Now, the real battle will begin. Upon summoning your Egyptian god, you have triggered Slifer the Sky Dragon's second effect, and now Obelisk the Tormentor will lose 2000 attacks this turn. Obelisk the Tormentor, 4000-2000 attack, 4000-2000 defense. Then I will end my turn, and Obelisk the Tormentor's attacks will return to normal. Cedo spoke begrudgingly. Obelisk the Tormentor, 2000-4000 attack, 2000-4000 defense. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 2000-3000 attack, 2000-3000 defense. My move, I will activate my set card, Pot of Greed, and draw 2 cards from my deck. Yami Yugi explained. With this, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain an additional 2000 attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3000-5000 attack, 3000-5000 defense. Now, Slifer the Sky Dragon, defeat Obelisk the Tormentor. Yami Yugi yelled, and the god eagerly charged towards his opponent. I won't allow this. Cedo bellowed. I activate negate attack to stop your Egyptian card and immediately end the battle phase. Before Slifer the Sky Dragon reached Obelisk, the dragon faltered and retreated to Yami Yugi's side. Staring at the trap card that Cedo had just activated, Yami Yugi chuckled with a wry smile. Negate attack? That card felt familiar, he commented. Cedo smirked. I can say the same for your Wabko. Simultaneously, the 2 duelists chuckled at the thought of a certain girl who gave them the idea of using these cards. I heard she gave you a card in the past. Cedo commented. That's right. Yami Yugi smiled and glanced at the activated Eternal Soul. It's so useful that I can't believe I have never known of it. Yes, Cedo closed his eyes and thought about the girl in question. With every battle, Yuna would never use the same cards, and every time, there would be new cards he had never heard of. It was like she was a being that evolved and adapted after every fight. This forces Cedo to always be on his toes, or else he will be overwhelmed. However, despite this setback, in Cedo's opinion, it was what made dueling her so enjoyable. That's why I must win. He clenched his fist. I will duel you again, no matter what. Enough small talk. Let's continue, Cedo ordered. And the fight resumed as the moment's relaxing atmosphere was consumed by the pressure emitting from the 2 men standing across from each other. Since the battle phase has ended, I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 5000-3000 attack, 5000-3000 defense. Life Shaver Counter, 1-2. Draw, Cedo shouted, and Yami Yugi immediately activated his set cards. During your main phase, I will play Card Destruction. Both of us discard our entire hands and draw the same number of cards. Following that, I will also activate Disgraceful Charity, Anime, to add the cards we discarded this turn back into our hands. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3000-6000 attack, 3000-6000 defense. Cedo, it's useless. I will play Thirst for Compensation, Anime. I can activate this card only when you add a cards to your hand by a card effect, and I can special summon 2 level 4 monsters from my hand. Cedo explained and showed Yami Yugi 2 cards in his hand. I will summon Blade Knight and Sword of Soul. Blade Knight, 1600 attack, 1000 defense. Sword of Soul, 0 attack, 1900 defense. When Sword of Soul and Blade Knight are summoned, Slifer the Sky Dragon will destroy these two monsters because their attack is lower than 2000. Yugioh yelled. That won't be happening. Cedo shouted. I will play Card Guard Anime to discard one card, and my monsters can't be destroyed by card effects this turn. TSK. Yugioh clicked his teeth. With these two monsters, I will activate the effect of Obelisk the Tormentor, tributing these two monsters and destroying all monsters you control. Then I will be able to inflict 4,000 damage to your life points directly. Obelisk the Tormentor smashed his fist onto the field. Slifer the Sky Dragon was able to dodge the attack, but Dark Magician wasn't so fortunate. But to Cedo's shock, Yugioh's Eternal Soul reacted and generated a wide blue barrier to protect the mage. While Eternal Soul is on the field, any card with the name Dark Magician is unaffected by my opponent's effect. There's an ability like that as well. Cedo mumbled. Well, no matter, 4,000 damage will still be inflicted on you. It's over, Yugioh. Unfortunately, it's not. Yugioh countered. I will reveal Kuriboh in my hand, reducing the damage being inflicted on me to 0. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 6,000-5,000 attack. 6,000-5,000 defense. Tisk. Cedo clicked his teeth. Since I have activated Obelisk the Tormentor's effect, I can no longer attack, so I will set a card and end my turn. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 5,000-6,000 attack. 5,000-6,000 defense. I will immediately enter my battle phase. Slifer the Sky Dragon attack. Not so fast. I will activate my set card, Power Balance. Once I have no cards in my hand, you must discard half of your entire hand, and I can draw cards equal to the amount of cards you discarded. Definitely anime. With reluctance, Yugioh dumped 3 cards into the graveyard, significantly weakening his Egyptian god. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 6,000-3,000 attack. 6,000-3,000 defense. Fortunately, the cards I discarded included my electromagnetic turtle, and its effect was activated during the battle phase. If this card was sent to the graveyard, I can immediately end the battle phase. Yugioh shouted, tension oozing from his voice. I set 2 cards, changed Dark Magician to defense position, and ended my turn. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 3,000-1,000 attack. 3,000-1,000 defense. Life Shaver counter. 2-3. Now it's my chance. Cedo's eyes gleamed. Obelisk the Tormentor, obliterate. I won't let you do as you wish. Yugioh frowned. I will play my set card, Magical Hats. This card allows me to discard my entire hand and draw a card. If it's a spell, I can play it immediately. Heart of the Cards, guide me. He exclaimed and anxiously drew a card. Staring at the spell card in his hand, Yugioh's eyes widened. I will play Card of Sanctity, and both of us will draw until we have 6 cards. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 1,000-6,000 attack. 1,000-6,000 defense. You think that will stop me? Cedo exclaimed. I will activate Life Shaver's effect by sending the trap to the graveyard. You must discard cards equal to the number of counters that are currently on the card. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 6,000-3,000 attack. 6,000-3,000 defense. Boom! Obelisk, the Tormentor's fist, slammed into Slifer's body, and the dragon was knocked to the ground. Before it could recover, Obelisk brought down his second fist, this time fatally wounding the Egyptian god. Yugioh. 1,300 LP-300 LP. It's the end! Cedo shouted with delight. Your god is dead, while mine remain. Next, I will also summon Lord of D in defense position. Lord of D, 1,200 attack, 1,100 defense. Then I will play the Flute of Summoning Dragons, and we can both special summon up to 2 dragon monsters from our hand. I will summon 2 of my Blue Eyes White Dragons. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3,000 attack. 2,500 defense. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3,000 attack. 2,500 defense. Then I will summon Red Eyes Black Dragon in defense position. Red Eyes Black Dragon. 2400 attack, 2100 defense. Cedo stared at his three new monsters, and the smile on his face widened. With this, it's more than enough to activate Obelisk's effect once more and entirely end the duel. I will activate Obelisk the Tormentor's effect to tribute my Lord of D and Blue Eyes White Dragon to destroy your Red Eyes Black Dragon, and deal 4,000 damage to you directly. In response to that, I will play Monster Reincarnation to add one monster card back to my hand. Yugioh shouted, "The card I added is my Kuriboh. Then I will be able to discard Kuriboh, and the damage I would receive from Obelisk the Tormentor will be 0-1. Although Red Eyes Black Dragon was destroyed, Yugioh was thankfully able to survive. However, Cedo knew that his opponent was running out of miracles. Fine, I will play Dragon's Mirror, banishing the Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field, and the two Blue Eyes White Dragons from the graveyard to fusion summon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Goo! A loud howl could be heard as a wide, flat mirror magically appeared on Cedo's field. Gradually, a prominent figure slowly emerged, spreading its wings. The monster's three separate heads roared in unison and created an intimidating sound. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. 4500 attack, 3800 defense. Now, I activate Quick Attack, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, destroy Dark Magician. The three heads opened their mouth and fired a white beam that destroyed everything in its path. Dark Magician hurriedly raised its arms, but unfortunately perished in the blast. I will set a card and end my turn here, he said, trying to keep calm. On my next turn, I will discard my entire hand due to the effect of Card of Demise. But since there were no cards in Cedo's hand, it was never really a significant loss. There must be something I can do. Yugioh bit his lips. This next turn may very well decide the outcome of this duel. Draw! He yelled louder than usual as the Millennium Puzzle by his chest glowed. In the corner of his vision, Yugioh glanced at the new card in his right hand as a revelation struck him. This was just the exact thing he needed. First, I will use Eternal Soul's effect to revive Dark Magician from the graveyard. Dark Magician, 2500 attack, 2100 defense. Next, I will play Double Spell. Yugioh's clear voice swept through the field. I can select any number of spell cards you activated this and last turn and activate their effects as if they were mine. What? Cedo exclaimed. Ignoring his cry, Yugioh continued. I will play my set card, Polymerization, fusing Dark Magician and Buster Blader to summon Dark Paladin. Dark Magician suddenly spread his arms, summoning a set of majestic black armor. The armor wrapped around his already existing robe, and a commanding presence swept through the field. The staff in his hand had now transformed into a beautiful sword that shined brilliantly under the sun. Dark Paladin, 2900 attack, 2400 defense. With Dark Paladin's effect, he will gain 500 attacks for each dragon monster on the field or in the graveyard. Dark Paladin, 2900-3900 attack, 2400 defense. Now, with Double Spell, I will also activate Quick Attack, allowing Dark Paladin to attack this turn. Boldly, the mage, now warrior, charged and leapt into the air. Obelisk the Tormentor lashed out with his fists, and Dark Paladin brandished his blade, ready to confront the god. You fool! Dark Paladin is still weaker than my Egyptian god. Cedo couldn't help but shout. That may be true, but I will also activate the spell, Diffusion, splitting your Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. In midair, Dark Paladin pointed his weapon at the dragon beside Obelisk. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's body radiated a bright white hue, shrinking and separating into three figures. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack, 2500 defense, 2. Thus, Dark Paladin's attack will increase. Dark Paladin, 3900-4900 attack, 2400 defense. Now, Dark Paladin is stronger than your god. I won't allow this, Cedo bellowed. I play Energy Dragon to reduce your Dark Paladin's attack to 0 and draw 1 card. IME. Dark Paladin. 5400-0 attack, 2400 defense. It's over, Cedo yelled eagerly, but Yami Yugi's smile instantly made a crack on his smirking face. Yes, for you, he said. I will activate Dark Paladin's effect. I can discard a card and negate one of your spell cards. I will negate your energy drain. Dark Paladin. 0-5400 attack, 2400 defense. Cedo couldn't believe his eyes as the two entities came in contact. Dark Paladin's sword easily sliced through Obelisk's massive fists. The mage sprinted along the Egyptian god's arm, and with a heavy swing, Dark Paladin decapitated Obelisk, the tormentor's head. Cedo stared at the scene as his surroundings had gone silent. As if in slow motion, his pupils tracked Obelisk's head, which was falling to the floor. I lost. The realization has finally dawned on him, and he subconsciously turns his head, locking eyes on the girl he wanted to defeat the most. Kaiba. Cedo saw her mouthing the word, and a disgusting feeling welled up from his chest. Averting his gaze, Cedo glared at the floor as he could not meet her eyes, and he finally understood what the emotion was. It was the feeling of unbearable shame. Cedo Kaiba. 1100 LP-0 LP. Yuna's POV. So, Big Brother lost in the end, Makuba muttered. He was so close as well. Nodding to Makuba's words, I observed Kaiba with a frown. Currently, he was still standing on the field in a daze, seemingly in disbelief at what had just happened. What finally snapped him back to reality was the sound of his dual disc shutting off and Yami Yugi's footsteps approaching him. It was a good battle, Kaiba, Yami Yugi said with respect. Gazing at Yugi, he quietly reached for Obelisk, the tormentor still resting on his dual disc, and dropped the card onto the floor. Unable to utter a single word, he left the field. Cedo, Makuba ran up to his brother. However, as if lost in his world, Kaiba gently brushed past Makuba's shoulders and swiftly entered the elevator. Big brother, wait, he yelled, but it was too late as the elevator door shut right in front of him. Staring at the elevator in shock, we both couldn't comprehend what just happened and were unsure how to act. Big sister, he turned to me, at a loss. My face also slightly stiffened at this dilemma. For my entire time watching the show, Cedo Kaiba has never behaved this way. Will, talk to him, I said, deciding to sacrifice myself for the greater good. Makuba nodded, seemingly reassured. Okay, I will talk to Roland so the time before your match can be extended. I waited patiently as Makuba approached the referee, and after I was given the thumbs up, I hurriedly chased after Kaiba and went down the elevator. 5 minutes later, huff, huff, where is he? I groaned with exhaustion while running around the island. Sensing a vibration in my pocket, I quickly answered the call and was relieved to hear Makuba's voice from the other side. Big sister, one of the workers told me that brother was last seen entering the airship. I stopped and lowered my arm before collapsing onto my knees in frustration. That's all the way on the opposite side of the island. Holding back my tears, I shakily stood up and began jogging back towards the direction of the airship. Screw talking to him. How about I gave him a piece of my mind? 15 minutes later, after walking for who knows how long, I finally arrived back at the airship. Upon entering, I was immediately greeted by Noah, who had a face as if he had just eaten dog poop. Hey, you're looking for that guy, right? He spoke with a scowl. Seeing me nod, he sighed tiredly. Well, he's in his room. Whatever happened up there must have driven him insane. I tried to talk some sense into him, but he destroyed the television like a rabid animal. It was so unprofessional. Thanking Noah, I hightailed towards Kaiba's room, and in the hallway, I could hear the sound of things being knocked over and items crashing against each other. Nervously, I knocked on the door. Kaiba, F***CK, off. A voice croaked from inside the room, and I instinctively frowned. Hesitantly, I turned the doorknob, and the door swung open as the corridor light shone into the darkness, revealing the chaos inside. Curtains covering the windows were torn to shred. A desk was thrown across the room. The mirror in the bathroom was shattered, and the entire bed was flipped over. If you told me that this was the room of what happens after a drug deal goes wrong, I would have 100% believed you, no questions asked, but the room of a young billionaire. Turning my head, I glanced at the perpetrator of this mess, sitting against the wall with his head lowered. Slowly raising his head, Kaiba glared at me with rage. "I told you to leave." "Kaiba," I muttered worriedly. I carefully pushed away the shards of glass and sat down beside him. It was very dark, and I wanted to turn on the light, but it would probably annoy Kaiba even more. How should I comfort him? I pondered. This is Kaiba we're talking about after all. Realizing that my 10 tricks to please Makuba/Serenity wouldn't work, I quietly sat beside him and hoped that he would calm down enough for us to talk. As I counted the 204th sheep in my head, Kaiba finally opened his mouth. "Am I weak?" he asked, his gaze pleading for me to make a response. "What makes you say that?" I uttered in surprise. Kaiba clicked his teeth with pure frustration. For so long, I imagined myself to be the strongest, someone who's undefeatable. But that day, the duel with you was a wake-up call. "You're welcome," I blurted out, and he chuckled wistfully. After that, I slowly began to realize the limit of my capabilities. He continued, "Because of that, I have accepted you as another mountain I have to conquer." "And you did?" I commented. "I lost." "Yet for me, that is not a victory," Kaiba growled and clenched his fist. I shrugged, unable to refute. If that's what Kaiba think, then it's not my right to judge. I trained without rest, gradually gathering strength so I could match your level. Kaiba spoke with a hint of pride. Just when I believed that I had caught up, he bested me. His face contorted into anger as he picked up a part of the broken desk and hurled it across the room. Burying his face into his knees, I couldn't see Kaiba's expression. However, I could tell that he was really disappointed in himself. Sitting in silence, I observed him and contemplated what I should say. "Not weak." I spoke up after some time. "You're strong?" Kaiba scoffed as if he couldn't believe what I just said. "Stop messing with me." "You are?" I insisted, and Kaiba grumbled. Despite how much I praised him, Kaiba's mood seemed to become grumpier and grumpier. Eventually, I gave up and decided on a new approach, one that would surely get some reaction. "Give up?" I asked, and Kaiba's eyes widened. "What are you sprouting this time?" He growled, obviously agitated. "You lost to Yugioh." I pointed out. "Are you giving up?" "Who do you think I am?" Kaiba suddenly jumped to his feet. Following him, I also stood up and held my ground as he glared at me. "Then tell me." I pressed on. "You." Kaiba snarled, enraged. He stepped forward, and I subconsciously placed my back against the wall. "Do you think all my hard work and all the time I spend is just a joke?" "No." I denied it and shook my head fervently. "Then, Kaiba," I spoke as sternly as possible, "I always believed you won't give up." As a fan of the show, it was already well known that Cedo Kaiba was someone who didn't know how to quit. Even when Adam returns to the afterlife, Kaiba creates technology to bring himself there and duel him. "What makes you think that you know everything about me?" He growled. I just do," I answered vaguely. Immediately, I became embarrassed by how cringe that sounded, and I felt my face heating up. As Kaiba tried to gauge my thoughts, I hurriedly avoided his gaze while nervously thinking that he may think of me as a stalker. Kaiba clicked his teeth and leaned his head towards me. "Why aren't you looking at me?" What kind of question was that? My face subconsciously stiffened. "Haven't you learned a thing about personal space?" "Look at me," he ordered, his tone heavier than before. We were so close that I could hear his breathing, and I felt my brain about to explode. Taking a loud, audible gulp, I nervously turned my head. In silence, we stared at each other, both unable to form words. I made an awkward sound and rubbed my shoulder as I became more and more anxious with each passing second. Kaiba." However, he was seemingly stuck in a trance, and my body squirmed uncomfortably. With my back against the wall, there was no way I could escape. What in the world is this romance drama development here? I screamed internally. And why do they have to make Kaiba this handsome? Kaiba! Unable to handle it anymore, I finally snapped. I weakly pushed him away, and he stared at me in shock. Almost instantly, an awkward silence hung over us. Two beautifuls? I smiled stiffly and joked to lighten the mood. Kaiba, please respond with your usual snarky comment. I begged. You're making it sound like you're actually into me here. Suddenly, I froze, and a faint blush appeared on my cheeks. Hold on. What if he actually likes me? Just thinking about it made me feel embarrassed. Ahem. We suddenly heard Noah's voice projecting from one of the speakers at the end of the hallway. If you two are done in there, that guy with the glasses looked a bit annoyed and kept asking when you're ready for the next duel. Taking Noah's words as a sense of salvation, I ducked under Kaiba's arm and quickly moved to the door. Remembering Kaiba, I swiftly turned around and mustered a slight smile. You're strong. Don't give up. Yeah, Kaiba stammered. Oh. I suddenly clapped and stared at him playfully. Kaiba, 3 favors, remember? Watching him nod slowly, I felt my grin widen with relief. Will, use one now. Third POV. Without looking back, Yuna ran out of the room. Cedo stared at the open door quietly and sighed at the chaotic emotions coursing through his mind. Stepping out of the room, Cedo turned to the maids patiently waiting in the hallways. Clean up the mess. Right away, Master Kaiba. The maid in front bowed courteously as they silently ushered in. Master Kaiba, suddenly one of the maids called out to him and approached the door. In her hand was a single duel monster card. We found this on the floor. Have you lost it? Grabbing the card, Cedo turned to the front image and subconsciously gasped. This? He stared at the card with a complicated gaze. Yes, it's mine. Managing his astonishment, he answered, and the maid bowed before returning to her duties. Cedo sighed as he couldn't control the smile forming on his face. Turning his head towards the mirror in the corridor, he touched his face with wonder. For the first time after a while, he genuinely smiled. Yami Marik's devilish smirk curled at the edges, and he observed the girl standing calmly before him. So, it has come down to this moment, he remarked with a sinister satisfaction. His laughter caught Yuna off guard. In all honesty, you've always been the one who interests me the most, he admitted, Yami Marik's tone laced with amusement. I have to thank you for allowing me to satisfy my curiosity. Well, that's enough from me. Let's not drag this out, shall we? Yami Marik's grin widened until the corners of his lips reached the tips of his ears. Suddenly, darkness consumed the field, creating a large black dome that completely blocked Yuna and Yami Marik from the outside world. Big Sister, Makuba and Serenity screamed in shock at the supernatural event. They pounded against the barrier, but to their horror, no matter how much they exerted their strength, the two couldn't enter, as if there was an impenetrable wall before them. Roland, do something! Makuba yelled at the referee, but even he seemed flustered and unsure whether to cancel the duel. At this moment, the elevator door opened, revealing Cedo, and his eyes slightly widened at the absurd scene. Brother! Makuba cried. Big Sister is trapped in there? Stunned, Cedo approached the barrier, placing his hand on the surface and feeling the force fighting against him. Frowning, Cedo pushed, and his limb slowly sank into the darkness. BZZZT. Brother! Makuba yelled in surprise as Cedo was suddenly sent flying backward with an electric shock. Hitting the floor, Cedo groaned in pain and glared at the barrier with anger. What should we do? Makuba asked in tears. Cedo gritted his teeth and stood up. Let the battle continue. What? Makuba exclaimed. There's no way we can resume the duel. Cedo closed his eyes, recalling an earlier moment when he reluctantly accepted one of Yuna's requests. Kaiba, no matter what, don't pause the duel. Yuna's words still lingered in his mind. Although he was confused, Cedo now understood why she had insisted on something like this. Trust her, he eventually said and announced loudly to everyone around him. We shall continue. Meanwhile, Yuna stared at the darkness surrounding her with a frown and glanced at Yami Marik, who observed her with an unsettling smile. Even a fool doesn't have to tell you that this duel is not so simple, he remarked. After all, it wouldn't be fun without some new additional rules. In fact, Yami Marik paused. Wouldn't it be more special if you find out about these new gimmicks yourself? It's best if I won't spoil the fun. You maniac! Yuna cursed, and the dark spirit cackled. Let's begin. Duel X2. Yuna Sano, 4000 LP. Marik Ishtar, 4000 LP. Yuna's POV. This was it. Just like against Pegasus, this duel would decide whether I would live or die painfully. Tension coursed through my entire body, and my fingers twitched with anxiety. I will go first. Breaking out of my nervousness, I shouted, First, I will summon Dragon Knight of Creation in attack position. Dragon Knight of Creation. 1800 attack, 600 defense. Upon summoning, the knight drove his sword into the ground and rested his arms on the hilt. He exuded a confident aura, ready to serve me in another battle. Next, I will set 2 cards and end my turn, I announced and watched Yami Marik intently. Smiling, Yami Marik drew a card. I will summon my Gilgarth. Gilgarth. 1800 attack, 1200 defense. In response to your summon, I will activate Dragon Knight of Creation's effect. During my opponent's turn, I can increase his level by 4. I don't see how that's relevant. Yami Marik muttered. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. During your end phase, I will activate my trap card, Proof of Powerlessness. I smirked. If I control a level 7 or higher dragon monster, I can destroy all monsters you control that are below level 4. Dragon Knight of Creation gripped his sword and swung in a wide arc, generating a white slash that cut the demonic monster in half. With the finalization of the end phase, Yami Marik was left with no monsters on his field, which meant it was the best time for me to attack. My turn, I yelled. First, I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards from my deck. Next, I will summon Herald of Creation. Herald of Creation. 1800 attack, 600 defense. Dragon Knight of Creation. Attack Marik's life points directly. I shouted as the warrior raised his sword and charged. Thunk! Suddenly, I heard a strange sound and felt an intense heat forming in my stomach. Glancing down, my jaw noticeably dropped at the scene. The giant sword Dragon Knight of Creation was wielding appeared embedded deep into my abdomen, and immediately, the burning pain made my mind go blank. Dragon Knight of Creation's arms trembled in disbelief, and the knight let go of his weapon. Surprised? Yami Marik laughed. It was all thanks to my card, Spell of Pain. When an attack or card effect would do damage to me, I can inflict the damage on my opponent instead. His laughter echoed across the field. Oh, you may not have heard me. You're still in shock after all. I gritted my teeth as his explanation flowed through one ear and out the other. My head still couldn't register the massive blade piercing through my abdomen. Anger clouded my mind, and I tightly gripped the handle. Understanding my intention, the Herald of Creation and Dragon Knight of Creation nervously extended their arms. Together, we pulled the sword from my body, and I shrieked at the sharp pain. Bloody sprayed the floor, and I clutched my stomach. My pupils quivered in doubt. Am I truly going to die here? Instantly, my body glowed, and miraculously, the flowing wound healed in the blink of an eye. Patting the area where the sword rested previously, I frowned in confusion, and if my clothes weren't torn from the blade, I wouldn't believe that I was never harmed in the first place. Yuna Sano, 4000 LP-2200 LP. This is a dimension that I have created using the power of the Millennium Rod. Yami Marik explained, snapping me out of my daze. It is a place right between the land of mortals and spirits. That means all monsters we have been summoning have become more than just simple projections. No wonder the Herald of Creation and Knight of Creation acted more lifelike than before. I thought with a grim expression. So what? They are spirits that live just like us. And this realm was where we can exist in the same space, and naturally, they could be able to touch us. Yami Marik snickered. That's why the damage felt so real. You're insane. I couldn't help but yell angrily. We're going to die before the duel could even finish. Don't you think I already knew that? Yami Marik retorted. Thus, there's one last rule you should remember. As long as we have life points, All injuries we sustain will be healed at a rapid rate. However, once we ran out, his voice trailed off, hinting that no further explanation was needed. So don't die so quickly, Marik warned maliciously. Not until I'm done playing with. Boom! A fireball struck Marik, and he was sent flying across the field. Be quiet, you madman, I warned as the Herald of Creation lowered her staff. Marik Ishtar. 4000 LP-2000. I will end my turn here, I said, and he stood up, smoke rising from his clothes. Marik chuckled and threw his singed cloak to the ground. Unlike that coward I dueled earlier, you're more tenacious than I thought. My turn. First, I will play card destruction, and the two of us will discard our entire hand before drawing the same number of cards. Next, I will set 2 cards and then activate the trap I set earlier, Left Arm Offering. By discarding my entire hand, I will be able to add a spell card from the deck. I will choose Monster Reborn. Monster Reborn. I mumbled under my breath. No way. Marik laughed and raised his hand into the air. Joey couldn't handle its power, but I wonder, could you? Whoosh! A gold symbol appears on his forehead, and a tremendous amount of pressure gathers towards him. Marik's eyes bulged in excitement, and his words were like thunder. Great beast of the sky, please hear my cry. Transform thyself from the orb of light, and bring me victory in this fight. Envelop the desert with your glow, and cast your rage upon my foe. Unlock your powers from deep within, so that together we may win. Appear in the shadow game as I call out your name, Winged Dragon of RA. Using the effect of Monster Reborn, Marik chanted and pointed the card towards the sky. Suddenly, I felt a searing heat, as if someone had spiked up the temperature to the extreme. Momentarily, I was blinded by a white light, and when my vision cleared, I saw a bright orange sun floating in the space above us. Boom! The sun expanded, constructing into the form of a massive armored dragon covered in gold. Its eyes glowed with fierce intensity, reflecting its immense power. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Then I will pay 1,000 of my life points and activate Ra's ability to allow my god to emerge as the powerful Phoenix mode. Marik declared as the winged dragon of Ra's body erupted into flames. Marik Ishtar. 2200 LP-1200 LP. Winged Dragon of RA. Phoenix mode, 0 attack, 0 defense. Now, all monsters RA battles will be destroyed. Additionally, when special summoned, the Winged Dragon of RA can attack you and all of your monsters. Dragon Knight of Creation and Herald of Creation readied their weapons as the god charged. Before the warrior and mage could react, they were swept by the burning flames and incinerated entirely. Now, Winged Dragon of RA, attack her life points directly. But RA currently have 0 attacks? I blurted out in confusion. Attacking will do nothing. However, Marik merely smirked as the Winged Dragon of RA howled and plummeted from the air. As I watched the flames burn the ground, realization finally dawned upon me, and I frantically pressed the buttons on my dual disc. I will activate my set card, Command Silencer, and I can negate the attack of your Winged Dragon of RA. What? Before the searing fire reached me, Winged Dragon of RA flew back to Marik's side, and I sighed with relief. Glancing at my arms, which were filled with goosebumps, I shivered at the thought of possibly having just escaped death's grasp. Oh! Marik looked genuinely impressed. You're smarter than you look. Just because there's no damage to my life points doesn't mean I won't feel the pain. I muttered, and his smile widened. You're just full of surprises, Marik applauded. I'm attracted to you more and more. No thanks, you're not my type. I snarled and covered my mouth in disgust. Haha, that's fine, he smirked. You might change your mind once I break you a little. Shut up and keep playing. I snapped, repulsed by his words. Very well. Since I have no cards in my hand because of Left Arm Offering, I will end my turn, and Winged Dragon of RA will return to my graveyard. Marik explained as the flaming dragon vanished and the darkness set in once more. My turn, I muttered with a frown. First, I will summon Paladin of Felgrand in defense position and use its effect to equip Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my deck to this card. Paladin of Felgrand, 1700 attack, 300 defense. Next, I will use Paladin of Felgrand's effect to tribute himself and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to revive Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from the graveyard. Amidst the darkness, a golden ray shone behind me, and I smiled. The soothing sound of Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's flapping wings gave me a sense of comfort and security. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Upon summoning from the graveyard, I will activate its effect to banish Winged Dragon of RA. Not this time, Yami Marik shouted. I activate my trap card, Fiendish Chains. When this card is on the field, your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will have its effect negated and cannot attack. Immediately, Chains shot out of the ground, binding the dragon in the air. I gritted my teeth in frustration at the unfortunate turn of events. I will set one card, and in my turn, I muttered with a frown. Ah, it's my turn. Yami Marik smiled and drew a card. I will play Card of Sanctity, and both of us will draw until we have 6 cards in our hands. TSK. In times like this, I was unfortunately reminded that Yugi wasn't the only one with the power of the heart of the cards in this show. Next, I will play Mining for Magical Stones to discard 2 cards and add Monster Reborn back into my hand. Yami Marik snorted. However, I couldn't play the spell this turn, so I will set 1 card face down, and in my turn, while Yami Marik has no cards on the field, knowing that he was planning to revive the Winged Dragon of RA, next turn sets me on edge. My turn, I draw. I shouted to lessen the tension. First, I will change Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to a defense position. Then, I will banish Axe Dragonuda and Herald of Creation to summon Dark Flare Dragon, 2500 attack, 1200 defense. Upon summoning, I will activate Dark Flare Dragon's effect. By sending 1 dragon monster from my deck and hand to the graveyard, I will be able to target 1 card in either graveyard and banish it. Showing Yami Marik the Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck and the Keeper of the Shrine from my hand, I pointed at him and yelled, I will banish your Winged Dragon of RA. In response to your Dark Flare Dragon's effect, I will activate my trap card, Call of the Haunted, and revive my Winged Dragon of RA in defense position. Since RA will no longer be in the graveyard, your dragon's effect will be nullified. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Then, Dark Flare Dragon, attack Winged Dragon of RA. I shouted, and my dragon lashed out with its claws. This time, Yami Marik didn't activate Ra's Phoenix mode, and the god was destroyed by Dark Flare Dragon's attack. However, I was not satisfied with the results of sending Winged Dragon of RA back to the graveyard. I need it gone. My turn, Yami Marik smiled. Now that the restriction of my mining of magical stones is over, I will activate Monster Reborn and revive Winged Dragon of RA again. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Paying 1,000 of my life points, Winged Dragon of RA will be reborn in its almighty Phoenix mode. Marik Ishtar, 1200 LP-200 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, Phoenix mode, 0 attack, 0 defense. Yami Marik. Now I will enter my battle phase and activate the effect of Yugioh in my hand, allowing me to special summon the monster onto the field. 2. Yugioh, 1700 attack, 1300 defense. When Yugioh was summoned through that effect, I will gain 1,000 life points. He explained. Also, with Ra's ability, I contribute Yugioh, and my god will gain its energy to use for itself. Marik Ishtar, 200 LP-1200 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, Phoenix mode, 0-1700 attack, 0-1300 defense. Now I will battle Winged Dragon of RA. Attack all of her monsters, and then attack her directly. Stop. I will activate Negate Attack, canceling Winged Dragon of Ra's attack and ending the battle phase. Don't think it will be that easy. Yami Marik snarled. I activate Trap Jammer, canceling the effect of your negate attack. *T. I cursed instinctively. I will activate Wabaku. Any battle damage I've taken will be 0 this turn. The winged dragon of RA unleashed a deafening cry, conjuring a pair of flaming tornadoes aiming for my Dark Flare Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Despite being physically weaker, Ra's effect easily destroyed the 2 monsters with its divine skill. Since Wabaku was only protected from monster attacks, the 2 dragons couldn't be saved. As Winged Dragon of RA slowly turned its head towards me, I flinched in fear. Recalling the pain that I felt when fighting against Obelisk and Slifer, I couldn't even possibly imagine what it was going to be like with RA. I'm scared. My thoughts unknowingly spread to my face, and Yami Marik licked his lips in delight. As the Winged Dragon of RA charged, I instinctively closed my eyes and waited. Boom! There was no time to prepare as the sensation of flames coating my entire body and my nervous system blared in alarm. Unable to endure, I screamed, and a shrill cry left my throat. Words couldn't possibly describe the pain that I'm currently feeling, and the heat burned away any tears I shed. Stop! Yami Marik's voice echoed deeply. Winged Dragon of RA, return. Suddenly, the flame disappeared, and I fell face first onto the ground. Unable to turn my body, I gasped for breath like a fish out of water. I know this wasn't enough to defeat you. He taunted. Stand up. This duel is still long. Gritting my teeth to the point they're going to shatter, I pushed the floor with one of my arms, propping myself up. Shakily, I managed to stand, and even the slightest movement felt like pure agony. Witnessing my suffering state, Yami Marik snorted. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Before I could even finish a sentence, I collapsed on one knee and vomited a mouthful of blood. Yami Marik watched with interest as I punched my chest to get the rest of the thick red liquid out of my lungs. Don't go dying on me too quickly. Yami Marik laughed loudly at his joke. Glaring at him, I wiped the corner of my mouth with my sleeve. I'm fine. Standing up, I regained my composure. My body still stings from the pain, but I was able to endure it this time. I growled. First, I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords to revive Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Banish Winged Dragon of RA in the graveyard. I yelled with a strained voice. To my relief, this time, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand was able to carry out my orders successfully and banish the god. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800-3800 attack, 2800-3800 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand attack. I shouted with passion. Make sure to kill him. Sharing my thoughts, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand roared and pounced with enthusiasm. The dragon swung its arms, and Yami Marik was thrown into the air. Grabbing him in midfall, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand then proceeded to slam him into the ground with all his strength. Marik Ishtar, 1200 LP-5000 LP. What? I uttered in disbelief and stared at Yami Marik's life points, which just increased tremendously. Sitting up, Yami Marik chuckled, surprised. It was all thanks to my trap card, Rainbow Life. By discarding 1 card each time I take damage, I will actually gain that amount instead. Now fully standing up, he smirked and twisted his head. But it sure does sting, though. You're done. Go back to your master. He shooed Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand away, and the dragon howled with fury. I will set 1 card and end my turn, I said with a clenched fist. Ha ha ha. Yami Marik covered his face and laughed. Do you know how surprised I was when you banished my god card earlier? However, his expression turned cold. But I'm not such a fool to fall for it again. Drawl, Yami Marik shouted. In my main phase, I will play Return from the Different Dimension. By paying half of my life points, I can special summon all of my banished monsters. Marik Ishtar, 5000 LP-2500 LP. You think it will be that easy? He smiled. Now, Winged Dragon of RA, show yourself in your Phonix mode. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Marik Ishtar, 2500 LP-1500 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, Phoenix Mode, 0 attack, 0 defense. Staring at the Egyptian god that has been revived for the 4th time, finally, a concerning thought formulated in my head. I might actually die. Yami Marik closed his eyes and imagined himself holding a baton, mimicking the motion of a conductor in an orchestra, masterfully guiding his musicians on perfectly performing their piece of music. Scremm. Ah! He groaned with pleasure at the torturous shriek emitting from Yuna's mouth. Such pleasantness to the ears. As Winged Dragon of RA retreated to Yami Marik's side, he eagerly observed Yuna, standing weakly. Her bangs covered her eyes, hiding her stupid gaze. After my battle phase, I will activate Curse of the Masked Beast. Yami Marik continued nonchalantly. Tributing RA, I will ritual summon the Masked Beast from my hand. The Masked Beast, 3200 attack, 1800 defense. Since Winged Dragon of RA was used as a tribute and sent to the graveyard, it will no longer be banished at my end phase from the effect of return from the different dimension. I will end my turn here. Yami Marik smiled. What's the hold-up? I still haven't finished playing with you yet. Yuna's fingers twitched, and she awakened from her daze. Her entire body was numb, and her nervous system had already shut down from the pain. Set 1. Monster. 1. Face down. Yuna mumbled weakly. Turn. Very well, it is my turn. Yami Marik smirked with glee. First, I will play Feather of the Phoenix. By discarding 1 card, I can add 1 card in my graveyard to the top of my deck. Next, I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards, he declared, drawing the card that was added to the top of the deck moments ago. With this, I will reactivate my monster Reborn, reviving Winged Dragon of RA. In response, I will also activate my trap, Spell Reclamation. If I trigger this trap after I play a spell, I can return that same spell into my hand. Yuna's eyes flickered when she heard the Egyptian god's name. Slowly raising her head, she gazed at the Winged Dragon of RA, and her face contorted into an emotion that Yami Marik wanted to see the most. Fear. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Yami Marik. Winged Dragon of RA, transform into your immortal Phoenix mode. Marik Ishtar, 1500 LP-500 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, Phoenix mode, 0 attack, 0 defense. Now, Winged Dragon of RA attack. Yami Marik shouted, his voice full of relish as if he had just tasted a 3 Michelin star meal. The Egyptian god howled and plummeted down on Yuna, setting her entire field into a sea of flames. Now, the Masked Beast. Attack her life points directly. With no choice, Yuna frantically activated her command silencer to defend against the demon's charge. Unfortunately, in doing so, she has left herself defenseless against the Winged Dragon of Ra's final attack, and her body suffers through another round of hellish torture. Scremm. Please stop this. Yami Marik suddenly heard a voice shouting from the side. Picking his ear, he glanced at the spirit of the real Marik Ishtar, who was staring at him with a begging gaze. This is going too far. But isn't this what you would have wanted? He sneered. Otherwise, how do you think I was born in the first place? No. Marik shook his head in denial. I would never stoop as low as you. Really? All this revenge, all this hatred. Did you think that your hand is clean? Yami Marik calmly remarked. You're nothing but a coward, unable to kill. Thus, you created me. A way out. An excuse that you can use when you're backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. Shut up. Marik grasped his head and yelled. Yami Marik shrugged. Just sit back and relax as I perform my masterpiece, he said, and brought his attention back to the girl in question. Despite not having her life points changed in the slightest, it was obvious that Yuna could no longer continue this duel. However, ignoring this fact, Yami Marik forced her to continue. After all, he was not going to let her go this easily. For the next few turns, Yuna truly understood the meaning of suffering. Her mind was too preoccupied with the pain even to think properly, and Yami Marik took this chance to have some fun. Gaining life points. Revive Winged Dragon of RA in Phoenix mode. Attack. It was a merciless cycle that no one knows when it will end. Yuna had already lost her voice from the constant screaming, and she could only moan in pain. As Winged Dragon of RA finally stopped with no more strength, Yuna's body struck the cold, hard ground. It was indeed a miracle she remained standing this entire time. I thought you could still last a few more turns. Marik muttered disappointingly. Why do the good toys always get broken so fast? Oh well, he sighed. I will activate my trap card, Premature Burial, to pay 800 life points and revive the masked beast from my graveyard. Marik Ishtar, 1200 LP-400 LP, 1. The masked beast, 3200 attack, 1800 defense. The masked beast attack. Marik instructed with a sigh. I hope the Pharaoh is as fun as this. Bang! A dull sound suddenly echoed through the field as the masked beast's weapon collided with a blue transparent barrier. The area where the weapon landed glowed an ominous orange hue, and the barrier unleashed a flaming vortex that completely consumed the demon hole. What the hell happened? Marik growled. How is she still alive? I won't let you kill her. What? Marik exclaimed at the strange voice in the air. Whoosh! Marik clicked his teeth and covered his eyes when a blinding light began to emanate from Yuna's body. The particles of light solidified and began to take the shape of a woman wearing a pure white dress. Her face, except for her lips, was covered by a veil, and her white hair hung loosely behind her shoulders. Kneeling, the woman gently lifted Yuna's wrist and tapped the button on her dual disc as the trap card Yuna placed in advance was revealed. By activating the trap card, Mirror Force, when your monster attacks, this card will destroy all attacking position monsters you control. And who are you? Marik questioned, his body poised with caution. The woman smiled wryly and slowly hoisted Yuna's head into her arms. Like a mother who would soothe a child, the woman stroked Yuna's hair. Gradually, a faint white energy gathered in her palms, and she placed her hand on Yuna's forehead. Slowly, a warmth covered Yuna's body, and her expression momentarily softened. I'm sorry, I can only alleviate the pain just a little. Please don't give up. Please, she mumbled shakily. Please, Yuna, wake up and fight. It's useless. Marik snickered. It wouldn't be surprising if she's brain dead already. TSK. The woman clicked her teeth at his nonstop chattering. But just like Marik has said, Yuna doesn't seem to stir no matter how much she pleads. With reluctance, the woman glanced at the dual disc. Resolve was etched on her face, and she slid the device off Yuna's wrist before equipping it onto her arm. Then I will fight for her. You? Marik spoke in a surprised tone. This is a shadow game. It should not be possible to interrupt it unless... He chuckled in realization. I see. So she's just like that boy. Meantime, Yuna's eyes snapped open, and she gasped. Sitting up, she feverishly pats her entire body, wondering if she has indeed kicked the bucket or not. I don't feel dead, Yuna mumbled to herself, and she quietly hugged her knees. But I probably am. Drip, drip. Teardrops soaked the floor as she wept. The pain that she felt was something that she couldn't possibly forget, and every time Yuna closed her eyes, she imagined herself engulfed by the divine flames burning her body. I don't want to do this anymore, she whimpered. It hurts. It hurts so much. Other than the despair, Yuna also felt a profound shame. With so much confidence when she would boldly face Marik, she found herself utterly crushed and tortured under his mercy. As Yuna cried, she heard a huge form slithering around her. Nervously raising her head at the loud sound, she met eyes with a massive beast with a height as tall as the skyscraper. Will you quit the crying? A deep voice echoed in her head, causing Yuna to flinch. It's you, Yuna mumbled, remembering their first meeting with the help of the system. Why? Am I here? Because I brought you here, the beast smirked, displaying its sharp teeth. Did your intelligence decrease compared to our last encounters? So what? She sulked. Mock. All you want. Already dead. But that's not the case, the beast responded. Although your subconsciousness is with me, your physical vessel is still in working order. How? Yuna asked in agitation. Yami Marik. Kill me? Not yet. Slowly moving towards Yuna, the monster dragged its massive serpentine body across the ground. With a wave of its arm, the beast created a mirage, displaying the current situation of the duel. Yuna gasped and watched the woman dueling Yami Marik with her dual disc. Despite it seeming like she was holding her ground, Yuna could tell that her skills were not enough, and she was gradually being suppressed. Yuna subconsciously extended her arms, and the mirage vanished. What are you going to do now? You can accept death and exist with your failure forever, or stop whining like a child and fight. Yuna held her breath before smiling self-deprecatingly. All this talk with Cedo on not giving up, and here she was. How can I win? Yuna pleaded for an answer. No matter what she does, Yuna can't stop Yami Marik from summoning the winged dragon of RA, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. Yuna shivered, unable to bear the thought of being attacked by the god once more. Do I really have to spell it out for you? The beast growled in annoyance. Use me, with me. Even that gold chicken won't be able to touch you. Yuna finally remembered the card resting in her deck. Glancing at the monster, she felt embarrassed for forgetting this crucial detail. The monster snorted. Then what are you waiting for? Standing up, Yuna slapped her cheeks to try and get her nerves together. Think. I'm ready. Go now, the beast urged. You better not disappoint me. She nodded, albeit still a little scared. A few minutes later, why are you still here? The monster questioned, clearly annoyed by Yuna's presence. How do I go back? Back in reality. Now, masked beast Descardius, attack the blue eyes white dragon. Yami Marik shouted, and the colossal demon rushed towards the woman's monster. Blue eyes white dragon tried to resist, but its power was just weaker and was ultimately destroyed. Unisano, 1200 LP-900 LP. The woman staggered in shock at the defeat of her blue eyes white dragon. Tension was apparent on her face as she desperately tried to defend against Yami Marik's onslaught. You or her, it doesn't matter. Yami Marik snarled. All will fall. Gritting her teeth, the woman felt desperate, and she realized that she was unable to keep this up for much longer, and in time, Yami Marik would win. What should I do? She muttered and bit her lips on the verge of despair. Watching her frustrated appearance, Yami Marik smiled with satisfaction. The thought of devouring this persistent obstacle filled him with ecstasy. However, that smile soon vanished, and what replaced it was an obvious disdain. When Blue Eyes White Dragon was destroyed, I can activate the effect of Keeper of the Shrine in my graveyard and special summon him onto the field. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack, 2100 defense. The woman's ears twitched with surprise at the familiar voice, and 2 arms wrapped around her from behind. An indescribable sense of relief washed over her, and she lowered her strained arms. Why do you only wake up now? The woman pouted to hide the sadness in her voice. I'm a heavy sleeper. Yuna joked and noticed that her friend wasn't laughing. She buried her face into the woman's back. I'm sorry. Is it painful? Yes, Yuna answered without hesitation. It hurts so much that I wanted to cry, lifting her head to show her teary face. But crying about it is a bit pointless, don't you think? Yuna, wiping her tears, Yuna's lips trembled slightly, but she swiftly controlled her expression with a small smile. Reaching for the dual disc, she slid it back on her wrist and stepped forward as the woman watched with admiration. Let's finish this. I will draw. Glancing at the new card, Yuna's smile widened. First, I will activate Monster Reborn, reviving my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect, I will target Winged Dragon of RA in your graveyard and banish it. In response, I will play my second call of the Haunted and revive Winged Dragon of RA. Yami Marik shouted. Winged Dragon of RA, 0 attack, 0 defense. Yuna's expression stiffened at the sight of the Egyptian god, and the traumatic memories surfaced from her mind. Before being consumed by the memories, Yuna felt someone holding her hand and glimpsed at the woman smiling at her. Taking a deep breath, Yuna grinned, reassured that what she feared the most would not happen ever again. I will play Return of the Dragon Lords to revive Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yuna continued with vigor, summoning the majestic dragon in white scales. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. Then, I will summon Axe Dragonuda and activate polymerization, fusing my Keeper of the Shrine and itself to fusion summon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 attack, 2,000 defense. I will play Card of Sanctity, and we will both draw until we have 6 cards, she announced, replenishing her entire hand. I will activate polymerization again, fusing Herald of Creation and Archbrave Dragon in my hand to summon Mysterion, the Dragon Crown. Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, 2,800 attack, 1,500. Finally, by banishing Herald of Creation and Keeper of the Shrine, I summon Light Pulsar Dragon from my hand. Light Pulsar Dragon, 2,500 attack, 1,500 defense. Mysterion the Dragon, 2,800-2,600 attack, 1,500 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, Mysterion the Dragon Crown, and Light Pulsar Dragon. All pieces in the puzzle were ready. Yuna announced. Yuna, the woman smiled. Let's do this together. Yeah. Yuna exclaimed with a beaming smile. In unison, they glared at their opponent and began to chant. Hush! The energy around them intensified, and Marik took a step back in shock. With each word, the darkness surrounding them began to dim, and light burst forth, illuminating the entire space. Oh, the lord of this realm, and the one that stands beside Holoacti, the creator of light, please respond to our mortal hearts and use these sacrifices to descend from your heavenly domain. Grant us the strength to destroy this impending evil and fill the land with your merciful grace. I call upon you, O great God, the creator of beginning, the ruler of all dragons. We summon you, 10,000 dragon. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire tower. The 5 monsters on Yuna's field instantly transformed into beams of light that shot towards the ceiling of the dome, creating 5 small holes that pierced through the darkness. The tower trembled once more, and cracks slowly formed along the walls of the barrier. The shadow dome is breaking. Marik exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! Before he can register everything, a massive claw bursts through the remnant of the barrier. Turning the hand, the claw easily tears away the shadow dome created by the power of the Millennium Rod, and Marik was able to get a full view of the monster's proper form. The beast's height easily outmatched the tower. Its upper body consisted of a torso, a pair of arms, wings, and a head, while its lower body was long and slender, like a serpent that wrapped around the entirety of the tall structure. The dragon's body was converted entirely of golden scales and white plating, resembling armor in each segment of its body. Its head was shaped like a dragon and a thick white mane on the back of its head. 10,000 dragon. Attack. Defense. When summoned, 10,000 dragon will have its attack and defense boosted to 10,000, and any monsters that aren't dragon-typed or have the name dragon in their name will be destroyed. 10,000 dragon. Dash, 10,000 attack. Dash, 10,000 defense. Marik watched in disbelief as 10,000 dragon opened its jaw and spewed a mystical fume. The smoke spread through the entire field, and masked beast Desgardius, who inhaled the gas, instantly crumbled into dust. Now, 10,000 dragon attack. Yuna shouted with energy, and the god howled. Destroy him once and for all. It won't end like this. Marik yelled. I will pay 1,000 of my life points, transforming Winged Dragon of RA into its Flaming Phoenix mode. Marik Ishtar, 1600 LP-600 LP. The Winged Dragon of RA cried and tried to spread flames across its entire body. However, the fire instantly extinguished, and the Egyptian god crashed weakly into the ground. What is happening? He uttered, "Why won't my god activate its effect?" Yuna, as the true god, 10,000 dragon won't allow beings lower than itself to get in its way. The turn this card was summoned onto the field, all other monsters will have their effects negated, regardless if it was a god or not. Impossible. Impossible. Marik screamed, but 10,000 dragons howled drowned out his voice. Suddenly, golden strings appeared from the sky, binding the winged dragon of Ra in place. The Egyptian god was lifted into the air, and the thread slowly pulled the monster towards the dragon's jaw. Chomp! The sound of the 10,000 dragons grinding into the Egyptian god's flesh could be heard, and the winged dragon of Ra screeched in agony before bursting into ash. "This can't be." Marik muttered, his face paled. Turning its head, 10,000 dragon glanced at the small man. Gazing into the blood-red pupils, Marik felt himself trapped in an endless abyss, and a foreboding feeling washed over him. "Stay away," he stammered. "Stay away from me." He tried to run, but the golden thread shot towards him like bullets, wrapping around each of his limbs. Marik howled and thrashed as the strings slowly dragged him before the presence of the almighty dragon. 10,000 dragon roared, unleashing a golden beam from its mouth. Striking Marik directly, the evil spirit shrieked as the divinity corroded his very being, gradually eradicating him from this realm. "No!" he screeched, "not like Thesis." The devastating attack drowned out his voice, and the malicious spirit's eyes darted wildly towards the perpetrator of his impending doom. "You think this is over? I will be back. Remember this, I will have my revenge. Yanana Sana." Boom. Marik Ishtar. 600 LP-0 LP. As the dust settled, there was absolute silence. The spectators gazed at the two duelists in utter shock, and none of them was able to say a single word. Thud! The threads wrapping around Marik's limbs vanished, and he fell to the ground. The towering monster that annihilated Marik slowly transformed into particles that floated into the sky as the afternoon sunset in once more. Yuna's body swayed as she gasped for breath. The pain she suffered from RA still left a lingering sensation, making her entire body numb. Despite this, all Yuna could do was smile, relieved that she managed to survive this terrifying ordeal. "We did it," she muttered and searched for the woman, but realized that she had already disappeared. As the tension that kept her adrenaline in action left, Yuna's legs gave out. However, before her head hit the floor, she felt her body being supported by someone. Weakly opening her eyes, Yuna smiled at the man who had caught her. "Kai, B.A. TSK. Cedo clicked his teeth at Yuna's disheveled state. "You truly are an idiot," he scolded, and Yuna giggled at his accurate comment. "Does it hurt?" She paused at the question and carefully moved the joints in her body. "Not anymore." Yuna shook her head and muttered as if the searing pain she was feeling earlier was a mere dream. "I see," Cedo replied. "You did good." Yuna stared at him in disbelief at the praise. She felt her heart tinged with a sense of warmness, and her lips broke into a soft smile. Seeing her beaming face, Cedo smirked. "Rest now. I will take it from here." Yuna nodded and closed her eyes. Eventually, losing to her drowsiness, she drifted off to sleep. Gently shifting her into a more comfortable position, Cedo examined her sleeping form and gritted his teeth. "You indeed are a fool. Why do you always have to do this?" Looking at the sky, Cedo sighed deeply. There were so many questions he wanted to ask the girl that suddenly dropped into his life. Yet right now, although he doesn't want to admit it, "Where am I this time?" I mumbled and slowly opened my eyes, finding myself under the shade of a massive tree and lying on the comfortable soft grass. My subconsciousness? I blurted out upon noticing this familiar landscape. Standing up, I quietly stepped into the sunlight and observed the scenery with a serene feeling. Speaking off, "Where is everyone?" I mumbled. Thud! I was suddenly swept off my feet as something hard struck my back. "Yuna!" A soft voice exclaimed with relief, and I felt two arms wrapping tightly around me. Glimpsing at the woman behind me, my smile widened. and I returned the embrace. After a while, she broke away and pouted. Do you know how worried I was? Sulking, she reached out her hand and pulled on my cheeks. Sorry. I apologized, and the woman reluctantly let go. You should be. If it weren't for me, you would have already died by now, she said sternly. Yes, yes. I am very grateful that you're here to look after me. I smiled while rubbing my sore face. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Oof, that's right. The woman's nose twitched, and she nodded proudly. As we smiled at each other, the silence began to drag out, and I sensed the atmosphere becoming strangely solemn. The smile on the woman's face gradually disappeared, and she bit her lips wistfully. Yuna, I don't think I can help you anymore. I froze, and I stared at her with wide eyes. What are you saying? Is it because I keep getting myself into these situations? I'm sorry, please don't leave. I promise I will do better. No, no, no. The woman hurriedly waved her arms. I don't care about that. Then, examining my panic-stricken face, the woman chuckled. Yuna, have you ever thought about what kind of existence am I? I always thought that you're like my guardian angel, like that magical cricket from the cartoons. I answered honestly. That comparison, she groaned. Sighing, the woman smiled wryly. Unfortunately, I believed you're not ready yet, so the best response I could give you was that I'm a remnant of an ancient past that's currently residing in your unconsciousness. That's still pretty vague, though. I muttered blankly, and she awkwardly scratched her face. But other than that, I frantically stood up. You still haven't explained why you have to leave. Foo, foo, foo. The woman patted my head. I've used too much strength to manifest into the physical world. In protecting your soul from the winged dragon of RA, I no longer have the energy to maintain myself here. Slowly, she lifted her arm, pulling back her sleeve. I gasped in shock at the cracks running along her limbs. No way. I gasped, on the verge of tears. Then it's all my fault? Tap! I winced as the woman flicked my forehead. Don't ever say that. I could never let you die. Suddenly, I was pulled into an embrace, and she slowly stroked my head. I hesitantly reached out with my arms, but was too scared that her fragile body would break under my strength, and my hands hung loosely in the air, unable to move. Don't ever blame yourself. As long as you're safe, I'm happy, she said. Why? I sniffed and wiped my tears. You're not my mom or anything, so why am I so important to you? Well, you will find that out soon, the woman teased lightly, and I felt annoyed by the nonchalant response. I will miss you, I murmured. It's going to be lonely without you. But you're not alone, though. The woman gestured with her chin, and I turned around to find two dragons timidly observing me. So smile. It's not the end of the world. I tried to smile, but my lips kept drooping down. Noticing this, she giggled in resignation. How about this? If you keep thinking it's your fault, then will you do one thing me to call it even? Yes, of course, I answered eagerly. Anything for you. Call me by my name. I froze and stared at her in shock. She laughed and waited with anticipation as she urged me with her hands. Although I wanted to shout that she was asking for too little, her demeanor had already shown me that she had made up her mind, and there was nothing I could do to change it. Averting my gaze in embarrassment, I nervously uttered the name that was in the back of my mind all this time. Kizura. Instantly, her smile bloomed like a majestic flower, and she removed her veil, revealing a set of beautiful blue eyes. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Kizura. Unfortunately, I don't have a last name, but it's a pleasure to meet you. Why do you hide your identity? I find myself asking out loud. I don't think it should mess up anything if you tell me who you are, right? Well, Kizura laughed embarrassingly. I always thought it was a little cool to play a mysterious character. Hey, don't look at me like that, she yelled while blushing. If you have already known, why haven't you said anything? I do have an inkling of suspicion, since there's not a lot of people with white hair, I answered. Also, you look like you were having fun, so I decided to keep my mouth shut. On my image, Kizura collapsed on all fours. The elegant and mysterious image I perfectly crafted is in tatters. It was destroyed a long time ago when I first woke up here. I thought and coughed awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, I assured and patted her shoulders. Your secret is safe with me. Kizara grabbed my hands and stared at me with eyes full of trust. I know I can depend on you, Yuna. Glancing at her sparkling face, I chuckled at how fast she ditched her elegant persona, and I couldn't help but think of all the times I acted differently with other people compared to being by myself. Suddenly, as she held my hands, Kizara's body began to glow. Stunned, she observed her hands and her lower body begin to disintegrate into tiny particles of golden light. What's happening? I yelled shakily. Looks like it's time, Kizara muttered before smiling wryly. Yuna, I wished I could have stayed longer, but fate said otherwise. No, you can't leave, I pleaded desperately. I needed you. However, Kizara giggled and shook her head. No, you don't. You never needed me. The reason that you're where you are was due to your efforts, not mine. Stand proud, Yuna, you are strong. Kizara smiled brightly, and I clenched my fists, holding back the tears. Oh, wait, I forgot to tell you one last thing. She smirked. This is a question you will probably ask me in the future. I will answer it now. I don't mind if you take him, because... Her words trailed off as Kizara's voice... I can't hear you. Who am I taking? I questioned in confusion. I said. Kizara brought her hands close to her mouth. I don't mind you. Her voice died out again, and realizing that I could no longer hear her, Kizara closed her mouth. With a sigh, she smiled brightly as if it couldn't be helped. Just you wait. The next time you see me, I'm going to be much stronger. I yelled. She listened and laughed, although no sounds came from her laughter. With one final wave, Kizara has disappeared. Staring at the ground where Kizara previously stood, I dug my nails into my palm to control my swirling emotions. Suddenly, something nudged me, and I glanced at Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand with its head lowered next to me. Hugging the dragon and burying my face in its neck, I sighed in sadness. Kizara, I mumbled in despair, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand groaned with concern. Gradually, I felt my consciousness waiting. Realizing I was leaving my subconsciousness, I thought about what was going to happen in the real world. I'm definitely going to cry a lot when I wake up. Let's hope nobody sees it. Meanwhile, third POV. Why hasn't she woke up yet? Cedo snarled at the doctor, who was sweating nervously. I'm sorry, but no matter how much we examined her, we couldn't find anything wrong with the patient's body. The doctor explained nervously. TSK. Cedo's mood worsened considerably. Just get out of my sight. Once the doctor hurriedly retreated out of the room, he quietly observed the unconscious girl on the bed. Sighing, Cedo closed his eyes as he remembered the indescribable duel that happened 2 days ago. Flashback. The atmosphere was bathed in deafening silence as everyone stared at the massive dark barrier with complicated emotions. Hick, big sister. Serenity whimpered as the anxiety overwhelmed her. It had already been some time since the dome was erected, and nobody could see anything inside. Finally, unable to bear it, Cedo marched towards a Shizu and Odeon with intimidating pressure. Tell me how to remove that thing, he ordered. Ishizu calmly scrutinized Cedo's expression and briefly glanced at Odeon as they nodded at each other. What the evil spirit within my brother has created was a shadow game. It was a duel created through a battle of sorcery, and outsiders could not intervene. Shadow game, sorcery, and evil spirit? Cedo fumed. Don't bullsh** *T with me. Destroy that barrier this instant. Kaiba, calm down. Cedo clicked his teeth and glimpsed at Yami Yugi, who approached from behind. I know it's very hard to believe, but what she said is all true. Yugi. Suddenly, he grasped his collar with anger. You're sprouting that nonsense as well? In a composed manner, Yami Yugi grabbed Cedo's wrist. Kaiba, I understand that you're concerned about Sano-san's safety, but we must be patient. Listening to Yami Yugi's remark, Cedo froze. Me concerned about her? Stepping back, he explained flusteredly. I'm only bothered by how long this duel will take, and if we can finish everything within schedule. Slapping Yami Yugi's hand away, Cedo hurriedly retreated to Makuba's side, his head lowered to hide his embarrassed expression. Boom! Suddenly, the entire tower rumbled deeply, and everyone was caught off guard. What's happening now? Cedo shouted. This isn't possible. Everyone swung their heads towards Ishizu. Her pupils were unfocused, and her body shook in nervousness. Such energy. To reach this level, RLWRRR. A thunderous roar echoed through the entire island, clutching their ears. The spectators couldn't fathom what being had unleashed such a devastating cry. Brother, look! Cedo spun around from Makuba's exclamation and gasped. Slowly, rising from the edge of the tower, was a massive head of a dragon. The dragon's red pupils glowed ominously as the rest of its upper body was fully raised above the tower, displaying its majestic white mane, wings, and claws. What in the world? T mumbled while shaking in fright. Other me? What's happening? Yugi asked frantically as Yami Yugi stared at the dragon in a daze. There should only be 3 gods. Yami Yugi mumbled. But that one has a stronger energy than all 3. Yugi's eyes widened, and ever since he had known his other self, this was the first time that Yami Yugi had ever been frightened. The dragon howled, and everybody covered their ears from the noise. It raised its arm and smashed into the dark dome, piercing through the barrier like it's paper. Boom! Cracks ran along the dome, and the shell exploded, finally revealing what was inside. Big Sister. Serenity yelled upon seeing Yuna standing on the field. Strangely, relief washed over Cedo, and he let go of the breath he had been holding this entire time. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he gazed at Yuna and noticed another woman standing beside her. Cedo clutched his head as a sharp headache assaulted him. Kneeling, he groaned in pain. Gritting his teeth, set stare at the woman once more and found out that she had already disappeared. 10,000 dragons. He snapped out of his daze when Yuna shouted, "Attack!" The dragon roared, and to everyone's absolute disbelief, 10,000 dragon picked up the winged dragon of Ra and devoured the Egyptian god in one bite. Even when the match finished, 10,000 dragon continued to move, attacking Yami Marik with a deadly beam, and the people watching began to think that it was more than just a simple virtual illusion. Flashback end. For the last 2 days, Cedo researched extensively on the monster Yuna had summoned. However, no matter how much he searched, the result would always return empty, as it was a card that he had never seen before. Even when he secretly searched through Yuna's deck, the card of that monster vanished without a trace. Kaiba. Cedo instantly snapped out of his daze at the sound of someone calling his name. On the hospital bed, Yuna slowly opened her eyes, and she groaned in the discomfort all over her body. How long? Was I asleep? 2 days. Cedo answered. Do you need anything? Water, please. Yuna croaked. To her relief, he complied and handed her a cup filled with water from the nearby dispenser. Carefully sipping the water, she sighed with relief as the cool liquid refreshed her dried throat. Have a rest, and I will go get the doctor, Cedo explained. However, before he took a step further, Yuna grabbed the end of his sleeve and stopped him in his tracks. What is it? He frowned. Yuna called out hesitantly. Have you lost someone close? Before? Confused, Cedo thought about her question and responded solemnly. There's no one in particular that's ever close in my life other than my brother. That's so? She mumbled, clearly disheartened. Now that I think about it, Cedo found himself speaking despite not wanting to. When we were young and living in my F.A. Gozaburo's mansion, there was an old caretaker who looked after us. She treated us more warmly than everyone else, so I always had a favorable impression of that woman. What happened? She probed, wanting to know more. It obviously didn't go unnoticed, and Gozaburo fired her as he assumed she would be a hindrance to my studies. It was only later on I found out that she passed away shortly after that incident. How did it feel? That? His eyes narrowed. I don't remember. Naturally, the news saddened me, but that was it. Is that all of your questions? Why, yes. Yuna muttered stiffly, and her disappointment didn't escape Cedo's observant gaze. To his shock, she suddenly leaned forward, planting her face into his stomach. Caught off guard by her actions, Cedo's body tensed, and his face contorted into a scowl. What do you think you're? Drip, drip. The sound of droplets hitting the cold floor resonated faintly in the quiet room. Gradually, he felt his shirt dampened with tears, and his hand that tried to push Yuna away froze in midair. Grasping his shirt, Yuna quietly cried, pouring all of her suppressed emotions out like a raging river. Kizara's last moment was still vivid in her mind, and no matter what she did, the tears refused to end. It was the first time Yuna had felt this much anguish, and her heart couldn't handle this pain. For Yuna, Kizara was like her big sister, someone whom she could comfortably talk to and who would always look after her, keeping her out of danger. So, with Kizara gone, what would be Yuna's fate now? Suddenly, as she wept, Yuna felt warmth on her head. Opening her eyes, she saw Cedo gently stroking her hair. His expression was cold, but Yuna could sense the gentleness in his action. Kai ba, she uttered in surprise. Cedo sighed. I won't ask what made you cry like this, and you don't have to listen. He spoke dully. But everything would be all right. Ah! Yuna's eyes widened slightly. Although Cedo's words were short, they were the exact thing she wanted to hear the most. So don't cry anymore, he muttered, and Yuna nodded. As 10 minutes passed by, Yuna was finally able to control her emotions and backed away from Cedo. Glancing at the dark stain on his shirt, Yuna stared at her hands, and her face reddened with embarrassment. Wipe your face, Cedo ordered as he tossed her a handkerchief. If you don't need me anymore, I'm leaving. Holding the soft fabric in her hands, Yuna felt the temperature on her face rise again. Kaiba! She yelled with her head lowered. Thank you. Humph. Cedo snorted and covered his mouth, which kept trying to raise into a smile. Clatter. Suddenly, Cedo and Yuna recoiled at the piercing sound of something hitting the floor. With a scowl, he stared at the two children, gasping in shock. Their hands were suspended in the air as the metal tray full of snacks they were holding. Big sister, Serenity mumbled, and tears welled up in her eyes. WHHHHHH, big sister. Big sister. Makuba's lips trembled. Did big sister really wake up? Smiling wryly, Yuna spread her arms, and the children leapt onto the bed, tightly clinging onto her from both sides. Clicking his teeth, Cedo frowned at the mess Serenity and Makuba made as he instinctively wanted to order the two to leave. However, when Cedo witnessed Yuna smiling with joy, his thoughts wavered, and he unclenched his fists. You have been through a lot. Rest well. With that, he quietly left the room as the sound of 3 people crying reverberated behind him. A few hours later. Hey, if it has been a few hours now, are you still going to keep hanging on to the patient? Noah scowled with discontent. Yuna chuckled and shrugged as Noah's words merely made Makuba and Serenity hug harder, and she couldn't bear to reject while being under their whimpering gazes. The last couple of hours were uneventful, and the doctors thoroughly examined Yuna. Thankfully, she had suffered no severe injuries, injuries that could be detected from the medical devices, at least. With the remainder of the time, she asked about what happened shortly after her duel. Makuba explained that both she and Marik were unconscious and sent to the infirmary. Marik seemed to have woken up much earlier than she had, and around that time, Joey and Bakura had also recovered. Despite Serenity not wanting to admit it, it was evident that a great weight was lifted off her chest. Suddenly, they all heard footsteps in the hallway, and a knock swiftly arrived on the infirmary's door. Since Yuna was told to stay in bed, Makuba went and opened the door for her, but he instantly froze upon the 3 figures standing outside. May we come in? Ishizu asked with her usual soft tone, and Makuba blinked blankly while making room for her to enter. Naturally, following behind the woman was Odian and, of course, Marik. Serenity? Makuba? No, please leave, Yuna calmly requested. The 3 immediately wanted to protest, but under her firm gaze, they had no choice but to exit the room obediently. As the sound of the door closing resonated behind her, Ishizu approached the bed and smiled. I'm glad you're all right, Miss Sano. You have given us quite the scare. Thanks to your bravery, the foul spirit that plagued my brother's mind has been eradicated. If it wasn't for you, unable to finish, she kneeled, placing her hand over her chest in a deep bow, her head almost touching the floor. The two Ishtar brothers stared at their sisters in shock. "Sister, what are you doing?" Marik uttered in disbelief. "Odeon Ishtar, Marik Ishtar, I order you to bow this instant." Ishizu's stern shout triggered the childhood instinct in the men's hearts, and they frantically followed after her and knelt on one knee. "For saving the heir of the tomb keepers and my family, the Ishtars will forever be Miss Sano's debt, and we shall follow any orders the lady has. Odeon, we shall follow. Marik, we shall follow." "What?" Yuna's eyes bulged in disbelief, and she hurriedly waved her arms in a panic at the declaration that seemed to be executed on a whim. "I can't. It's too much." Straightening her body, Ishizu's eyes were full of amusement, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Despite being ancient tomb keepers, the Ishtars still have significant wealth and political influence in the modern world, so almost everyone wanted to have a good relationship with us. This is the first time that someone has rejected my sincere offer. "Are you mad?" Yuna asked hesitantly, and sneakily crawled to the other end of the bed. "Quite the contrary," Ishizu smiled. "It convinced me that my decision wasn't a foolish one. So don't feel stressed by this gift." "Oh, okay." Yuna eventually nodded. "Good." Ishizu grinned with satisfaction. "Other than that, there is another purpose for our visit." Glancing at Odeon, they both nodded and quietly exited the room, leaving Marik and Yuna alone. As the door closed, the atmosphere instantly turned quiet. "This is too awkward," they thought in unison. Marik rubbed the back of his neck. "About what?" Instantly, he held his breath as a suffocating pressure swept through the room. Behind Yuna was a vast shadow that covered the entire side of the wall. Gradually, two pairs of pupils took shape, one small and yellow like the nectar of a flower, while the other sharp and red like blood. Marik felt himself having difficulty breathing, and he grasped his chest in discomfort. Noticing the presence, Yuna raised her hand, and the shadow vanished. "Marik?" She muttered softly. "Why? Why?" Marik repeated the word in his head, unable to comprehend her intention. Yuna stared at him calmly and crossed her arms. "We both know. Not everything could be blamed on the spirit." Marik flinched and gazed at the floor. He couldn't formulate any words and shamefully bit his lips. "You killed. You swindled. You stole." Each word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Marik's chest, and Yuna glared coldly. "You also hurt people I cared about. So, why?" She clenched her fist. "Why do you do it?" Marik's heart churned in disgrace. "Because I was blinded by revenge, and I became a selfish, greedy, and cruel person. I'm not asking for forgiveness for what I have done, but I genuinely regret my actions. I know it's impossible to fix the damages I have done, but no matter how difficult the future is, if it can even heal a little bit of the destruction, I will gladly walk it." "Yuna-sano." Marik bowed. "I'm sorry." Yuna stared at Marik with a complicated emotion. Despite wanting to berate him, she also knew his past, and she felt unsure of how to act. "Do you truly promise?" With determination, Marik took out his Millennium Rod and held it between them. "I shall, and I will prove it to you right now. In the name of Marik Ishtar, I will create this shadow game. In this game, the player Marik Ishtar should never break his promise to Yuna-sano. If the vow is broken, I will lose, and my soul will be forfeit to the great darkness." Instantly, the artifact shined, and Yuna frowned as she sensed an ominous power, but the energy disappeared before it could envelop the room. "I hope this has demonstrated my resolve," Marik answered calmly. "If I ever stray from this path, I will die." Yuna gulped at this recklessness and was momentarily impressed. "I still haven't forgiven you." "I understand," he nodded. "It's foolish of me if I wish for you to forgive me." With nothing left to say, they stood opposite of one another, trying to gauge the other person's emotions. Eventually, Marik remembered another matter and dug into his pocket. "I forgot, but I will give you this." Grabbing the card from his hand, Yuna scowled deeply upon seeing the image of the giant golden-winged chicken. "I know it must have been difficult for you to accept this card, but Winged Dragon of RA can greatly help you in your future duels. Tightly clutching the card between her fingers, Yuna recalled all of the painful memories of the Egyptian god's attack, and she subconsciously trembled. However, knowing that Marik was right, she bit her lips and sulkily tossed the card away. Fine. Marik's face stiffened slightly at the mistreatment of the Egyptian god, but still explained with a smile. Here's also the inscription for Winged Dragon of Ra's chant. You must memorize it to wield God's full power. As Yuna stored the scroll somewhere safe, Marik coughed, unable to endure under her cold eyes. It will be best if I return to my sister's side. I sincerely hope for your recovery and your victory in the next battle. I will say this again. I'm really sorry. Marik, wait, Yuna suddenly said, and his hand stopped on the doorknob. Gesturing him to come closer, Yuna brought her hands to her chest, and when they were face to face, she smiled. Marik blushed at her beautiful appearance, as he had never noticed it before, and he felt his heart beating slightly. However, her following words shook him from that dream. This is for hurting, Makuba, she uttered with a lifeless smile, and before Marik could register what was happening, she swung her arm with a blinding speed. Outside Yuna's room, Odeon and Ishizu patiently waited for Marik's return. In their hearts, they were anxious that their little brother was going to do something stupid, but they decided to put their trust in him. As Marik eventually stepped out of the room, they were stunned by the state of his face. Half of it was entirely swollen with a bright red mark on his cheek, and when Marik opened his mouth, a small trail of blood dripped down from his lips. After waking up, Yuna's strength swiftly returned to her body, and in the evening, she had fully recovered. However, Cedo still wasn't convinced and postponed the match for another day, much to her complaint. With the free time, Yuna begins to prepare herself for the final battle, one that's possibly more difficult than the duel against Yami Marik. A day later, Sano-san, are you sure you're all right? Yugi asked worriedly. Feeling her confidence surge from the exhilaration of the upcoming duel, Yuna smiled and nodded. Thanks for your concern, but I'm okay now. I'm glad, Yugi replied, smiling with relief. As the two duelists smiled at each other, the spectators were fervently discussing the outcome of the upcoming battle. What do you guys think? Will Yugi win this time? Joey curiously asked his friends. Tristan shrugged. Who knows? Sano-san is super strong after all. Of course, Big Sister will win, Serenity said with confidence. Hey T, who do you think will? Joey held his breath and was frightened by T's cold demeanor. The two sure are laughing happily. Huh, she muttered with an emotionless expression. Joey gulped, and he quietly backed away from her. However, as soon as he does, he senses another chilling pressure and hesitantly turns around, seeing Cedo scowling. The hell is that midget smiling at? What in the world is wrong with these two? Joey thought to himself and decided to stay away from them, so he wouldn't get caught up in whatever was happening. Are the two duelists ready? Roland's loud voice brought everyone's focus back onto the duel. On the field, Yugi took a deep breath, and Yuna sensed a powerful energy emitting from the Millennium Puzzle. Once he opened his eyes, she could tell that the normal Yugi had disappeared, and she was now facing the ancient pharaoh. Let's have a great battle. Yami Yugi grinned. I have become stronger compared to the last time we dueled. Of course, Yuna replied, but I want to keep my title and have no planning to lose it. Duel X2. Yugi Mudo, 4,000 LP. Yuna Sano, 4,000 LP. I will go first, Yami Yugi exclaimed. First, I will summon Queen's Knight in attack position and set 2 cards. Then I end my turn, Queen's Knight. 1,500 attack, 1,600 defense. It's my turn, Yuna declared. I will play card destruction, and we send our entire hand to the graveyard before drawing the same number of cards. Next, I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords, summoning Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Already? Yami Yugi exclaimed in shock, and a ferocious presence immediately dominated the field. It's my oversight for not expecting something like this. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack, 2,800 defense. Well, I'm not slacking off this time, Yuna smiled, Now, upon resurrecting, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will activate its ability and banish Queen's Knight on the field. Then it will gain attack and defense equal to Queen's Knight's level multiplied by 100. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800-3200 attack. 2800-3200 defense. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack Yugi directly. She shouted, and the dragon responded to her orders with a roar. I will activate my trap card, Mirror Force. Yami Yugi interjected and revealed the set trap on his field. When your monster declares an attack, I will be able to destroy all monsters on your field that are in attack position. Before the attack struck, a blue shield deflected Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's claws before firing a stream of flame that swept the dragon away. Although feeling disappointed by the failed attempt, the smile on Yuna's face remained. I will set a card and end my turn. That was a good move, Yugi. Thank you. Yami Yugi chuckled. Let's keep going. I will draw. Before you enter your main phase, I will activate the effect of Archbrave Dragon in my graveyard. When Archbrave Dragon was sent into the graveyard, on the next standby phase, I could revive one level 7 or 8 dragon monster. I summoned Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 attack. 2800 defense. Since you have no monsters on your field or graveyard, I can't activate Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect. Yuna smirked and crossed her arms. You can continue, Yugi. Yami Yugi's expression stiffened slightly. I will summon Baphomet. Baphomet. 1400 attack. 1800 defense. When Baphomet is summoned, I can add Gazelle, the king of mystical beast, to my hand, he explained. Then I will play Polymerization, fusing my Baphomet and Gazelle, the king of mystical beast, to fusion summon Chimera the flying mystical beast. Two beasts suddenly appeared and roared in unison. Gradually, the animals merged, creating a two-headed monster with wings. Chimera the flying mystical beast. 2100 attack. 1800 defense. The fusion monster will be summoned in defense position. Then I will set a card and end my turn. He fusion summoned a much weaker monster than Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Yuna frowned, and her eyes flashed with a realization. I see. It's Battle City, which meant that Chimera, the flying mystical beast, counted as 2 tributes. I will enter my battle phase. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack. The Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand charged, and the Chimera's body tensed on the impact. Boom! With a single breath, Chimera, the flying mystical beast, was incinerated. When Chimera, the flying mystical beast, is destroyed, I can special summon either Baphomet or Gazelle, the king of mystical beast, from the graveyard. I will choose Baphomet and summon the monster in the defense position. Also, I will activate Soul Rope and pay 1,000 life points to special summon Breaker, the magical warrior from my graveyard. Baphomet. 1400 attack. 1800 defense. Yugi Mudo. 4000 LP-3000 LP. Breaker, the magical warrior. 1600 attack. 1000 defense. That's fine, Yuna shrugged. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand destroys a monster in battle, I can target a level 7 or 8 dragon in the graveyard and summon it onto the field. I will choose my Archbrave Dragon. Archbrave Dragon. 2400 attack. 2000 defense. Now, when Archbrave Dragon is revived, I can banish all of your traps, and it will gain 200 attacks for each card banished. That won't be possible. Yami Yugi interrupted. I will activate my trap, Dark Renewal. When my opponent summons a monster, I can send that monster and a spellcaster monster I control to the graveyard. Then I can bring back a spellcaster monster from my grave. Breaker, the magical warrior, pointed its sword at Archbrave Dragon, and a beam of light shot from the tip of the weapon. The light struck the dragon, generating a blinding explosion that destroyed the 2 monsters on the field. Now, I will special summon my Dark Magician that I discarded earlier from your card destruction. Yuna was momentarily caught off guard before frowning at the convenience of the power of the Pharaoh. Dark Magician. 2500 attack. 2100 defense. Then I'm ending my battle phase. She continued. I play Foolish Burial, sending my blue eyes white dragon into my graveyard from my deck. After that, I will set a card and end my turn. It's my turn. I will draw. Yugi shouted with vigor. Glancing at the card, his eyes gleamed with elation, and his expression didn't go unnoticed. Wait, Yuna yelled. Since you sent my Arc-Brave dragon back to the graveyard, its effect will trigger once more, and I will revive my blue eyes white dragon. Such a troublesome monster. Yugi grumbled with a smile as the roar shook the tower, and the sound of a huge figure landing could be heard. Blue Eyes White Dragon stretched its wings and howled as Yuna smiled wryly and remembered a certain girl. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. However, the smile soon disappeared when Yuna felt a bad premonition in her heart, and she immediately understood why. A god. Yugi will definitely summon a god this turn. Unfortunately for Yuna, her thoughts became a reality as Yugi began to play. I will first activate Double Summon, allowing me to normal summon twice this turn. Next, I will summon my Celtic Guardian in attack position. He yelled, summoning an elf knight, who proudly displayed his sword. Celtic Guardian, 1,400 attack, 1,200 defense. Now, all the conditions have been met. Yugi shouted, raising his hand into the air. With 3 sacrifices, I will call upon the Almighty God, Obelisk the Tormentor. A massive gust of wind swept through the field, and Yuna shielded her eyes from clouds of dust. As a dark portal consumed the 3 monsters on Yugi's side, a colossal blue humanoid rose from the shadow. The giant bellowed and clenched its fists, exerting a menacing pressure that made Yuna tense. Obelisk the Tormentor. 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense. Obelisk the Tormentor. Attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Yugi ordered, and the Egyptian god lashed out with its fists. Boom! Unisano. 4,000 LP-2,800 LP. As Obelisk the Tormentor retracted its arms, Yugi was surprised when Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand unfurled its wings, revealing its healthy body. I know it wouldn't be that easy. Yuna smiled. I will banish Return of the Dragon Lords from my graveyard and prevent Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from being destroyed. Very well. I will set a card and end my turn, staring at Obelisk's massive frame. Yuna grumbled. Does every duel I play now have to involve a god? Sighing, she swept her hand over her bangs. My turn, draw. First, I activate Pot of Greed and draw 2 cards from my deck. She announced. Next, I summon Dragon Knight of Creation. Dragon Knight of Creation. 1,800 attack, 600 defense. With Dragon Knight of Creation's effect, I can discard 1 card. Then I will send Dragon Knight of Creation and resurrect a level 7 or 8 dragons from my graveyard. And I will summon Arc-Brave Dragon. Arc-Brave Dragon. 2,400 attack, 2,000 defense. When Arc-Brave Dragon is summoned, I can activate its effect and banish all of your set traps or spells. The dragon roared, and the green emerald on its head unleashed a devastating beam that wiped out Yugi's entire back row as the card flipped over, revealing the dangerous magical cylinder that made her sigh with relief. With each card banished, Arc-Brave Dragon will also gain 200 attacks. Arc-Brave Dragon. 2,400 dash, 2,600 attack, 2,000 defense. I will set a card and end my turn here. As Yugi watched Yuna uneventfully ending her turn, his brows subconsciously furrowed. What is she planning? What should we do? The real Yugi asked. Despite having a god on their side, the two still couldn't feel assured. I don't know. First, I will activate Card of Sanctity, and we will both draw until we have 6 cards in our hands. Yugi explained while they both drew 6 cards. Next, I will summon Feral Imp. Feral Imp. 1,300 attack, 1,400 defense. Then, I will bring back my Dark Magician through Monster Reborn. Dark Magician. 2,500 attack, 2,100 defense. If she's hiding something, we will just force her to reveal it to us. I will enter my battle phase and activate Obelisk, the Tormentor's greatest ability, Soul Energy Max. Yugi shouted, and the pupils of the Egyptian god shone ominously. By tributing my feral imp and dark magician, Obelisk the Tormentor will unlock its true power, raising its attack to be infinite. Obelisk the Tormentor. For 1000 infinity attack for 1000 defense. Infinite attack points? Serenity yelped. How is Big Sister going to defeat that? How is that even possible? There's no way a monster can get that strong. Makuba uttered in disbelief. Big brother, is she going to lose? Cedo stared at Obelisk the Tormentor with a frown. He couldn't even think of an immediate strategy to destroy such a powerful monster. However, if it's her, she can do it, Cedo thought to himself, and of course, he didn't say it out loud. Sure enough, his expectations weren't shattered as Yuna swiftly responded to Yami-Yugi's assault. Obelisk the Tormentor. Attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Yami-Yugi shouted. Use your Fist of Fury. Yuna stared at the Egyptian god, and the giant's fists plummeted like a flaming meteor. I will activate Honest in my hand. When a light monster I control's battle, I can discard this card, and that monster gains an attack equal to the attack it's battling. Boom! Obelisk the Tormentor struck, creating a vast explosion that coated the field with dark smoke. Whoosh! With a flap of its wings, the smoke was swept away, and Yami-Yugi instinctively held his breath. Blocking the Egyptian god's fists was Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. The dragon howled and sent Obelisk the Tormentor stumbling backwards. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 infinity attack, 2800 defense. Enraged, Obelisk the Tormentor bellowed and attacked again as the dragon countered with its breath. In a thunderous detonation, the two monsters were caught in the blast, and with a blinding light, they were wiped from the field. Obelisk the Tormentor, a monster with infinite attack, was defeated. Yami-Yugi mumbled, slowly, his lips raised into a grin, and he laughed. Kaiba was right. This duel is so fun. I'm having a lot of fun as well. Yuna smiled. That's good to hear. He chuckled and closed his mouth, staring at her quietly. This feeling, it was strangely nostalgic. Shaking his head, Yami-Yugi snapped out of his daze. Let's continue. After the battle phase, I will set a card, and in my turn, I will draw and battle immediately. Yuna shouted. Blue Eyes White Dragon and Arc Brave Dragon. Attack Yugi's life points directly. You activated my trap card, Eternal Soul. Yami-Yugi countered. This will allow me to special summon my Dark Magician from the graveyard. Come forth, my most trusted ally. Dark Magician. 2500 attack, 2100 defense. With Dark Magician, I will summon him in defense position and shield me from one of your dragon's attacks. Dark Magician knelt on one knee while Arc Brave Dragon soared into the sky. Diving down, the dragon attacked the mage, and compared to physical prowess, Dark Magician swiftly fell. Now Blue Eyes White Dragon attack. Yuna yelled, and Yami-Yugi hurriedly revealed the card in his hand. That won't be happening. I reveal my Kirabo. By discarding Kirabo, I will take no damage from your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon roared and unleashed a white beam. Suddenly, a small brown furry creature appeared, standing bravely between the path of the attack. Boom! As the explosion settled, Yami-Yugi stood calmly, undamaged. Yuna sighed. Then I will set one more card. And, in my turn here, she announced. In her head, Yuna calculated the type of cards Yami-Yugi still had in his deck. Slowly, if I keep being careful, I can whittle him down enough. However, before she could even get to that level, there were still a few hurdles she had to cross. I will draw. Yami-Yugi shouted, glancing at the card. He smiled. Here it comes. Yuna's body tensed, knowing that the second stage of this boss battle had just begun. I will activate Eternal Soul's first effect and summon my Dark Magician from my graveyard. Dark Magician. 2500 attack, 2100 defense. Now, with Dark Magician, I will also play Polymerization. Fusing my mage with Buster Blader, the Dragon Slayer, I fusion summon Dark Paladin. Dark Magician closed his eyes as his clothing began to change, from the purplish robe to an obsidian black armor with gold rims and the long green staff in his hand transformed into a large steel scimitar. The warrior opened his eyes and slashed the air, ready to fight. Dark Paladin, 2900 attack, 2400 defense. With Dark Paladin's effect, he will gain 500 attacks for each dragon on the field and graveyard. Dark Paladin, 2900-4900 attack, 2400 defense. With this, I will activate my spell card Diffusion Wave Motion, paying 1000 of my life points. Dark Paladin can now attack each monster you control. Yugioh, 3000 LP-2000 LP. I will battle. Yami Yugi shouted as Dark Paladin readied his blade. Attack Archbrave Dragon. I won't allow you. Yuna growled. I will activate Negate Attack, canceling Dark Paladin's attack and ending the battle phase. That won't work. I activate Trap Jammer, discarding one card to negate the activation of your Negate Attack. Damn! Yuna cursed as Dark Paladin struck and landed a fatal blow on the Archbrave Dragon's body. Yuna Sano, 2800 LP-500 LP. At this moment, I will be able to summon Keeper of the Shrine from my graveyard. Yuna growled. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack, 2100 defense. That's fine, Dark Paladin. Attack Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yami Yugi yelled eagerly. It's over. Tis is not over. I will play Wabaku, and my monster can't be destroyed, and I won't take any damage this turn. Yuna cried out frantically. What? Clang. The sword bounced off Blue Eyes White Dragon's scales, and Dark Paladin retreated to Yami Yugi's side. There's no point in me continuing attacking. I will set one card and end my turn. That was close. Yuna muttered with a shaky breath. With Archbrave Dragon, I can revive my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, I will banish your Dark Paladin. She shouted fiercely. However, Yami Yugi frowned and immediately revealed his trap. I activated my Dark Illusions. If an effect targets a dark monster on the field, I can negate the effect and destroy that card. TSK. Yuna clicked her teeth. Understood. I will play Pot of Greed and draw 2 more cards from the deck. Next, I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords to revive my Archbrave Dragon. Yuna declared. However, as the golden light of the spell card began to form, it instantly vanished. In response, I will activate Dark Paladin's effect. Yami Yugi explained. When you play a spell card, once per turn, I can discard one card to negate that spell card. Taking a deep breath, Yami Yugi closed his eyes to suppress enthusiasm. Such excitement. It's not something I can feel from any duels. With a wide smile, he swung his arm. Show me, Sano-san. What will you do now? Yuna sighed and chuckled wryly. Looks like you give me no choice. First, I will play Polymerization, fusing my Komori Dragon and Herald of Creation in my hand. I fusion summon Mysterian the Dragon Crown. Mysterian the Dragon Crown, 3000 attack, 1500 defense. Dark Paladin, 4900-5400 attack, 2100 defense. All conditions have been met. Yuna yelled excitedly, using Mysterian, the Dragon Crown, as 2 tributes and Blue Eyes White Dragon as my final sacrifice. I will call upon the strongest out of the 3 Egyptian gods, the winged dragon of Ra. Whoosh! Instantly, a huge golden sphere rises from the ground. The sphere shinned, and hieroglyphics orbit the massive globe. Great beast of the sky, please hear my cry. Transform thyself from the orb of light, and bring me victory in this fight. Envelop the desert with your glow, and cast your rage upon my foe. Unlock your powers from deep within, so that together, we may win. Appear in this game as I call out your name, Winged Dragon of Ra. Boom! The sphere trembled and hissed as steam erupted from its surface. Gradually, the lines along the round object opened and revealed the best within. Unfurling its golden wings, the winged dragon of Ra screeched, and its bird-like cry echoed throughout the entire field. Winged Dragon of RA. 0 attack, 0 defense. Since Winged Dragon of RA is summoned using 3 tributes, it would gain attack and defense equal to the sum of all the powers of the sacrifices. Winged Dragon of RA. 0-6000 attack, 0-4000 defense. Ah! Yami Yugi's eyes widened in realization. Yuna had defeated Marik, so it was natural for her to have Winged Dragon of RA. Winged Dragon of RA. Yuna's voice brought his focus back onto the duel. Attack Dark Paladin. The Egyptian god howled, unleashing a sea of flames that engulfed Dark Paladin whole. Yugi Mudo. 2000 LP-1400 LP. Meanwhile, so you gave her Winged Dragon of RA after all? Ishizu muttered and glanced at her little brother, who was intently watching the match. It is dangerous for a normal person to wield an Egyptian god, especially the Winged Dragon of RA. Yes, Marik nodded, but I believe she's more than strong enough to control it. What led you to that judgment? His sister asked. Because the monster she used in the duel against the evil spirit was more formidable than the Winged Dragon of RA. Sensing a hint of admiration in his tone, Ishizu raised one of her brows in curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Marik blushed slightly. It's not that you think. However, his denial only convinced her even more, and she frowned with a complicated expression. Very well, Ishizu replied, her words trailing off. Back at the duel, Yami Yugi observed the Winged Dragon of RA with awe, and he felt a difference from the last time he had seen it. When Marik used the Egyptian god, it was intimidating, violent, and ferocious. But with her, Winged Dragon of RA felt more serene and divine. I will set a card, and end my turn here, Yuna declared. This is my last stand, Yugi. Yami Yugi bit his lips as the Winged Dragon of RA responded to Yuna's will and roared. This turn was his only chance to get out of this disadvantageous position, or else he would no longer have the capability to interrupt her, and Yuna would gain too much momentum and overwhelm him. You're right. It's now or never. I will draw, he shouted, glimpsing at the card. He nodded to himself. First, I will play card destruction, sending our entire hand to the graveyard. Then we're able to draw the same number of cards. Then I activate the shallow grave, and we both can special summon a monster in a face-down position from our graveyards. Yami Yugi, I will summon my Dark Paladin. Dark Paladin, 2900 attack, 2600 defense. Then I will choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Yuna added, but since it was summoned in a face-down position, I wouldn't be able to activate its effect. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Yes, Yami Yugi nodded with a smile. With your dragon, the conditions have been met. Under Yuna's confused gaze, he eagerly revealed the card in his hand. Now I will play my magic spell, Soul Exchange. I will be able to target your keeper of the shrine and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and tribute them as if they were monsters I control. Now I will bring out my last trump card. With these 3 sacrifices, I summon thee, Slifer, the Sky Dragon. The thunder shook the sky, and a dark cloud enveloped the atmosphere. Yuna frowned and blocked her ears from the loud, reptilian roar as a red serpentine beast plummeted from the sky. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 0 attack, 0 defense. Since I currently possess 3 cards, Slifer's attack and defense will be boosted to 3000. Yami Yugi explained, showing the cards in his hand. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 0-3000 attack, 0-3000 defense. Then, I will use Card of Sanctity, and we both shall draw until we have 6 cards. With this, the power of our Egyptian god has become equal. Slifer the Sky Dragon. 3000-6000 attack, 3000-6000 defense. Yami Yugi. Now, Slifer the Sky Dragon, attack the Winged Dragon of RA. *T. Yuna cursed. If Slifer and RA destroy each other, Yugi will be able to revive his Dark Magician, and I will be defenseless. Winged Dragon of RA, I will use my life points as an offering. Stop him, she yelled loudly, and the winged dragon of RA roared towards the sky. Gradually, the remainder of Yuna's life points began to drop, being absorbed into the Egyptian god's body. With winged dragon of Ra's effect, I will lose all my life points except one, and the remaining amount will be transferred to the god's attack points. Yuna Sano, 500 LP-1 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, 6000-6499 attack, 6000 defense. Boom! The two gods crashed into each other, generating a massive explosion filled with a golden light, blinding everyone. Yuna and Yami Yugi hissed at the intense light as they tried to spot their gods in the chaos. Screch. A sharp cry was heard, and when the light dimmed, the winged dragon of RA proudly stood at the center with the fallen Slifer, the sky dragon, beneath its feet. Yugi Muto, 1400 LP-901 LP. Did I do it? Yuna mumbled to herself. After everything, her winged dragon of RA was the final monster left standing on the field, and soon she would wipe out the rest of Yami Yugi's remaining life points. Yuna's rapidly beating heart gradually relaxed, and her breathing became calm. Her body trembled with excitement, and she thought that she had managed to pull off the impossible. Sano, Yami Yugi chuckled. Thank you for making this duel so enjoyable. I never thought I would have this much fun. Yugi-san. But Yami Yugi's tone became solemn. I won't give up now. Even with your winged dragon of RA, I will fight until the end. What? What is he planning now? Yuna mumbled in disbelief, and an unsettling feeling swept over her. I will set the cards and end my turn, he declared confidently. This will be my last plan. I never thought I would have to use it. Set 3. Yuna muttered nervously. She knows that Yami Yugi has genuinely run out of resources to keep fighting, and it could also be said about her. Glancing at her hand, there wasn't much she could do. She closed her eyes and calmed her heart. Very well. Then, I will also do my very best. I will play my final return of the Dragon Lords, reviving my Arch-Brave Dragon. In response, I will activate Solemn Judgment. Yami Yugi shouted, canceling the summon of your Arch-Brave Dragon and pay half of my life points. Yugi Muto, 901 LP-451 LP. TSK. Yuna clicked her teeth. I will summon Paladin of Felgrand. Paladin of Felgrand, 1700 attack, 300 defense. With Paladin of Felgrand, I will equip it with Arch-Brave Dragon. Then with his ability, and I will tribute Arch-Brave Dragon and Paladin of Felgrand to revive Arch-Brave Dragon again. Arch-Brave Dragon, 2400 attack, 2000 defense. Arch-Brave Dragon, banish all of Yugi's cards. Yuna shouted intensely. However, before Arch-Brave Dragon could move, chains appeared out of nowhere and bound the dragon in place. With my fiendish chain, Arch-Brave Dragon will have its effect negated, and it could no longer attack. Yami Yugi smirked. I won't give up, no matter what. Damn, Yuna grumbled. You gave me no choice, Winged Dragon of RA. Unleash your fury and attack Yugi directly. Her pupil zoned in on the final set card on Yugi's field. What is it? Magical Cylinder has already been used. What card does he have? On your attack, I will use Eternal Soul, summoning Dark Magician onto the field. Yami Yugi announced, reviving his most trusted servant. Dark Magician, 2500 attack, 2100 defense. Are you only using Dark Magician to block Ra's attack? Yuna questioned. That won't be able to stop me. I know, Yami Yugi agreed. Yuna Sano, your strength as a duelist is truly unrivaled, and it was an honor to duel someone like you. That's why I have deemed that winning may also be difficult for me. What are you saying? Yuna muttered. Wait, no, it can't be. Understanding her thought, he smiled. I will activate my final card, Ring of Destruction, by targeting my Dark Magician. I can destroy it, and both of us will be inflicted by damage equal to Dark Magician's attack. Suddenly, a collar with grenades appeared on Dark Magician's neck. The mage glanced at the deadly tool with composure, and the pins on the grenades flew off, setting the explosive to life. So, you're going to bring both of us down? Yuna uttered in disbelief. Yami Yugi, If that's what it takes not to lose, then so be it. Huh, huh. She laughed shakily. The power of the pharaoh sure. The entire field was silent, and nobody uttered a single word. The spectators held their breath as the last few moments of the duel gradually registered in their heads. Draw, Makuba mumbled in disbelief. To think it would be a tie. Big sister is so close. I can't accept this. Cedo snarled and clenched his fists. To use such a method. But big brother. Makuba glanced at him awkwardly. You did something like that earlier against big sister, too. Cedo. That's obviously different. I have used it with the intent of winning, not settling on something pathetic as a mere tie. Clicking his teeth, Cedo urged Roland to say something, and the referee snapped out of his shock hurriedly. This match has concluded in a draw. Thus, both duelists Yugioh and Yuna will be considered the champions of the Battle City. So they both won? Joey muttered out loud. Then who would be the duel king now? Everyone's shoulders flinched slightly as Joey's voice traveled through the air. Glancing at the people close by, each of the spectators awkwardly observed the other's reaction. In my opinion, to everyone's surprise, it was a Shizu who spoke up first. Miss Sano has not lost the duel. Thus, she doesn't need to forfeit her title. But Yugi didn't lose as well. And since he's the challenger, shouldn't he take the titles? T voiced out. Yes, but for a challenger to take the title from the champion must be defeated. This time, it was Marik who answered. Gradually, the discussion became heated as one side argued and emphasized who should possess the name of Duel King. Listening to this childish quarrel, Cedo sighed. So annoying. Casting a glance in Yuna's direction, he observed her standing alongside Yugi, seemingly unsure of her next move. In an instant, Cedo's countenance grew somber, evidently disturbed by her apparent distress. As Yuna turned her head, their eyes met, and she mustered a troubled smile. Enough! Cedo exclaimed. I've had my fill of this senseless debate. Just give the title on both of them, and let's put an end to it. Instantly, a collective urge to protest bubbled up among the participants. Yet under Cedo's unwavering stare, they held their objections within, mindful of the fact that he was the one who had orchestrated the tournament in the first place. Advancing onto the field, he halted in front of Yuna and Yugi, a palpable disdain emanating from him. Starting today, both of you will bear the title of Duel King, at least for the time being. With a brisk turn, the tails of his coat swirled in the wind as he strode away without a backward glance. Observing Cedo's retreating figure, Yuna couldn't help but giggle to herself before turning towards Yugi. Congratulations. Taken aback by her affectionate smile, Yugi blushed slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. I don't deserve such praise, he stammered humbly. I didn't even win, so I don't understand what the big fuss is all about. But didn't lose either. She shrugged. So, good job. Nodding, Yugi grinned. Thanks, Sana-san. An hour later, following the climactic final duel, the tournament swiftly came to a close, with Yuna and Yugi jointly securing the first-place position. Subsequently, a second match was organized to determine the runner-up and third-place positions, featuring Cedo and Marik. Unexpectedly, at the commencement of the match, Marik promptly forfeited, much to the profound displeasure of Cedo, who was visibly angered by the abrupt decision. In the cockpit, Yuna observed in silence as the airship gracefully ascended. Are you satisfied? Cedo inquired, prompting her to turn her head and meet his gaze. Satisfied? She replied in confusion. The outcome of the duel, he explained while looking ahead. If I were you, I would not be happy with it. Yugi is strong, Yuna replied hesitantly. It's normal. Not to win. Every duel. I see, Cedo muttered, ending the conversation with those two words. Big brother, everything is ready. Makuba, seated nearby, called out suddenly, capturing their attention. Good. Cedo nodded, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he caught the small remote in his palm. With this, I can finally put everything behind me. Sir, we are now far enough that we won't be caught up in the blast radius. One of the pilots announced loudly. Kaiba, Yuna uttered, sensing the strangeness of the conversation. Brace yourselves, Cedo announced and pressed the button. BOM! A massive explosion rumbled in the distance, and the shockwave shook the airship, catching Yuna off guard. Stumbling, Cedo caught her body as they looked at the devastating destruction. Their pupils reflected an orange light as the island was engulfed in a sea of flames. The tall tower where they once dueled churned as the metal weakened under the heat. Gradually, with a loud snap, the building broke in half, and the debris collapsed on top of each other. "Whoa," Noah whistled. "I was wondering what you were doing when you asked me to set up this many explosives. You really don't want anything that reminds you of our father to exist." "Huh. This is the best," Cedo calmly answered. "Even just knowing that a remnant of that man remains disgusts me." Cough, cough. Cedo glanced at Yuna, who was awkwardly clearing her throat, and he realized that he was still holding her in his arms. Finally letting go, she hurriedly created distance between them, embarrassed by the prolonged contact. Clenching and unclenching his hand, Cedo frowned at the lingering sensation of her waist, and he noticed that everyone was observing his reaction. "Keep your eyes straight," he growled, and the pilots flinched, nodding frantically. Glancing at Noah and Makuba, the two also averted their gaze, sensing that their brother was in a foul mood. "Where do you think you're going?" he called out, and Yuna, who was inching towards the door, froze. "Back? To room?" Yuna answered awkwardly. "I see," Cedo muttered. "Then go." Sensing his condescending tone, Yuna hurriedly retreated. However, unsure if she should really leave without saying anything. "Why are you still here?" Cedo questioned without turning around. "I thought you were going to leave?" "Kaiba," Yuna mumbled, gathering her courage. She bowed. "Thanks. What for?" He frowned. "For Battle City." Yuna answered, "Thank you for inviting me. It was so fun." Cedo recoiled to Yuna's sincerity, and his body visibly stiffened. Realizing that he had no intention of turning around, she smiled wryly. "I will see you later. Just get out of here," Cedo grumbled. Yuna nodded and giggled. Not wanting to bother him further, she quietly left, leaving the cockpit of the airship in an uncomfortable silence. "So, about our plans for the future." Makuba's words trailed off, and he stared at his brother in disbelief. Blushing profusely, Cedo tightly clutched the handrails as the red tinge on his face grew more and more. His expression was stuck permanently in a frown, and a swirl of complicated emotions spread through his body, his other hand resting on his chest. "Badump, badump, badump, F***CK. An inappropriate curse escaped from his lips as he felt the erratic beating of his heart. "She's driving me insane." A few days later, with the conclusion of Battle City, the outcome of the vast-scale tournament reverberated throughout the world. As duel monsters gained increasing popularity globally, anticipation grew for the champion who would emerge victorious after facing countless formidable opponents. To everyone's surprise, the announcement revealed two individuals standing in the first place. One was the current duel king, Yuna, while the other was a newcomer, Yugioh. Yuna's name had already gained recognition in the dueling community for defeating Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of duel monsters, and emerging victorious in his duelist kingdom competition. However, with Battle City, her renown soared even higher, prompting more and more people to question the mysteries surrounding this silent beauty. While Yuna garnered considerable interest, the spotlight also shifted to the second winner, Yugioh. Though some were aware that Yugi had previously participated in the duelist kingdom, having been defeated in the finals, his name had never truly gained widespread recognition. Now, however, people couldn't stop discussing the young boy who had managed to achieve a tie with the duel king. "Wow, this is crazy," Yuna muttered to herself as she scrolled through the countless media posts on her laptop. Non-stop forums discussing her, and Yugi kept popping up every couple of minutes, and she felt increasingly embarrassed with each post. But still, I'm surprised there are no hate comments yet. Even when deliberately searching for negative forums, Yuna couldn't find any. Additionally, a few days have passed, and she has not been overwhelmed by journalists or paparazzi. The Kaibas probably have something to do with it, she thought, imagining Makuba and Noah devotedly deleting every nasty comment that appeared. As Yuna smiled, her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the number calling her with a slight frown. Tapping the answer button, Yuna brought the phone close to her ear. "Yugi," she mumbled. "Hello?" "Ah, hello, Sano-san," Yugi said flusteredly. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine," Yuna answered and frowned when Yugi had gone silent. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing," he frantically replied. "It's just, I don't know how to ask you." Ahem, Yugi cleared his throat. "Can I borrow your winged dragon of RAs?" "Okay, I understand what I'm asking you is a lot, but please let me explain." Yugi paused and momentarily forgot his formality. "What did you say?" "Okay," Yuna repeated, and she heard a loud crash from the other side. "Wait, really?" Yugi exclaimed, exhaling with relief. "Yuna, yes. Thank goodness. I was really afraid you'd say no," he laughed awkwardly. "Anyway, I'm sure you must be confused about why I'm asking for such a big favor. Sano-san," Yugi's voice shifted to seriousness. "What I'm about to say sounds extremely crazy, and I promise you that everything I'm saying is the truth. I host a spirit in my body, and he takes over every time I duel." After delivering this revelation, Yugi held his breath, waiting for her response. The silence lingered, and the palpable awkwardness in the phone call became more evident. "I believe you," Yuna replied at last, and Yugi was shocked by how easily she seemed convinced. All the points he had planned to emphasize were thrown out of the window. You must still have a lot of questions, right?" He chuckled. "Please let me explain." In a detailed explanation, Yugi clarified the need to borrow the winged dragon of RA, shedding light on the existence of the spirit sharing his body. This enigmatic presence would manifest every time he dueled, acting as the driving force behind Yugi's journey to his current state. Yet, when it came to this companion, he struggled to recall any details about his past or the nature of his connection. However, recently, they have gained a new clue, revealing that acquiring the 3 Egyptian god cards was pivotal in unlocking the door to his lost memories. Apparently, from Mrs. Shizu, she told us that we could unlock my friend's memory once we gathered all 3 god cards and the 7 Millennium items. Yugi's tone became more excited. "Despite what I did, is Shizu still told them?" Yuna mused and continued to listen. "Thank you so much, Sano-san," he said gratefully. "Once the school holidays start, we plan to visit the museum and investigate whether it was really true or not." "See you then," Yuna said, and the conversation swiftly ended. Setting the phone down, the smile on Yuna's face gradually vanished, and a heavy sigh left her mouth. The Waking the Dragon's arc is already starting. The next few months are going to be hectic. Knowing the number of hardships that await everyone, Yuna bit her lips with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Yuna shook her head and gathered herself. "But I will be ready." Her eyes turned fierce. "Darts, I will stop you." She has saved enough credits in her system. Whatever the world will throw at her, Yuna will be prepared. However, unbeknownst to her, another problem will fall onto her lap before that ever happens. A week later, in a dim and dark alley, a blinding light suddenly manifested out of nowhere. As the light gradually dimmed, 3 individuals emerged, their expressions reflecting confusion about their unfamiliar surroundings. "Where are we?" a girl among the group questioned curiously, her eyes scanning the alley walls. Unable to provide an answer, they cautiously stepped onto the bustling streets where the vibrant city nightlife greeted them. Neon signs flickered, casting a colorful glow on the eclectic mix of shops and eateries lining the sidewalks. The distant hum of laughter and music intertwined with the rhythm of footsteps, creating a lively symphony of urban sounds. However, the most captivating feature of this area was the tall white tower, standing majestically in the distance, its illuminated facade piercing the night sky like a celestial beacon. "That's Kaiba Corps headquarters," one of the 2 men pointed out. "This means we have arrived in Domino City." "Thank goodness," the girl muttered and slumped her shoulders. "I thought Yusun's dual runner took us to a whole new place." The boy, UCI, sighed. "That would be impossible. The Crimson Dragon will always guide me to the correct path." I know. But still, I'm surprised that you even brought me." The girl joked while nudging UCI playfully. UCI averted his gaze and coughed awkwardly, since Yumi's skill is quite commendable and can help us defeat that man. But even an idiot can tell how badly of an excuse it was. The girl, Yumi, laughed, and the last boy rolled his eyes at the two's interaction. "Anyway, it's still night. Do we even have a place to stay?" UCI glanced at Yumi as she grasped her chin deep in thought. "Oh, I know a place." Yuna's POV. Ding dong. My eyes snapped open at the loud sound of my doorbell. I grumbled in annoyance and sat up, checking my phone. I almost threw it against the wall in anger. Who in the right mind was ringing my doorbell at 3 o'clock in the morning? Wait, my body froze. Oh God, what if it was a serial killer? But even if it's a serial killer, I should be more worried about them than myself. After all, I don't think Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will let that slide. I sighed, all right, let's get it over with. With tired steps, I approached the door and opened it, embracing whatever was going to appear. Bam! In an instant, I slammed the door with such force that I wasn't surprised when the hinges broke. My hands instinctively flew to clutch my chest, attempting to contain the massive shock I had just received. This was much worse than dealing with a serial killer. Slowly, I reopened the door, cautiously peeking a small part of my head out. To my astonishment, UCI Fudo and Jaden Yuki were standing outside my apartment building. "Sorry for bothering you so late at night," UCI said with respect. "Please trust me that we meant no harm. May we come in?" Jaden added with a smile, and I hesitantly nodded, fully opening the door. UCI and Jaden seemed momentarily surprised but still entered. As I made way for the two guys, my shock heightened when I noticed a third person following them. "Hello." The girl smiled sweetly at me, and I found myself staring at her in a daze. My first thought was, who was she? Try as I might, I couldn't figure out her identity, no matter how much I racked my brain. I quickly snapped out of my thoughts and noticed that she was still waiting for me with a smile. "Hello," I greeted back, and the girl giggled before darting inside. As I gazed at her retreating figure, my eyes focused on her back, and a sense of familiarity spread through my chest. Third POV. 5 minutes earlier. "This should be the place," Jaden said while examining the number on the door. UCI nodded before glancing at Yumi, who was getting more excited by the second. "Remember, you should not reveal too much, or else the timeline may be greatly affected." "Yes, of course." Yumi nodded eagerly and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The loud sound of the bell echoed, and the trio could hear slow, deliberate footsteps approaching the door. Gradually, as the door creaked open, UCI and Jaden's bodies tensed an eerie silence enveloping the air. It was quick and unexpected. A suffocating pressure, thick with an ominous aura, oozed from the small crack. "Jaden!" His spirit, Yubel, screamed, "Be careful!" Growl. As they slowly raised their heads, the dim light revealed two pairs of malevolent eyes glaring down at them from the darkness. UCI's mind was paralyzed, and amidst the chilling silence, his thoughts echoed, "If I still have Stardust Dragon with me, can I still win?" Finally, UCI understood why the person in the house was nicknamed the Ruler of Dragons in the future. However, contrary to UCI and Jaden's thoughts, Yumi trembled with enthusiasm in the back as she stared at the girl standing by the door. "Mom!" In a bewildered state, I robotically guided the trio to the compact living room. Excusing myself, I headed to the kitchen to fix some drinks. My mind continued to grapple with disbelief, and my hands quivered slightly at the surreal notion of sharing the same space with UCI Fudo and Jaden Yuki, the main characters from Yugioh 5D and Yugioh GX. However, my hand came to an abrupt halt in midair. There was only one conceivable reason for the unexpected appearance of protagonists from distinct timelines. It all traced back to a particular time-traveling villain, fueled by the sinister ambition to pilfer the dual monster spirits of renowned duelists, with a calculated agenda to bring an end to the entire era of duel monsters. That means my divine dragon Lord Felgrand and starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Splash! The teapot slipped from my grip as my attention wavered, and scalding water splattered onto my hand. Despite the pain, I remained unmoved, fixing my gaze on the small puddle and clenching my teeth. It was at that moment I recognized the tumultuous emotion churning within me was none other than anger. "Hi, may I help?" Startled from my thoughts, I raised my head and looked at the girl standing beside me. Her bright smile instantly had a calming effect on my mind. With a nod, I wiped my hands with a towel and observed as the girl effortlessly took charge of cleaning up the spilled tea. My initial impression was that she was quite attractive. Dressed in a white sleeveless shirt paired with jeans, her long, light brown hair cascaded smoothly down her shoulders, draping over her back. The girl possessed delicate features, her eyes exuding a warmth that complemented the charm emanating from her smile. "What is your name?" I inquired, a slight frown forming, and noticed how effortlessly the words flowed out of me. "My name is Yumi Kaino," she stammered awkwardly. "Kaino, as in timid?" I repeated with a questioning smile, and Yumi laughed while rubbing the back of her neck. "I'm Yuna Sano," I introduced myself. "It's nice to meet you." Yumi's excitement seemed to intensify oddly, and I responded with a wry smile. However, she gasped upon noticing my reddening hand, scalded by the boiling water. "It doesn't hurt that much," I replied, my gaze fixed on my hand. After the incident with the winged dragon of RA, I felt a diminished sensitivity in my body, and I doubted it would return to its previous state. "But still," Yumi protested, "if we leave it like this, it will leave a mark." Frantically, she pulled me towards the sink and submerged my injured hand in cold water. Following my instructions, she hurried to the laundry room and returned with a first aid kit. "You need to take care of yourself more," she scolded while wrapping the hand with bandages. Nodding, I found myself smiling at Yumi as she worked diligently. Once done, Yumi sighed and wiped the imaginary sweat from her face. "Here, I will also carry this for you," she said and eagerly took the tray on the counter. Still fatigued from the sudden awakening, I expressed my gratitude and together, we returned to the small living room. Setting the tea on the table, UCI and Jaden sipped with relish before finally placing their cups down. "You must be confused by what's happening, but please listen closely," UCI said politely. "That depends," I responded vaguely, inwardly annoyed by the return of my anxiety. "Well," UCI sighed apologetically. "The simplest explanation is that we three are from the future," he explained, gesturing at Jaden and Yumi. "How is that possible?" I replied with doubt, attempting to sound surprised. UCI stood up and removed the gloves from his right hand, revealing a dragon's head mark on his forearm. "This is the mark of the Crimson Dragon, and only 6 people in the world can bear this mark. In my timeline, I am the bearer of the head of the Crimson Dragon, while the 5 other people possess the rest of the body parts. It was the Crimson Dragon that brought us here," UCI explained. "Something bad will soon happen, and we're here to prevent it." "What will happen?" I questioned, my fingers fidgeting nervously, hesitant to hear what he had to say. "That?" UCI gritted his teeth. Yumi bit her lips and grimaced, and Jaden looked at me with pity while averting my gaze. "Yugi Mudu, Maximilian Pegasus, Cedo Kaiba, and..." He gazed at me. "All of you will die." The entire room fell silent, punctuated only by Yumi's occasional sniffling. The realization that I might actually die made me feel nauseous. Suddenly, a hand rested on my shoulder, and I saw UCI's reassuring smile. "Don't worry, that's why we're here," he said. "I promise none of you will get hurt." Clenching my fists, I nodded, and UCI chuckled. "Anyway, it's getting late. I suggest you rest for now." Remembering the time, a tired yawn left my lips. Unable to keep my eyes open, I decided to put the matter on the side. Letting the 3 rest in the living room, I returned to my bedroom to sleep. Third POV. An hour later, UCI awoke, his eyes fluttering open, restless and unable to succumb to sleep. Surveying the dimly lit room, he noticed Jaden reclining on the chair, yet Yumi was conspicuously absent. Silently rising from his position, he left the confines of the house discovering Yumi gazing at the moon by the balcony of the apartment building. UCI. She pivoted, offering a wry smile with eyes that betrayed a hint of swelling. UCI advanced, leaning casually against the railing. Catching Yumi's silent scrutiny, he inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm scared," Yumi mumbled while bringing her hands close to her chest. "Mom and Dad, there." She halted, sensing a warm sensation. UCI smiled softly and patted her head. "Yumi, I will not let that happen." The reassurance in his words permeated the air, providing a glimmer of comfort in the face of an uncertain future. "I owe a great debt to you. Because of her, my parents were able to live comfortably today. She was the only one who listened to them when everyone was ready to toss them away. Not just me, Jack, Akiza, Luna, Crow, and Leo. Your mother had helped them all, and she's a very important person to us. That's why." UCI glared into the distance. "I won't let them die." Listening to UCI's confident claim, Yumi giggled. "Yes, we will save Mom and Dad no matter what." Inhaling deeply, her eyes softened, and her usual smile returned. "Thank you, Yusufin. I feel much better now." "That's good." UCI smiled back. "Go back to sleep. It's already very late." Nodding, Yumi excused herself and slipped back into the house, leaving UCI alone. Sighing, he silently observed the night. Yuna's POV. Next morning, I awoke early with my mind still shrouded in a haze, having endured one of the worst nights of sleep. Despite the fatigue weighing heavily on my body, the realization that school awaited compelled me to drag myself out of bed. Why can't Kaiba hold Battle City during the holidays? I grumbled at the thought of catching up on all my missed classes. As I left my room, I stumbled upon the scene of Yumi sleeping on the couch, recalling that 3 people were staying in my living room. I quietly approached Yumi as she mumbled in her sleep, and a small smile appeared on my face. Reaching for the fallen blanket, I draped the covers over her, and Yumi hummed in comfort. For some reason, seeing her sleep so soundly like this put me at ease, and the tension in my body relaxed. "You're awake." Suddenly, I jumped and turned around, noticing UCI sitting straight on his chair. Sighing, I nodded and curiously scanned the room. "Where's Yuki?" "He left early," UCI answered while glancing at the door. "He didn't exactly say where, but probably to explore the city." "I see," I mumbled. "How about you and Yumi?" "I will go with you, and as for Yumi," UCI's eyes softened noticeably. "Yumi can rest for now. She has been through a lot." A sense of pity swept over me, and I subconsciously reached out my hand. Yumi smiled as I gently caressed her cheek, and uncontrollable laughter escaped from my mouth. "Ah!" I paused, realizing that UCI was still here, and I restrained myself from doing anything more. Standing up, my expression returned to normal as I grabbed my bag. "Let's go." We stepped out of my house and walked in silence, side by side. Amidst the silence, I couldn't help but steal a glance at UCI's striking profile. "Is there something on your mind?" UCI inquired, catching my subtle gaze, and I couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Shaking my head, I regained my composure, yet a myriad of questions lingered in my mind. "Future, what's it like?" I inquired, my curiosity outweighing my earlier embarrassment. UCI nonchalantly shrugged. "Unlike the present, technology has advanced remarkably. While I can't speak for other places, in the future, Domino City thrives on an endless supply of energy, rendering it incredibly prosperous." Hearing UCI's response, a slight frown creased my forehead as it didn't align with my preconceived notions. Considering that UCI mostly lived in satellite after the catastrophic event of Zero Reverse, I realized he might not be divulging more details. Deciding to let the topic rest, I moved on. "Yumi?" I asked curiously. "What's your relationship?" UCI's body briefly tensed at my question, and he coughed, seemingly caught off guard. "Me and Yumi? We're just friends. We've known each other since we were very young because our parents worked together a lot." "Parents?" UCI's parents were still alive? Just what in the world was happening in the future? More questions plagued my mind, but the more I asked, the more confused I got, unable to perceive why everything had changed. Unsure of what to ask next, I decided to address the most crucial question. In the future, was I still alive? Yes, UCI answered honestly, and I released the breath I had been holding. So I'm still alive, although I would be in my 50s by then. Knowing that I lived brought me joy. Excited, I began to probe more. What was I like? I eagerly inquired, curiosity overtaking any sense of reservation. UCI's face assumed a slightly complicated expression. I don't want to reveal anything more, but all I can say is that you will become someone great. That's what I think, at least. His gaze, filled with respect, bore into me, causing me to squirm uncomfortably. Ah, we're here, UCI muttered as we stopped at the entrance of Domino High. I couldn't hide my disappointment, pouting as our Q&A session was abruptly interrupted. As we stood in the distance, I began to take notice of the students around me. As they walked by, their gazes were focused on us, and I could hear the whispers among the crowd. Look, it's Unisano. She won the Battle City tournament. Who's that boy beside her? He's so handsome. No way are they dating Kaya. The gossip and attention from the students created a buzz around us, adding an unexpected layer of noise to our entrance. The last whisper was particularly concerning, and my face stiffened instinctively. Excuse me? A timid girl approached us, staring at UCI with sparkling eyes. Are you a student here? She asked with a mix of. UCI frowned slightly before glancing at me and rubbing his chin deep in thought. Yes, I'm a new transfer student here starting today. Please take care of me, he said, offering a polite nod to the inquisitive girl. All the female students listening squealed, and I stared at UCI in disbelief. Sensing my gaze, UCI shrugged. We must protect you at all times. Don't worry. We will have our ways of getting in. Other than using a particular dark spirit named Yugioh to manipulate the principal, I couldn't think of a legitimate way of applying to the school in such a short time. Though, then see you, I uttered, seeking an escape from the attention. Unfortunately for me, it was already too late. Who the F***ck are you? UCI, and I simultaneously froze, our attention drawn to the source of the brash voice. Ah! A wild Cedo Kaiba has appeared. Kaiba scowled menacingly while glaring at UCI. Don't make me repeat myself. Who are you? If you're not a student here, get out of my sight this instant, or I will have you removed forcibly. A complicated expression marked UCI's face, signaling his uncertainty about how to proceed. Sensing the tension, I intervened reluctantly, aiming to prevent Kaiba from resorting to extreme measures, like hiring a hitman. He's a friend, I hurriedly explained, positioning myself between the two of them to diffuse the situation. A friend? Kaiba spat, his brows scrunching up in discontent. Nonetheless, he shouldn't be here. I slurred, glancing at UCI, and was dragged into his lie transfer. Student, Kaiba's scowl deepened, and I averted my gaze to shield myself from his intense scrutiny. After a moment, he sighed and conceded. Fine, then let's go. Class is about to start soon. Without waiting for my reply, he seized my wrist and briskly led me towards the school, sparking excited cries from more students. However, in the process, my sleeve was yanked upward, unintentionally revealing the bandages around my hand. Staring at the injury, Kaiba's pace quickened, and I was practically dragged into the school. As we turned around a corner, he abruptly stopped, and I could sense the agitation in his voice. Why are you hurt again? He snarled, and I was stunned by this unexpected question. It was an accident. I hurriedly answered, hot water. When? Kaiba questioned, interrupting me. Yes, yesterday, I replied hesitantly. Let's head to the infirmary, he declared, and to my confusion, Kaiba forcefully led me in the opposite direction. Kaiba, why are you so slow? Walk faster. Kaiba, I finally snapped, and he looked at me in shock. Taking a deep breath to calm my nerves, I mustered a composed expression. I'm fine. So stop. Kaiba's gaze bore into me, and his emotions were hidden behind a blank expression. After a minute of tense silence, he hissed, "Fine, we will do it your way." Without delay, he took hold of my hand, this time forcibly guiding me towards our classroom. Upon entering, all eyes were fixated on us, and I blushed in shame. Finally releasing his grip, I quickly made my way to my desk. Shooting a glare at Kaiba as I sat down, he shrugged nonchalantly and returned to his seat. Staring at my bandaged hand and then at Kaiba, I felt my energy draining rapidly from my body. With the sudden appearance of people from the future, then finding out I'm probably going to kick the bucket in a few days, and now having to deal with an estranged billionaire, I sighed. The day had just begun, and it was already exhausting. A few hours later, boom! During the lunch break, Yumi burst into the classroom with enthusiasm, UCI and Jaden following closely behind. What caught me off guard was that they were already donned in domino high uniforms. I couldn't help but wonder how legitimate their methods were. Upon entering the classroom, Yumi gasped slightly, her gaze fixed on Kaiba in the front row. Embarrassed, she hastily made her way to my side, and a frown of dismay appeared on my face. "Don't fall for that guy, Yumi," I shouted in my head. "Don't judge a book by its cover." "Yuna, we should start preparing. Let's go and find somewhere quiet to talk," Yumi suggested. Her soft voice tickled my ears, and I nodded. Standing up abruptly, I followed Yumi out of the classroom. However, before I could step out of the door, Kaiba halted me with a glare, eyeing the trio waiting by the exit. "Where are you going?" he interrogated. "My friends," I answered. "Eat with them? That's clearly a lie. You didn't even bring anything with you," he pointed out, and I subconsciously clicked my teeth. "Why the hell are you so perceptive?" I thought stiffly. "Even then, why do you care?" As the seconds dragged on, the atmosphere became more and more awkward. "Hello, excuse me, but may I butt in?" Suddenly, Yumi appeared, catching both of us off guard. Who are you?" Kaiba muttered in surprise. "My name's Yumi. Being a good friend of Yuna, it's natural for you to be worried about her," she said cheerfully, and a subtle tension gripped our expressions. Kaiba, "Well, worried? Yuna, good friends?" "No way," we shouted in unison. Hee hee, Yumi laughed, brushing off our protest. "But there's no need for concern. We'll just borrow Yuna for a second." "Yumi," I tugged on her sleeve with a strained smile, silently pleading for her to stop talking. "Are you trying to destroy my dignity here?" But, to my disbelief, Kaiba's lips trembled, and he covered his flushed face. "Why in the world will I be worried?" "Just go," he yelled, and Yumi smiled brightly, leading me out of the classroom. "Isn't he wonderful?" Yumi whispered while we walked down the hallway, and I stared at her weirdly. "What part of that is wonderful?" I whispered back. She giggled. "You two seem close, and it looks like you're bickering like old friends instead of enemies?" Yumi explained. "We're not that close." I mumbled and looked away. "I don't even think he considers me as a friend." "Well, I don't think so." Yumi smiled. "From the looks of it, Kaiba treated you unlike anyone else." "Gosh, what is this girl saying?" My face heated up. There's no way Kaiba think of me as a close friend. "We're here," Jaden announced, abruptly ending our conversation. Stopping before an empty classroom, he unlocked the door and let us in. "I've reserved this classroom in advance. There shouldn't be anyone coming in here." Grouping 4 tables together, we all sat down, and UCI said seriously, "Now, let's discuss the disaster that will befall us. To be exact, the attack that will happen 4 days from now. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the perpetrator, but all we know is that he can also freely travel through times and possess the ability to steal other people's dual monster spirit." Absorbed in UCI's explanation, I rubbed my arms uncomfortably, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The mere thought of my starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand being in danger sent shivers down my spine. The room's atmosphere grew heavy, and I couldn't shake off the anxiety that enveloped me. "Don't worry," UCI smiled. "We will make sure that won't happen. We will definitely stop him before that ever happens." Suddenly, I raised my hand when a question formed in my mind. "Why won't He attacked earlier? UCI nodded in understanding and answered in a polite tone. The man will want to wipe all of you out in one swoop. Although I wasn't sure of the exact details, Maximilian Pegasus will actually visit this school during that time, making it the perfect moment for his assault. Then what should we do? This time it was Jaden who asked the question. UCI rested his chin on his hands. Preparation is key, he emphasized, placing his deck on the table. We must be familiar with each other's strategies, playstyles, and decks. Otherwise, when he arrives, we'll be stumbling over one another. This won't be easy, UCI continued, his tone serious. But for the sake of the people we care about, we must try. His smile softened. So, let us save everyone. Could you refresh my memory? Why exactly are you here? Cedo inquired, his finger tapping a steady rhythm on the desk as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the man seated opposite him. Maximilian Pegasus hummed contentedly, taking leisurely sips of his tea. Isn't it only natural for me to ensure the well-being of my esteemed business partner? He remarked casually. Nevertheless, I must admit, I was quite surprised when you agreed to this meeting. Boys your age usually prioritize their studies. But then again, you're not like most boys, are you, Kaiba boy? Cedo scoffed dismissively, leaning back in his chair and propping both feet up on the desk. Behind him stood the Domino High Principal, visibly anxious as he nervously rubbed his palms together, bracing himself for whatever orders Cedo might issue next. I could breeze through these mediocre teachings without even batting an eye, Cedo boasted confidently. Is that so? Pegasus smiled calmly. Well, I'm not one to criticize Japan's educational system. That aside, you do seem quite different from the last time I saw you. What the hell are you babbling about now? Cedo scowled, sensing a strange shift in the conversation. Well, don't get me wrong, but back then, I always saw you as someone who held their head high with pride and wouldn't listen to anyone else, Pegasus chuckled softly. But now, you seem more composed, more mature, and more tolerant of other people. Resting his chin on his hands, the American businessman smiled. You changed, Kaiba boy, perhaps for the better. I wondered if something caused this transformation, or if I had to guess. Someone. Cedo flinched, and his calm expression began to crumble. The image of a girl that had been bothering him for the last 4 days resurfaced in his mind, and Cedo felt his mood worsening. It was only 4 days ago that they argued, and they haven't talked ever since. This wasn't the first time they had gone without seeing each other for a while, but for some reason, this instance felt the most memorable to Cedo. He couldn't quite understand why he felt so uneasy about facing her again. Looks like I was right, Pegasus grinned knowingly. And we both know who I'm referring to. Shut up, Cedo snapped, his tone sharp and final. Pegasus chuckled softly. I apologize. I always enjoy witnessing young love blossoming. It reminds me of the times I spent with my beloved Cecilia. How about you cut the bullsh asterisk T and tell me why you're really here? Cedo slammed his fist onto the table, his voice edged with impatience. If I have to endure any more of your drivel, I feel like my ears are going to rot. Fine, fine, Pegasus sighed with disappointment. You're way too uptight. Loosen up a little. Smiling, he ran his hand along his long white hair. It's true that I wanted to check up on you once in a while, but the second reason was I was merely delivering a package to someone. A package. Cedo frowned disapprovingly. Instead of wasting all of our time, couldn't you have just gotten someone else to do it? I shall do no such thing, the American man exclaimed loudly. The recipient was none other than the esteemed Yuna. How could I entrust just anyone with such a task? Why? Yuna? Cedo blinked in disbelief, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected name. But of course, Pegasus smiled warmly. To think she would request several cards to be made. I have to say, I haven't had that much fun in years. Unfortunately, most of the cards she ordered resulted in failures, as her creative mind was too big for me to handle. He mumbled, his words trailing off with a sigh. I see, Cedo muttered, processing the information. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his hand. Then give it to me. I will deliver it to her. Never, Pegasus exclaimed, gripping the white envelope tightly to his chest. This be asterisk starred. Cedo cursed, also rising from his seat, his annoyance evident. If you keep going to be a pain in the A*S, for the love of God, I will roar. Immediately, the two men fell silent, their attention drawn to the loud commotion outside. Cedo's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively turned towards the window, witnessing the sight of a massive, slender dragon descending from the sky. "What are you playing at?" Cedo growled, turning to Pegasus, but to his confusion, Pegasus seemed just as bewildered as he was. Meanwhile, Yuna's POV. As I sat there, I subconsciously fidgeted in my seat. For the past 3 days, we had been diligently preparing for the arrival of Paradox, planning the best strategy to defeat him, predicting where he would show up, and setting up countermeasures for the innocent people who might get caught up in the duel. As the final day arrived, my mind raced, and I found it difficult to focus on the class, mentally preparing myself for what was about to come. Roar! Instantly, everyone turned toward the wide windows, gasping as they beheld the form of Stardust Dragon soaring through the air. Is that a dragon? This must be some kind of prank, right? No way, it looked way too real. SKRRT. The silence shattered as I stood up, the sound of my chair scraping against the floor. "I need to leave," I stammered, my voice drawing everyone's attention. "Sano-san." Yugi spoke out. "Where are you going? Do you know what's happening?" Yugi," I muttered, my expression complicated. Shaking my head, I calmly stared at everyone and waited. Almost immediately, from the back row, the students groaned and clutched their heads in discomfort. One by one, they collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Quietly watching the scene unfold, everyone except me fell like dominoes. Once I made sure they were all asleep, I hurriedly retrieved my dual disc from the compartment under my desk and stormed out of the room. "Stop!" Suddenly, a domineering voice stopped me in my tracks. Turning around, I gazed at Yugi, slowly rising from the floor. His demeanor had changed completely, and I understood that he was no longer the Yugi I was familiar with. "So you do know what's happening?" Yami Yugi spoke, crossing his arms. "Sano-san, just who is behind all this?" I closed my mouth, at a loss for words. However, to my surprise, before I could respond, Yami Yugi smirked and held out his hand. "Just go. You must have your reasons," he chuckled, glancing out the window. "Be careful, Sano." Nodding gratefully, I rushed out of the door. Sprinting, I observed all the students gradually falling asleep. Once I reached the stairs, I began to ascend with haste. Meanwhile, third POV. Standing on the roof, Jaden and UCI observed Stardust Dragon roaring furiously in the sky. "Jaden," Yubel muttered. "Everyone has fallen asleep." "Thank you," he replied, his gaze fixed on the Stardust Dragon. "So, that's your spirit?" "Yes," UCI said, his eyes lingering on the Stardust Dragon with a touch of nostalgia. "Sano and Yumi will arrive soon, but please, we need to stop Stardust Dragon before it causes any harm." "Understood." Jaden nodded decisively, extending his arm. "Elemental Hero Neos." Whoosh. Suddenly, a tall humanoid with a sleek and futuristic design materialized in the air. The humanoid donned a tight-fitting suit in a striking combination of white, blue, and red colors, accentuating his streamlined appearance. His distinctive helmet boasted a sleek visor, adding to his high-tech and heroic demeanor. Without hesitation, Elemental Hero Neos soared towards Stardust Dragon, plunging into fierce combat. The clash between the two formidable entities was intense, with neither side gaining a clear advantage over the other as they battled relentlessly. "Yes, and we're here!" The door to the rooftop burst open as Yumi and Yuna appeared. However, upon witnessing the intense battle unfolding in the sky, they both stopped in their tracks, watching in shock at the massive clash before them. "I'm glad you're both here," UCI said with a smile. "Get ready. He should be arriving soon." The two girls nodded in understanding, and just as UCI finished speaking, they all heard the sound of something hovering behind them. "So, the three of you are still alive?" A deep voice echoed. Standing on a white hovercraft was a man clad in a sleek, dark blue suit adorned with intricate patterns and metallic accents. A black and white mask concealed the man's expression, but his surprise was palpable in his voice. "Who are you?" Yumi yelled, her voice tinged with anger. "Why are you committing such heinous acts?" "Why?" the man muttered, his gaze locking onto her. "Fine, I will tell you. In 200 years, the world will be destroyed. Yumi Jaden UCI. The cause," he scoffed disdainfully, "is none other than these duel monsters. With 3 of my comrades, we were the last survivors of humanity. But I will change that future once I kill Yugi Mutu, Cedo Kaiba, Maximilian Pegasus, and Unisano." UCI shouted angrily. "How does killing them do anything but cause tragedy and despair?" "You don't get it," the man growled. "These 4 were the spearhead in the popularity of duel monsters. With their death, I could prevent this cursed game from overtaking the world." "It doesn't make sense," Jaden muttered. "Why don't you just stop Pegasus before he even created duel monsters in the first place?" "It's not so simple," he said wistfully. "Duel monsters already existed long before Maximilian Pegasus brought it to light. Thus, there's no way to destroy its roots, and duel monsters will reappear eventually." "One? Then couldn't we change it?" Yumi shouted desperately. "If we now know what will happen in the future, what's stopping us from preventing it?" "Little girl," the man chuckled, "I cannot put the fate of the future merely on your naive notion. This is something I must do, and if you retaliate, I have no choice but to kill you all. Then we also have no choice." UCI stepped forward boldly. "Your schemes end here." He laughed and removed his mask, revealing striking golden pupils and a red mark running along his face. "I highly doubt that will be possible." Contorting into a malicious smile, he spread his arms wide. Suddenly, his dual runner glowed ominously, revealing 2 hidden compartments. With a hiss, the doors opened, revealing 2 new copies of the man standing within. "I commend your strategy for trying to stop me," he began, his voice dripping with confidence. "But it all ends here. After all." The 2 other copies opened their eyes simultaneously, their voices harmonizing. "Can you stop all 3 of us?" X3. Instantly, the 2 clones leapt off the dual runner and dashed towards the exits. Seeing this, UCI instinctively chased after them. "UCI, watch out!" Yumi screamed as a vast shadow loomed overhead. The ground where he stood exploded, and UCI dove forward, seeking cover. In the air, a white serpentine dragon with feathery wings and golden spiked sword, its body adorned with various rainbow-colored gems running along both sides. "Rainbow Dragon, eliminate him," the man commanded as the monster prepared to unleash another breath attack. "You will halt, Rainbow Dragon," Jaden shouted, and his spirit dashed towards the beast. "UCI, go!" Yumi shouted, urging UCI as he hesitated. "We'll hold him off here." Without further hesitation, he nodded and dashed down the stairs. "TSK. How troublesome." He clicked his teeth in annoyance. "Fine, I will play your games." Holding out a card, Rainbow Dragon let out a deafening howl as it returned to its card form. Jaden, Yumi, and Yuna exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Simultaneously, they activated their dual discs, fixing their opponent with intense stares. Jaden exclaimed, "All right, get ready to get your game on." Yumi declared, "Your evil plans end here. Let's get this show started." Yuna vowed, "I won't let you harm anyone. I won't lose." The man chuckled darkly as he activated the dual disc on his wrist. "Heed my words. My future will be saved. For I, Paradox, will crush your futile efforts right here and now." Duel X4. Paradox for 1000 LP. Yumi Jaden Yuna for 1000 LP. Meanwhile, Cedo's head throbbed with agony as he regained consciousness, the pain pulsing as if he had been jolted awake by an external force. Entering the hallway, he was greeted by the sight of all the students lying there, not dead but unconscious. The scene disturbed him deeply, and he quickened his steps, his subconscious leading him back to the classroom. In his mind, Thoughts of a certain someone consumed him. Entering the room, Cedo's eyes hurriedly scanned the interior, but to his surprise, Yuna was nowhere to be found. Turning towards the boy, gazing out of the window, Cedo growled, "Yugi, where is—" Sano-san left as soon as the dragon appeared. Yami Yugi calmly interrupted before Cedo could finish his sentence. "I don't know where she went." Cedo's frown deepened. His gaze filled with contempt as he glared at Yami Yugi. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the hallway, slowly approaching them. The tension in the room heightened as the door swung open, revealing an ominous figure standing in the doorway. The two duelists instinctively tensed their bodies, ready for whatever was to come. "It's over," Paradox spoke coldly as he entered the room. "Give up the struggle. You will both die here. Kaiba." Yami Yugi muttered, his voice heavy with resignation. Cedo nodded solemnly. "I know," he replied, determination burning in his eyes as they both reached for the dual discs in their bags. "Stop!" A voice shouted from the door, and Cedo's glare shifted to the sudden appearance of UCI. Paradox glanced at UCI with amusement. "So, you're abandoning Pegasus to chase after me? Looks like you couldn't save everyone." Contrary to his expectations, UCI smirked. "Do you really think we haven't considered that possibility?" "What are you talking about?" Paradox snarled. "You don't need to know," UCI replied enigmatically as he activated his dual disc. "So, are we dueling or not?" Paradox gritted his teeth. "Fine. Just because you're here, the outcome will never change." "We'll see about that," UCI mumbled confidently. Paradox, 4000 LP. UCI/Yugi/Cedo, 4000 LP. At another part of the school, "Kaiba boy, where did you go?" Pegasus called out, his voice echoing through the empty halls. However, before advancing any further, his path was blocked by a figure standing in his way. "I'm sorry. I don't recall anyone dressing as strangely as you." Paradox scoffed. "Keep talking for now, but your life will soon end." "Oh." Pegasus raised one of his eyebrows. "Many people have one in my life. You'll need to get in line." "Enough with the jokes." Paradox snapped, revealing his dual discs. "Let's get this over with." Yet, to his dismay, he sensed 3 new presences approaching. "Unfortunately for you, Maximilian Pegasus won't be perishing today," a feminine voice announced while 2 figures stepped forward to join her. Pegasus hummed thoughtfully as he turned around. "Ah, Madam Ishtar, I never knew you would be here today," Pegasus said with genuine surprise. Ishizu, Marik, and Odeon brushed past Pegasus, positioning themselves protectively between him and Paradox. "We were also not expecting to be called so soon," Ishizu replied calmly. "But if the miss is spoken, we will undoubtedly follow." Turning to the displeased Paradox, Ishizu spoke calmly but firmly. "I apologize, but to reach Pegasus, you must get through us. So many insects. Just keep getting in my way." Paradox shouted in rage. "Just like moths throwing themselves into flames. No matter how many people appear, their death was fated." "Humph. To talk about fate," Ishizu scoffed, her millennium necklace shining ominously. "Let me show you what true fate is." Paradox, 4000 LP. Ishizu/Marik/Odeon, 4000 LP. Yuna's POV. This was at the duel against Paradox. UCI had gone to chase after the 2 clones, while Jaden, Yumi, and I would fight against the main body here. Thankfully, knowing that Paradox was actually an android programmed with the memories of the real Paradox who passed away in the future, the notion that there could actually be more than one body never left my nerdy mind. "Let's get this over with. I will show you the true difference in our strength," Paradox spoke confidently as he glanced at his hand. "First, I will play Pot of Greed, drawing 2 cards from my deck. Then, I will activate Malefic Territory to add Malefic World to my hand. Additionally, once this card is on the field, you can't target field spells with card effects. Paradox, with this, I activate my field spell, Malefic World. Whoosh! Suddenly, our entire surroundings began to change. The sky darkens, taking on an eerie and ominous hue as if shadows themselves are creeping across the landscape. The ground below us cracked, revealing a purplish, otherworldly terrain. and the air around us became heavy with unsettling energy, as if we had been transferred into an alien realm. Staring down at us, Paradox cackled maliciously, and our bodies tensed. Now, let us truly begin. While Malefic World is active, in each of my draw phases, I will be able to add a random Malefic monster from my deck to my hand instead of conducting a normal draw, Paradox elaborated. Then, I will activate the effect of Malefic Cyber End Dragon in my hand by sending Cyber End Dragon from my extra deck to the graveyard. I will be able to special summon this card onto the field. Malefic Cyber End Dragon. 4,000 attack, 2,800 defense. At Paradox's command, a colossal mechanical beast with 3 distinct heads materialized on the field. Observing this spectacle, Jaden's fists clenched tightly in frustration. You even took Zane's monster. He seethed with anger. Paradox smirked, brushing off Jaden's remark. Next, I'll activate Field Barrier, ensuring the safety of my Malefic World from destruction and barring anyone else from activating field spells for as long as this card holds sway. And with that, I'll set 3 cards before ending my turn. It's my turn. I will draw, Yumi said excitedly. First, I will normal summon. No Izayamin. Nope Izayamin. Tuner, 600 attack, 600 defense. Then I activate Nope Unkze, a means effect, to pay 600 of our life points and add 1 PUNK monster from my deck to my hand. Yumi Jaden Yuna. 4,000 LP dash, 3,400 LP. Paradox. In response, I will activate my trap card Skill Drain to pay 1,000 of my life points, and all monsters on the field will have their effects negated. Paradox. 4,000 LP dash, 3,000 LP. TSK. Yumi clicked her teeth in frustration. Then, I will activate the effect of Nope Inke Dear Note, revealing the Nope Inke Foxy Tune in my hand. Then I will send Nope Inke Foxy Tune to the graveyard to summon Noe Dear Note in defense position. Nope Inke Dear Note. 2,100 attack, 1,800. Now, with a tuner and a non-tuner on the field, I will Synchro Summon. Yumi shouted as a swirling green circle appeared beneath the 2 monsters' feet. I felt my heart beat enthusiastically. Never had I imagined being able to see a proper Synchro Summoning here, and I felt giddy with excitement. With a level 3 Nope Inke Zayamin and level 5 Nope Inke Dear Note, I will summon Colossal Fighter, level 8 in defense position. Upon being absorbed by the circle and summoning a tall cream-color warrior dressed in intricate armor. Crossing his arms into an X, the colossal warrior knelt on one knee and shielded himself from any incoming attacks. Colossal Fighter. 2,800 attack. 1,000 defense. I will also activate the effect of Nope Inke Dear Note in my graveyard, allowing me to special summon Nope Inke Foxy Tune in the graveyard. Nope Inke Foxy Tune. 2,300 attack, 2,600 defense. Yumi. Finally, I will set 1 card and end my turn. It's my turn, Paradox declared with a scoff. What a pathetic attempt of Synchro Summoning. I will draw. However, the ability of my Malefic World has been activated, allowing me to add 1 Malefic monster instead of drawing normally. He explained as the dual disc automatically shuffled his deck and dispensed the card he needed. I will send my Rainbow Dragon from my deck to my graveyard and summon the 2nd Malefic monster, Malefic Rainbow Dragon. Asterisk Roar? Asterisk. The same Rainbow Dragon that had attacked UCI reappeared in the sky. Its serpent body swirled through the sky while the dragon snarled in hatred. Suddenly, black armor pieces manifested around Rainbow Dragon's head before attaching themselves to the monster's face. Rainbow Dragon howled in agony, and Jaden bit his lips in rage. Gradually, the roar died down as the monster became obedient. Its once shiny, feathery wings had turned completely black and mechanic, losing their luster. Malefic Rainbow Dragon. 4,000 attack, 0 defense. Now Malefic Rainbow Dragon attack. Paradox shouted. Destroy her colossal fighter. Upon command, Malefic Rainbow Dragon plummeted and dived towards the Synchro monster. Colossal Fighter attempted to fight back, but its strength was lacking against Malefic Rainbow Dragon and was ultimately defeated. When Colossal Fighter was destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, I will be able to revive a warrior-type monster, Yumi announced. The one I will bring back was none other than Colossal Fighter himself. Such a simple strategy will not work, Paradox shouted. I will activate my set spell, called by the grave. This will banish the Colossal Fighter in your graveyard, and thus negate its effects or any monster with the same name until the end of the next turn. 1. However, to his dismay, Yumi immediately revealed a card in her hand. That won't be happening. I will tribute artifact Lancea in my hand. Now, no cards can get banished this turn. That means your called by the grave will not work. Paradox clicked his teeth as the Colossal Fighter was successfully revived. The monster flexed its arms, brimming with energy for another battle. Colossal Fighter, 2800 attack, 1000 defense. Fine, then I will continue my battle phase. Paradox yelled angrily. Malefic Cyber End Dragon. Attack Noon K, Foxy Toon. The robotic monster charged, and Foxy Toon was unable to fend off the dragon's assault and succumbed to its might. I will end my turn, he declared and glanced at Jaden. Now it's your go, boy. I will draw. Jaden yelled and glimpsed at Yumi's Colossal Fighter, and they nodded at each other. First, I will play Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy your skill drain on the field. A fierce tornado shattered the pale blue barrier that surrounded us, and I felt the energy gradually returning to the field and the weak sensation vanishing. Jaden. Next, I will play Polymerization, fusing Elemental Hero Neos and Colossal Fighter to fusion summon Elemental Hero Neos Knight. Colossal Fighter burst into particles of light as Elemental Hero Neos appeared on the field. The light surrounds the hero and transforms into a flashy armor that protects his body. An orange mane grew from the back of Neos' head, and in his hands was a sword and shield. Elemental Hero Neos Knight. 2500 attack, 1000 defense. When Elemental Hero Neos Knight is fusion summoned, it will gain half of the warrior fusion material used for its fusion summon, except Elemental Hero Neos. Elemental Hero Neos Knight. 2500-3900 attack, 1000 defense. Then, with my Assault Armor spell card, Elemental Hero Neos Knight will gain an additional their 100 attacks. Elemental Hero Neos Knight. 3900-4200 attack, 1000 defense. Now I will battle, Jaden declared, and Elemental Hero Neos Knight lifted his shield. Elemental Hero Neos Knight has a second ability. During the battle phase, this card will be able to attack twice. Now, Elemental Hero Neos Knight, for Zane and Jesse, destroy Malefic Rainbow Dragon and Malefic Cyber End Dragon. Fearlessly, the hero rushed into battle, leaping between Malefic Rainbow Dragon and Malefic Cyber End Dragon. With a spin, Elemental Hero Neos Knight majestically wields his sword, slicing both monsters in half. Paradox, 3000 LP-2600 LP. You have activated my trap card, Malefic Toon, Paradox announced calmly. When my Malefic monster is destroyed by battle, I will be able to draw 2 cards. Very well, Jaden nodded. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Staring at Jaden, Paradox chuckled. How foolish, I will draw, but with the effect of Malefic World, I will add Malefic Paradox Gear to my hand instead. Then, I will summon Malefic Paradox Gear. Malefic Paradox Gear, 0 attack, 0 defense. With Malefic Paradox Gear, I will tribute itself to special summon Malefic Parallel Gear from my deck, and I can add a Malefic monster to my hand. Malefic Parallel Gear, 0 attack, 0 defense. The monster that I have added is none other than Malefic Stardust Dragon. With Paradox's exclamation, Yumi's face stiffened, and I also felt my lips pursing into a frown. Now, I will send Stardust Dragon into the graveyard and summon Malefic Stardust Dragon. Malefic Stardust Dragon, 2500 attack, 2000 defense. Now, with Malefic Stardust Dragon and Malefic Parallel Gear on the field, the conditions have been met. Paradox smirked as he raised his hand. With a tuner and a non-tuner, I will synchro summon. Synchro summoning? Yumi gasped in shock, and Paradox stared at her as if he was meeting a child. Fool! Do you really think you're the only one? Your narrow-mindedness is what's going to get you killed. He smirked, ignoring her intense glare. With a level 2 tuner and a level 8 non-tuner, I will summon level 10 Paradox Dragon. Roar! A terrifying howl shook the space where we stood, and the three of us all instinctively covered our ears at this ear-piercing cry. Opening one of my eyes, I witnessed the sight of a dark and imposing dragon with a sinister aura that made my skin crawl. The dragon's body was entirely black with red and purple accents, sharp angular features, and a menacing expression. Flapping its large bat-like wings, the monster howled with malice, and we instinctively frowned with caution. Malefic Paradox Dragon. 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense. While Malefic Paradox Dragon was synchro-summoned, I can target one synchro monster in my graveyard and summon it, ignoring all summoning conditions. Therefore, I will revive Stardust Dragon. Stardust Dragon. 2,500 attack, 2,000 defense. Stardust Dragon. Yumi mumbled and clenched her fists. That's UCI's monster. You have no right using it. So what? Paradox scoffed. A card is just a card. Who cares if it belongs to someone else? You. Yumi held her breath, suppressing the anger fuming in her heart. Worriedly, I held her hand, and she glimpsed at me with surprise before smiling with relief. Thanks, Yuna, I'm all right now. Nodding, I released my hand, and we both stared at Paradox with a scowl. Let's continue. He stated nonchalantly and resumed his turn. Unfortunately, it will soon be the end. While Malefic Paradox Dragon is on the field, all face-up monsters you control will lose an attack equal to the total attack of all face-up synchro monsters I control. Except for this card. Malefic Paradox Dragon howled, and a wave of darkness swept through the entire field. Instantly, Elemental Hero Neos Knight grunted in discomfort, and his shoulders slumped, severely weakened. Elemental Hero Neos Knight. 4,200-1,700 attack, 1,000. Now, I'm entering my battle phase. Paradox declared. Malefic Paradox Dragon. Attack Elemental Hero Neos Knight. Not so fast. Jaden shouted, activating his trap. I will respond with Hero Barrier, targeting your Malefic Paradox Dragon and negating its attack. That won't happen. To our surprise, Paradox countered and revealed his trap. I will play Red Reboot, which will negate the activation of your Hero Barrier and set it face down onto the field. Additionally, you can set another trap back from your deck, but you won't be able to activate any trap cards for the rest of this turn. Jaden clicked his teeth as the Hero Barrier he set earlier returned to its face-down position, and he chose a trap card to set onto his field. With the failure of his trap, Malefic Paradox Dragon resumed its attack once more, destroying Elemental Hero Neos Knight. Yumi Jaden Yuna. 3,400 LP-1100 LP. This is the end. Stardust Dragon. Attack Jaden Yuki directly. Paradox ordered, and Stardust Dragon charged with its claws raised. Not on my watch. Yumi interrupted. I shall activate Performance Damage Juggler and discard it, reducing the next battle damage to 0. Frustrated, Paradox let out an angered curse. Fine, he spat. I will activate Pot of Avarice in my hand, shuffling Malefic Rainbow Dragon, Malefic Cyber End Dragon, and Malefic Stardust Dragon back into my deck and drawing 2 cards. Then, I will set 3 cards, ending my turn, Paradox grumbled. Finally, Yumi and Jaden turned to me with expectations. I took a deep breath and smiled as I felt my body tingling. If they have tried their best, it's natural I must not let them down. My turn, I will draw, I shouted with determination. I first activated Card Destruction, and we will discard our entire hand. Then, we will draw the same amount of cards we've discarded. Staring at my new hand, I smiled with contentment. Next, I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords to revive a level 7 or 8 dragon from my graveyard. I will summon Arc Brave Dragon. 2,400 attack, 2,000 defense. When Arc Brave Dragon is special summoned from the graveyard, I can banish all face-up spells or trap cards on the field, including your Malefic World. Yumi and Jaden cheered as Arc-Brave Dragon unleashed a devastating breath in our surroundings, attacking the malefic world. However, the celebration swiftly dies down as Paradox activates his trap card. I won't allow that to happen. Paradox roared. I will activate Lost Wind, negating the effect of your Arc-Brave Dragon and having its attack points. Arc-Brave Dragon, 2,400-1,200 attack, 2,000 defense. Damn, I mumbled. Very well. I will summon the Guardian of Felgrand and equip Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to this card, and the Guardian of Felgrand will gain attacks and defense equal to half of the attack and defense of the equipped card. Guardian of Felgrand, 500 attack, 500 defense. Guardian of Felgrand, 500-1,900 attack, 500-1,900 defense. Now, I will activate Guardian of Felgrand's effect, tributing itself an Arc-Brave Dragon to summon a level 7 or 8 dragon monster, and I will choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Gozaburo. An intense howl shook the malefic dimension, one more rageful and ferocious than the one of the malefic Paradox Dragon. A divine light flashed before me and transformed into the form of a golden dragon. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack, 2,800 defense. There it is, Yumi exclaimed with excitement. Yuna has brought it out. Feeling giddy by her praise, my lips twitched, and I struggled not to smile sheepishly. I will activate Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect, targeting the malefic Paradox Dragon to banish it, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will gain attack equal to the banished monster's level multiplied by 100. It's not going to be that easy, Paradox bellowed with annoyance. I will activate my other trap card, Skill Prisoner, and target my own malefic Paradox Dragon. Now, any monster effects that target my malefic Paradox Dragon will be negated. No! I shouted instinctively in frustration as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's attack was cancelled. Guh. I will set 2 cards, ending my turn. Witnessing me end my turn, Paradox began to laugh. Is this what only the 3 of you can accomplish? I'm disappointed. During your standby phase, I interrupted him. With Arc-Brave Dragon's effect, I will special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon in defense position. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. It's useless, he said with a wave of his arms. Now, Malefic Paradox Dragon, attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Malefic Paradox Dragon roared, and I watched it plummeting towards my dragon. In response, I will activate Honest in my hand, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will gain attack of your Malefic Paradox Dragon. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-6,800 attack, 2,800 defense. Fool! Don't you realize that I have already thought of that? Paradox shouted with a smile. I will activate the Dark Honest in my hand. Upon his declaration, my eyes widened with disbelief. Now, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will lose an attack equal to its original attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 6,800-4,000 attack, 2,800 defense. Boom! The 2 dragons crashed into each other, creating a devastating explosion that shook the area where we stood. When the dust settled, both of our monsters had disappeared entirely, and Paradox smiled. Congratulations, you have fallen into my palms. Paradox chuckled, pressing the button on his dual disc. With this, the stage is finally set. I will activate the Malefic Paradigm Shift and pay half of my life points. When my Malefic Paradox Dragon is destroyed, I can special summon my strongest monster from my deck, Malefic Truth Dragon. Paradox, 2,600 LP-1,300 LP. The malefic world trembled upon the calling of a massive beast. Its scales were yellow, with spikes growing along its back. The dragon donned 2 massive wings bigger than its body, and there was a large red crystal embedded in its chest. Malefic Truth Dragon roared, and our faces paled, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Malefic Truth Dragon, 5,000 attack, 5,000 defense. Now, Malefic Truth Dragon, attack Blue Eyes White Dragon. Paradox commanded, and the yellow monster unleashed a deathly beam. I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard. Whenever a dragon monster is destroyed, I can banish this card instead. Paradox scowled in displeasure. Very well, then I shall end my turn here. However, I believe this soon would be over. He's right. I click my teeth. Yumi, Jaden, and I have all played our turns. This meant that Paradox no longer had to attack as consecutively and could now go for anyone. Third POV. Yumi bit her lips nervously. She glanced at Yuna and knew that they were thinking about the same thing. If Yumi doesn't do something now, Paradox will be way too powerful for them to handle. Yumi, Yuna quietly muttered. Raising her head, Yumi glanced at Yuna, smiling comfortingly. She gently held Yumi's hands. We shouldn't give up yet. Sano's right. A duel's not over till the last card is played. Jaden added confidently. Wiping her teary eyes, Yumi nodded with a small smile, and then, I'm sorry for being like this, but what should we do? Suddenly, Yuna poked her in the shoulder with a grin. I have a plan. A minute later, Paradox patiently waited as the three duelists broke away from each other. What are they doing now? He questioned with a suspicious frown. It's my turn, Yumi declared with a newfound determination. I will play Monster Reincarnation. This allowed me to discard a card and add a monster from our graveyard to my hand. 2. With enthusiasm, she picked up a specific card ejected out of Yuna's duel disc. Staring at her hand, the plan they had formulated began to go in full force. I will first play Monster Reborn, summoning Nope Zayamin from my graveyard. Nope Zayamin, tuner 600 attack, 600 defense. Now, I will pay 600 of our life points to add Nope Dear Note from my deck to my hand. Next, I will activate Nope Dear Note's effect, revealing this card and Nope Order Dance. Then I can send Nope Dear Note to the graveyard to summon the other PUNK monster. Yumi Jaden Yuna, 1100 LP-500 LP. PUNK Order Dance, 2500 attack, 2000 defense. Finally, I will synchro summon with a level 3 tuner and a level 8 non-tuner. To summon, level 11, Yugioh Amazing Dragon. Swoosh. An array of colorful paints splashed into the air. The colors intertwined with each other, gradually forming the figure of a bright dragon with a vibrant mix of neon colors. Its body was adorned with patterns reminiscent of traditional Japanese prints, featuring swirling motifs of waves, clouds, and geometric shapes. Yugioh Amazing Dragon. 3000 attack, 2800 defense. When Yugioh Amazing Dragon is synchro summoned, I can target cards on the field equal to the number of level 3 psychic monsters on the field or graveyard and send them back to the hand. The card I will choose is the Malefic Truth Dragon. I won't allow this, Paradox shouted. With Skill Prisoner in the graveyard, I can banish this card to target my Malefic Truth Dragon, and any effect that targets it will be negated. That is fine, Yumi grinned. Now, everything's ready. Yuna Jaden? Yuna, I'm on it. I will activate Call of the Haunted and summon my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Jaden, let's do this. I will activate Soul Resurrection and summon my Elemental Hero Neos. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800 attack, 2800 defense. Elemental Hero Neos. 2500 attack. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect, I will banish your Stardust Dragon, and it will gain attack and defense equal to its levels. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2800-3800 attack, 2800-3800 defense. Now, Yumi raised a single card into the sky. This is the best day of my life, she exclaimed. With Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Elemental Hero Neos, and Yugioh Amazing Dragon as tributes, I will summon Winged Dragon of RA. Paradox gasped in horror as the three monsters were engulfed by a blazing sun that burst through the dark malefic world. Do you really think you can just summon a god who gives you the right to control it? Huh? Yumi laughed while staring at Paradox with pity. Don't you know? How many times have I asked Mom to chant it for me? I can even say it in my sleep. With a broad smile, Yumi begins to speak, and the aura surrounding them changes. *T. Paradox cursed as each word matched perfectly, and he clutched the side of his hair in disbelief. Now, I summon you, Yumi yelled. Appear in this game as I call out your name. Winged Dragon of R.A. Winged Dragon of R.A. 0 attack, 0 defense. When Winged Dragon of R.A. is tribute summoned, it will gain attack and defense equal to the monsters that were used to summon it. Winged Dragon of R.A. 0-9300 attack, 0-8600 defense. Winged Dragon of R.A. Attack Malefic Truth Dragon. Yumi declared excitedly, and the Egyptian god roared. Rising into the air, it unleashed a flaming sun at Malefic Truth Dragon, completely burning the monster alive. No, no, no! Paradox screamed as the flames traveled towards him. I was supposed to change the future. Where have it gone so wrong? With the raging fire, the last thing Paradox saw was the three duelists' determined expression as he was consumed completely, wiped without a trace. Paradox, 1300 LP-0 LP. Crack! The malefic world surrounding them disintegrated like fragile glass, fracturing into countless minuscule shards that scattered into the wind. Paradox and his dual runner vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the card forms of Cyber and Dragon, Rainbow Dragon, and Stardust Dragon strewn across the floor. Did we do it? Yumi mumbled in a daze, her gaze fixed on the spot where Paradox had stood moments before. Gasping for breath, Jaden collapsed onto his back, exclaiming, "We won! We really won!" Watching the two cheer, Yuna couldn't help but let out a small, relieved smile. With eager steps, Yumi excitedly approached the cards and picked them up, handing Cyber and Dragon and Rainbow Dragon to Jaden. They quickly descended from the roof to search for UCI. After a 10-minute walk, they finally located UCI resting in the classroom, where Yugioh and Cedo were also present, equally restless. Noticing Yumi, UCI's face brightened, and he rushed towards her. "Are you all right?" he asked with a face full of worry. Yumi nodded. "How about you? Where's Paradox?" UCI began to explain that during the duel, Paradox's clones suddenly began to act even more strangely, as if it had lost a part of its brain. Taking advantage of this, Kaiba, UCI, and Yugioh were able to exploit the situation and defeat him efficiently. Upon UCI's explanation, Yuna also received a message from the Ishtars explaining a similar scenario, and her mind finally relaxed, knowing that it was all over. Thank goodness. Yumi yelled and enveloped UCI in a tight hug. "We won." Caught off guard, UCI's face reddened slightly, and he coughed in embarrassment. In the background, Yuna felt a flutter in her chest as she observed Yumi's intimate gesture. Glancing around the room, she noticed Cedo had suddenly vanished. Frowning, Yuna quietly slipped out of the classroom and found him in the hallway. "Kaiba," Yuna called out, and Cedo stopped abruptly, his expression guarded. "Why are you here?" he questioned curtly without turning around. "I thought you were going to celebrate with them." But she hesitated, sensing his tense demeanor. "Where are you going? Where do you think?" Cedo retorted sharply, his tone reflecting his impatience. "I'm going home." Without waiting for a response, he started to walk away. However, Yuna reacted quickly, reaching out and grasping his hand, her touch unexpected yet firm. "Why are you holding me?" he snapped, his irritation evident. "Let go." Yuna mumbled hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you angry at me?" "No," Cedo responded quickly, his tone clipped. "Lie," she exclaimed, her frustration evident. Staring at her in the corner of his vision, Cedo sighed and shook away her hands. "You wanted me to leave you alone, so that's what I'm doing," he explained, his voice tinged with resignation, and he spread his arms. "Isn't this what you wanted?" "No, Yuna stammered, her frustration evident as she bit her lip. She soon realized that this wasn't Cedo's typical angry attitude. He was legitimately sulking. "Kaiba," she mumbled, averting her gaze. "I'm sorry. I don't want you to leave." Suddenly, Cedo's lips twitched, and he covered his mouth to hide the gradually forming smile. What makes me believe that you actually mean it? I like being friends with Kaiba. Yuna blushed in embarrassment and bowed her head. I'm really sorry. At this point, Cedo was smiling from ear to ear, seemingly amused by his newfound hobby of teasing Yunasano. Crossing his arms, Cedo furrowed his brows, feigning annoyance. Sorry just won't cut it. If you really want to apologize, then you must prove it, right? I don't understand, Yuna replied, taking a small, wary step back as she noticed his ominous smile. Well, since you acted so discourteously, I think you should do something for me. He smirked, his tone playful yet challenging. What is it? Yuna questioned nervously, her apprehension growing. It's simple, really, Cedo shrugged nonchalantly. Just tomorrow, you just have to become my servant for a day. Oh, and you should also come dressed in a maid costume. His smirk widened as he watched her reaction. Yuna's face turned pale, and she stared at Cedo in disbelief. She couldn't imagine the pure shame that would bring, dressing up in a maid costume and addressing him as young master. Suddenly, Yuna snapped out of her daze when she heard Cedo's laughter. Finally realizing that he was messing with her, Yuna's glare intensified, and her shoulders trembled in humiliation. Fine, if this is how you want to play it, Yuna thought to herself, her determination growing more assertive as she prepared to face Cedo's challenge head-on. To Cedo's surprise, Yuna's expression returned to normal. Placing a finger on her lip, she averted her gaze and hugged her waist with her other arm. If that's what you're into, she murmured softly. Huh? Cedo let out a strange noise, his face reddening with confusion. What the F***ck are you talking about? Realizing how awkward she sounded, Yuna also blushed, and the two stared at each other in uncomfortable silence. Poo-ha-ha-ha! Breaking the uncomfortable silence, Yuna doubled over, clutching her stomach as laughter bubbled out uncontrollably. Cedo's finger twitched nervously, and his heart rate quickened inexplicably. Strangely captivated by the sound of her laughter, he felt an unexpected warmth spreading through him. It was beautiful, he thought, in a way he couldn't quite explain. It was only for a moment, but Cedo thought that Yuna's laugh, like a majestic melody, this beautiful sound should only be meant for him. An hour later, wow, is this a motorbike from the future? How does it work? Yugi asked with excitement, his eyes wide as he curiously circled UCI's duel runner. Yes, in the future, there will be a new style of dueling that combines with racing, UCI explained, and Yugi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To think there's something like this. Cedo huffed, his expression a mixture of skepticism and curiosity as he grasped his chin in thought. This new method called synchro summoning is also very interesting, right? Yumi nodded enthusiastically. I wonder what other new ways to duel there will be in the distant future. Watching Cedo agree with her, Yuna couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at Yumi's ability to befriend even the infamous Cedo Kaiba. She had always believed that she might be his only friend for his entire life. However, seeing Yumi and Cedo talking comfortably with each other, she couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. Yumi, Jaden, it's time for us to leave. UCI shouted as he started his duel runner. Looks like I have to go. Yumi exclaimed, turning to Yuna. Yuna, these last few days have been so much fun. And Yuna nodded with a small smile. I had a lot of fun as well. Suddenly, Yumi extended her arms, pulling both Cedo and Yuna into a tight embrace. Yuna and Cedo glanced at each other in awkwardness, bewildered by her unexpected actions. Eventually, Yuna chuckled and raised her arm, gently stroking her hair. Watching her return the embrace, Cedo felt a sense of complicated emotions overwhelming him. His instinct was to push her away and berate this strange girl for suddenly touching him like this. However, Cedo could not find himself doing so. With this unfamiliar motion, Cedo extended his hand, and he hesitantly patted her back. Yumi's heart quickened, and she leaned against Yuna's chest. The bright smile on her face was only growing increasingly more significant. It's really nice to meet you too. Yumi laughed and broke off from the embrace. Gently grabbing Yuna's shoulders, she stared at her. Yuna, before I go, can you promise me one thing? With Yuna's agreement, Yumi squealed and whispered into her ears. Backing away, Yuna froze like a statue, gazing at her in shock. Can you do that for me? Yumi asked with a giggle. What do you? Yumi laughed and shrugged off her question. Before Yuna could grab her, Yumi darted between her arms, leaping onto UCI's dual runner. Jaden UCI, come on, let's go, go, go. Wah, wait, Yuna exclaimed, but the dual runner's loud engine drowned out her voice. With a press of the throttle, the bike sped through the school grounds, creating a mountain of clouds of dust. To everyone's amazement, a humongous red dragon appeared beside UCI, engulfing the dual runner whole, and with a flash of light, they disappeared. Staring at the space, Yuna clutched her chest in confusion, frowning at Yumi's final words. Yumi, please explain to me what the hell you mean when you say that you wanted a big brother. 2 months later, in the Domino High library, is this truly so confusing? Cedo asked, his gaze fixed upon the array of mathematical materials spread out before him. Yuna rolled her eyes in exasperation, focusing on the questions before her. Her pen moved hesitantly across the paper, tracing out each answer with uncertainty. Amidst the quiet of the library, the only sound was the rhythmic scribbling of her pen. As she worked, Yuna's gaze drifted to the man seated across from her, and she couldn't help but wonder how they had found themselves in this perplexing predicament. It began about a week ago when Makuba decided to pay a surprise visit. Upon arriving, he was greeted by the sight of books strewn across the kitchen table. To Yuna's disbelief, Makuba effortlessly grasped the questions, dismissing them as simple despite the fact that it had taken her a while to comprehend each topic. Transported into the world of Yugioh, Yuna had never fathomed that she would find herself back in school, facing the same academic demands as before. The sheer volume of work was driving her to the brink of insanity. Noticing her situation, Makuba shrugged. Maybe Big Brother can help you? Since he's much smarter than me. I can ask him if you want. With little to lose, Yuna nodded nonchalantly, anticipating Cedo's typical response of urging her to figure it out herself rather than going out of his way to teach her. However, all you need to do is transfer the numbers from this side to that side, and then the variables will be isolated, Cedo said, gesturing towards Yuna's notes. Yuna furrowed her brow as she stared, trying to comprehend his explanation. Finally, with a pinch at the bridge of his nose and a resigned sigh, Cedo lamented. Why is this so difficult for you to grasp? Look. He picked up the book and scanned its contents. How about this? He proposed. If your opponent has 85,700 life points with nothing on their field, and you've just summoned Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from your graveyard, what level of monster do you need to banish to? 829, Yuna answered promptly. Cedo paused, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Then try this question, he said, sliding the book towards her. However, Yuna merely furrowed her brow deeply at the equation, unable to grasp the formula. Why don't you try thinking of each question as related to dual monsters? Cedo suggested with a hint of resignation in his tone. Dual monsters? Yuna repeated, her tone uncertain. To Yuna's surprise, Cedo began to reframe each question in terms of dual monsters, and she found herself able to solve each one in the blink of an eye. As she finally closed the book, a realization dawned on Yuna at how childish the method was. Blushing, she glanced at Cedo, who appeared to regard her with a mixture of amusement and perhaps a touch of condescension, as if he were indulging an infant, and her face flushed even redder with embarrassment. If you approach it like that, I doubt you'll have any trouble passing, Cedo stated assertively, raising an eyebrow. Is that everything? And Yuna murmured, shaking her head while staring down at the table. Thank you, she added softly, her voice filled with gratitude. She patiently waited, but Cedo remained seated, his arms crossed as he observed her with a penetrating gaze. Yuna squirmed uncomfortably under his scrutiny, feeling the weight of his cold eyes. Finally, Cedo opened his mouth, addressing a question that had been weighing on him for months. By the way, do you have anyone you like? Yuna stiffened, staring at him in shock. "What do you mean?" she asked cautiously, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Is there someone you're interested in?" Cedo repeated while leaning back in his chair, shrugging casually. "I've heard it's something people our age talk about, but people like us just talk about duel monsters." Yuna pondered, especially Kaiba. So why is he asking something like this? She wondered, her suspicion growing. "I don't," Yuna answered honestly, her voice trailing off as she gauged Cedo's reaction carefully. "Then who is it?" Yuna heard Cedo mumble under his breath. He bit the tip of his thumb, lost in thought, his expression unreadable. It had been 2 months since the 3 visitors from the future bid their farewells and returned to their respective timelines. Cedo couldn't help but overhear Yumi's whispered words to Yuna, words that shook him to his core. "I want a big brother." Cedo instinctively shuddered, his mind racing as he reflected on those words. This means that Yumi is Senos, he thought, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Running his hand through his hair in agitation, Cedo couldn't shake the wild notion forming in his head. What if I'm the father? He thought, his mind racing with the implications. Suddenly overcome with embarrassment, Cedo covered his face, desperately trying to hide the deep blush creeping over his cheeks. The idea wasn't entirely impossible, given that they shared the same hair color. However, Cedo also knew that brown was a standard hair color, and a wave of pessimism washed over him as he realized the absurdity of the situation. "Kaiba." Snapping out of his daze, Cedo turned to the girl sitting across from him. "How about you? Do you have anyone?" she asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and hesitance. Freezing, Cedo found himself contemplating the question in a way he hadn't expected. Typically, if he were asked something like this, he would scowl and brush it off with disdain. However, this time he found himself unable to do so. "I don't know," Cedo responded quietly, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window as he grappled with his thoughts. Yuna blinked in surprise at the unexpected answer, and a palpable awkwardness settled over the room. She couldn't comprehend what had prompted Cedo to respond so vaguely, and she felt a sense of distance growing between them. The Cedo Kaiba she had idolized through the screen seemed increasingly elusive. Despite the discomfort, Yuna couldn't help but smile, realizing that the characters she adored were far more complex and nuanced than she had ever imagined. 3 weeks later. Soon, the final exams flew by in a blur, and thanks to Cedo's guidance, Yuna passed with ease, and she found herself once again in his debt. With the conclusion of the finals, the holiday season swiftly approached, and the much-anticipated day planned with Yugi had arrived. Stopping outside of the museum, Yuna gaped at the building in awe. History had never been her strong suit, and the sheer magnitude of the monumental structure left her feeling slightly intimidated. "Lady Sano, you have arrived," Ishizu greeted warmly as Yuna glanced up the stairs, spotting her waiting at the entrance. Following Ishizu's lead, Yuna stepped into the museum, where she began to guide her through each exhibit expertly, explaining the history behind each attraction with the skill of a seasoned tour guide. "Where are other people?" Yuna asked curiously as they made their way through the museum, noticing the absence of other visitors despite it being prime opening hours. "I had made sure that there would be no intrusion," Ishizu responded, gesturing towards the exhibit at the center of the museum. "Although I wanted to show you more, I believe it's best if we complete our objective today first." Moving towards the ancient Egyptian exhibit, Yuna finally spotted the massive limestone tablet displayed on a black obsidian pedestal. Upon the tablet were various engravings of countless hieroglyphics and depictions that Yuna recognized as the Dark Magician, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and 2 figures standing beneath the towering duel monsters, facing each other. Approaching the artifact, Yuna instinctively held her breath upon witnessing the scene depicted before her. Subconsciously, she halted, her gaze fixed intently on the engravings, absorbing every detail with rapt attention. "Ah, Sana-san, you're here." Turning around, Yuna saw Yugi and his friends, their expressions noticeably brightening as they greeted her warmly. "Yugi," Yuna murmured, reaching for her waist where she had stored her deck box. With careful precision, she retrieved the winged dragon of Ra, holding it out for Yugi and his friends to see. "Thank you, Sano-san. I'm truly grateful for this." Yugi responded with genuine sincerity, his eyes reflecting his gratitude. As Yugi accepted the card from Yuna's hand, her gaze lowered slightly, and she suppressed the sigh that threatened to escape her throat. Despite the trouble the winged dragon of RA had caused her, she couldn't deny the allure and power of a true Egyptian god. "Look, those are the pictures of the 3 Egyptian gods," Joey pointed out excitedly. "That's Slifer the Sky Dragon, Obelisk the Tormentor, and the winged dragon of RA." Nodding solemnly, Yugi took a deep breath. The Millennium Puzzle on his chest began to shine with an ethereal light, and everyone present could sense a shift in the aura surrounding him. Standing before the tablet, Yami Yugi gazed at the 3 drawings etched upon it. With a determined expression, he held out his hand, placing each of the cards on their respective pictures. Almost immediately, the cards in Yami Yugi's hand began to glow brilliantly, causing everyone present to shield their eyes from the blinding light. However, the intense light soon vanished, giving way to an overwhelming darkness that seemed to engulf the room. Yami Yugi let out a pained groan as the Egyptian god cards emitted a crackling, purple electricity, striking him with its force. "Yugi!" T shrieked in shock, rushing towards him as he collapsed onto his back. As the 3 cards slipped from Yami Yugi's grasp and fell to the floor, the tablet beneath them began to tremble. To everyone's disbelief, the artifact was suddenly enveloped in a shimmering, translucent ice. "What in the world?" Joey muttered in a daze. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, jolting everyone out of their stupor. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the museum, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos and horror. Monsters of all shapes and sizes appeared in the sky and on the ground, launching relentless attacks on the unsuspecting civilians nearby. Panic and fear gripped the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the nightmarish spectacle unfolding before them. "Miss Sano, be careful," Ishizu warned, pulling Yuna towards her just in time as a yellowish flying beast swooped dangerously close overhead. The monster let out a deafening roar before perching atop the museum rooftop, its lengthy snake-like body coiling around the flagpole. "That's the Curse of Dragon," Tristan exclaimed, leaving everyone speechless. "But what is it doing here?" Unfortunately, Tristan's questions remained unanswered as the duel monster attempted to attack once more. It lunged at him, and he dropped to the floor, narrowly dodging the dragon's razor-sharp teeth. Losing its balance, Curse of Dragon crashed onto the hard stone pavement and immediately snapped around, this time aiming towards Yami Yugi and T. However, to everyone's surprise, Curse of Dragon merely phased through their bodies, its image flickering before it swiftly flew away into the sky. "What was that?" T mumbled shakily, her voice trembling with fear. "Do you think what happened earlier has something to do with it? Or maybe it's Kaiba Corp's doing?" Joey grumbled angrily. "Don't they make these types of things?" However, before he could elaborate on his point, he sensed an intense glare behind him, causing him to falter. "Wheeler-san, please apologize," Yuna muttered in displeasure. "Ah!" Joey flinched, realizing his mistake. "Sorry, I misspoke." He apologized sincerely, acknowledging his error. Nonetheless, it still doesn't hurt to check with Kaiba. He might know what's happening, Yami Yugi explained, glancing at Yuna for confirmation. Seeing Yuna nodding in agreement, Yami Yugi smiled with relief. "All right, let's go." "Although I would love to follow suit, I humbly apologize," Ishizu interjected, her voice filled with sincerity. "But I shall remain here and investigate what happened to the Tablet of Memories. I pray that you will be safe on your journey." With their resolve firm, the group set off, navigating the chaotic streets with caution, mindful of the dual monsters lurking around every corner. Some creatures paid them no heed, while others exhibited hostile behavior before running away, much like the Curse of Dragon. "Looks like there's less and less monsters," T said, and everyone felt their confidence returning. With hurried steps, they finally reached the imposing entrance of Kaiba Corporation. However, as they approached, they realized that they weren't the only ones there. Was Kaiba Corp responsible for this chaotic event? Is this the result of the Duel Disk's holograms malfunctioning? Does Kaiba Corp have any explanation for what happened? Hundreds of reporters swarmed outside the entrance of Kaiba Corp, bombarding the staff with questions in their quest for information. Standing at the forefront of the chaotic scene was Roland, Cedo's trusted right-hand man, skillfully managing the onslaught of reporters while wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. "Everyone, please calm down," Roland urged, his voice projecting above the clamor of the crowd. "Mr. Kaiba will be holding a press conference later tonight, but I can assure you that this has nothing to do with Kaiba Corp." However, his words were immediately drowned out by a barrage of even more questions from the persistent reporters, each bombarding for answers amidst the chaos. "I don't think we have a chance of getting our answers after all," Joey commented, his expression grave as he observed the chaotic scene unfolding before them. "Didn't Roland say that Kaiba will hold a conference later?" T pointed out, her voice a beacon of reason amidst the chaos. "Looks like we just have to wait." Each of Yugi's friends voiced their agreement, acknowledging that waiting was the best course of action given the circumstances. With no immediate answers forthcoming, they decided to call it a day, bidding farewell to Yuna before departing for Solomon Muda's card shop. Naturally, unable to unlock the Pharaoh's memories, the winged dragon of RA was naturally returned to her deck, and Yugi promised that they would try again next time. Waving her hand in farewell, Yuna glanced at the swarm of reporters engulfing the Kaiba Corp building, a sense of unease settling in her heart. She couldn't help but feel worried for the two Kaiba brothers, knowing the challenges they were undoubtedly going to face in the coming days. However, amidst her concerns, she held on to the faith that they would undoubtedly overcome it. Night. From the last 24 hours, monsters have been spotted all over the world, including a winged dragon perched on top of the Taj Mahal. The news reporter's voice echoed from the television. These creatures are believed to be lifelike holograms associated with the popular game Duel Monsters. Staring at the screen, Yuna's expression darkened with a complicated mix of emotions. Already aware of the true mastermind behind all this chaos, she understood just how nefarious the enemy's plans were. Anxious about the uncertain future that lay ahead, Yuna couldn't shake off the feeling of unease gnawing at her heart. We now take you live to the Kaiba Corp press conference, where the gaming company president, Cedo Kaiba, will make a statement, the news anchor announced as the broadcast shifted to the Kaiba Corp press conference. Immediately, Yuna's eyes fixated on the screen as Cedo calmly walked onto the stage. He's definitely pissed off right now," she muttered to herself. Adjusting the microphone with a sigh of annoyance, Cedo began his statement. "After thorough testing of our hologram simulation system, I can assure you that these sightings are unrelated to Kaiba Corporation. Our state-of-the-art technology is working perfectly." Without offering any further explanation, Cedo Kaiba swiftly exited the stage, leaving the on-site reporters stunned by his abrupt departure. "You heard it, folks," the news anchor declared, addressing the audience. Cedo Kaiba claims that they were not responsible for today's events. Click. Not wanting to hear any more speculation, Yuna turned off the television with the remote. Moving to her bedroom, she sank onto the bed and hugged her legs, feeling a mix of frustration and apprehension swirling within her. Opening her laptop, she began to scroll through the internet and search through today's event. Despite not being responsible for the events, Cedo was still facing backlash and criticism on the online forums, with many people unjustly blaming him for the chaos. Yuna sighed in frustration and closed her laptop, feeling irritated by the unfairness of the situation. It troubled her to see Cedo being unjustly blamed for something beyond his control, while the actual perpetrators remained at large. TSK. Darts, karma will surely hit you like a truck, Yuna mumbled angrily, clenching her fists in anger. Suddenly, Yuna's phone came to life, the loud alarm breaking the tense silence in the room. Hastily picking up the device, she pressed the answer button and brought it to her ear. "Sana-san." Yugi's urgent voice pierced through the line. "Just moments ago, someone robbed my grandfather's store." They stole the Egyptian god cards. Immediately, Yuna froze as a chilling realization washed over her. A single fact that she had forgotten suddenly flashed in her mind. In this arc, all 3 Egyptian god cards would be stolen by darts. But, now that it has changed, she was the one who had the winged dragon of RA. Just at that moment, the lights in Yuna's apartment floor flickered ominously before abruptly cutting out, plunging her into darkness. Heart pounding, Yuna stood up slowly, her senses on high alert. She could hear the front door opening, and a sinking feeling settled in her stomach as she realized that someone had entered the house. "Someone's here," Yuna muttered under her breath, her voice barely above a whisper. "What? Who's here?" Yugi's panicked voice came through the phone, filled with concern and alarm. "What's happening?" "I have to go," Yuna replied urgently, her mind racing with apprehension. Before Yugi could ask any more questions, she abruptly hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Yuna tried to stay calm and said in a whisper, praying to the spirits residing in her soul, "Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, please help me." Whoosh! Immediately, a dark presence materialized in front of her, merging into the form of a sinister dragon. Yuna met its gaze with determination, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her. With a nod from Yuna, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon acknowledged her command and slithered into the darkness. Meanwhile, a man stood silently in the center of Yuna's living room, his presence casting a chilling aura in the darkness. He was dressed in a full-body coat with padded shoulders, belted sleeves, and fingerless gloves, giving him an ominous and intimidating appearance. Scanning the room with a trained eye, the man meticulously checked each area, ensuring that there was no sign of his target. Moving with stealth and precision, he approached the bedroom door, reaching out to touch the handle. Suddenly, with a gasp of surprise, he leapt backward as a claw-like appendage phased through the door, slashing at the spot where he had been standing just moments before. "I knew this wouldn't be easy," the man muttered under his breath as the figure of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon fully revealed itself, bursting through the door with a formidable presence. Standing up to face the imposing creature, the man's gaze shifted to the girl standing at the other end of the room, her eyes glaring at him fiercely. Yuna raised her arm, her hand trembling slightly as she pointed at the intruder with a commanding gesture. "Stop him!" Responding to Yuna's command, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon hissed menacingly and swiftly lunged towards the intruder with lethal intent. The man clicked his teeth in anticipation, swiftly dodging aside as the dragon crashed into the nearby table with incredible force. The impact caused the wood to explode into a million pieces. "TSK, Guardian Grarl, protect me from that beast," he shouted and revealed a card from his pocket. Suddenly, the hallway rumbled as a giant brown bipedal lizard appeared, its towering figure clad in imposing armor and wielding a formidable battle axe. With a roar of defiance, Guardian Grarl fearlessly charged towards Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. With nothing standing between them, the man advanced towards Yuna with the intent to capture her. Gritting her teeth, Yuna yelled, "Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. BOM!" The man was thrown across the room, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact that left a noticeable dent. Despite the pain, he chuckled grimly as he struggled to rise to his feet, his gaze fixed on the majestic golden dragon standing protectively between him and his target. Even though Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand had not been summoned to its full size, its imposing presence still sent a shiver down the man's spine. The sheer power emanating from the majestic creature filled the room, casting a formidable aura that made it clear the intruder was facing a force to be reckoned with. To face the rumored divine dragon, "It's quite the sight," the man remarked, his tone more subdued. Yuna, her voice steady despite the tension in the room, cut to the chase. "Who are you?" she asked, her gaze fixed on the shadowy figure before her, trying to make out his features in the dim light of the room. "My name is Raphael," the man introduced himself, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. "I am one of the 3 swordsmen of Doma, and I'm here to retrieve the winged dragon of our..." Hearing Raphael's declaration, Yuna's frown deepened, and she subconsciously patted the deck box attached to her waist. However, unbeknownst to Raphael, all of Yuna's valuable cards were safely stored in the system, inaccessible to anyone else but her. "I won't give it to you," Yuna stated firmly, her resolve unwavering as she took a step forward. With a flick of her wrist, Yuna activated her dual disc, the device coming to life, and a system screen appeared in the corner of her vision. Task number 9. This is my house. Fend off the intruder from your home. Reward: 2,500 credits. Gazing at Yuna with a smirk, Raphael slowly stood up from where he had been thrown against the wall. "Guardian Grarl, return," he commanded, and with his words, the monster engaged in battle with starving Venom Fusion Dragon vanished in a burst of light. Raphael then extended his arm, revealing a dual disc that resembled the blade of a scythe, a menacing glint in his eyes as he prepared for the impending duel. "Looks like you won't yield." "Good," Raphael chuckled darkly, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Then I will just take it from you forcibly. Get ready, and I will show you the power of our great god." Duel X2. With the light emitting from our dual discs, I was finally able to witness the extent of damage to my house, and my lips trembled to suppress my tears. Most things in the living room have already been destroyed by starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Guardian Grarl's battle. There was even a significant dent on the side of the wall where Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand had thrown Raphael. Just thinking of how much trouble it would be to replace everything made my blood boil. "This be Ashtar's starred. Whose pocket do you think the money is coming out of?" I screamed in my head. "I'll start things off," I declared while gritting my teeth in displeasure. I first summoned Starliege Seyfert. Starliege Seyfert, 1800 attack. Starliege Seyfert lets me send dragon monsters from my hand to the graveyard. Then I can add a dragon monster equal to their levels. I explained and dumped a card from my hand into the discard pile. The card I have sent is the level 7 Crescent Dragon, and I will add a second copy of Crescent Dragon to my hand. Lastly, I'll set one card and end my turn, I stated, keeping my tone focused and composed. During my end phase, Crescent Dragon has a special ability. It can be summoned from my hand or graveyard. However, once it leaves the field, it heads straight back to the bottom of my deck. Upon my call, a tall, green, draconic beast appeared. The monster was covered in dark armor with blue and red patterns, and in its hand was a twin blade that curved inward like a crescent moon. 1. Crescent Dragon, 2,200 attack. Since you've got another one of those monsters in your hand, you can summon it again at the end of my turn, Raphael muttered, his voice laced with annoyance, and I couldn't help but grin at his attitude. Thankfully, these were among the few cards that Pegasus had managed to recreate. While I hadn't obtained all the cards I desired, the ones I did acquire were sufficient for now. Plus, I could always restock the rest through the system store if necessary. "It's my turn," Raphael said as he drew a card, his expression focused. I summoned backup Gardna in defense position. With a flourish, a tall black demon with wild red hair materialized next to him. Backup Gardna, 2,200 defense. Next, I will equip Celestial Sword Eidos to backup Gardna, boosting its attack by 500 points. Raphael announced confidently, his strategy unfolding with precision. With this, I will be able to summon my most trusted monster, Guardian Eidos, from my hand. In a burst of energy, a tall, breathtaking woman materialized on the field. Adorned in a tribal dress adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with magic, she exuded an aura of ancient power. Her form was accented by various pieces of ornate jewelry, including an animal hat crafted from the feathers of a giant bird creature. A pair of majestic wings sprouted proudly from her back, signifying her divine nature. Guardian Eidos, 2,500 attack. Raphael. Then, I will activate the effect of backup Gardna, transferring its Celestial Sword Eidos to Guardian Eidos. As Raphael's move took effect, the white sword previously wielded by backup Gardna appeared in Guardian Eidos' palm. With a satisfied smile, she waved the blade with familiarity, ready to unleash its power upon her foes. Guardian Eidos, 2500-3000 attack. Now, I will battle. Guardian Eidos, attack Starliege Seyfert. Raphael's voice echoed with determination as the woman charged forward, her sword gleaming with deadly intent. With a swift and precise motion, she sliced through my dragon with a single decisive strike. Unisano, 4000 LP-3200 LP. Finally, I'm setting 2 cards face down and ending my turn, Raphael stated firmly, and cards appeared beside his feet. Your move. During your end phase, I will summon my second Crescent Dragon from my hand, I announced, and a copy of the Crescent Dragon materialized in front of me. Crescent Dragon, 2200 attack. It's my turn. I will draw, I declared, my gaze fixed on the cards next to Raphael. First, I activate Twin Twister, discarding my Blue Eyes White Dragon to destroy your 2 set cards. With a swift motion, 2 white tornadoes surged forth towards Raphael's cards, swirling with destructive force. Yet, before they could make contact, an invisible barrier dispersed my attack, causing the cyclones to vanish into thin air. I will activate my trap card, Guardian Force, Raphael calmly explained. While I have no guardian monsters in my graveyard, I can negate one of your face-up spells. TSK. I click my teeth in frustration. Then I will summon Paladin of Felgrand from my hand. Paladin of Felgrand, 1700 attack. When Paladin of Felgrand is summoned onto the field, I will then equip Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to this card, I announced confidently. With Paladin of Felgrand's second effect, I will tribute both Paladin of Felgrand and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to summon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from the graveyard. A thunderous roar filled the air, shaking the very foundations of the building. Raphael's expression darkened in frustration, while I instinctively covered my ears to shield myself from the overwhelming sound. Before us, in a dazzling display of power, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand emerged, spreading its wings as if to block Raphael's view from me. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack. Now Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, banish Guardian Eidos, I commanded, my voice ringing out with determination. With a triumphant cry, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand unleashed its power, and Guardian Eidos was engulfed in a blinding array of light, vanishing from the field. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800-3600 attack. I will enter my battle phase, I shouted, my determination burning brightly. Pointing towards backup Gardna, who stood defensively on Raphael's field, I called out, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack. With a mighty howl, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand unleashed a torrent of orange flames, engulfing backup Gardna. As the flames subsided, there was nothing left but ashes, and the defensive monster was vanquished in an instant. Thanks to Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect, after destroying your backup Gardna, I can now summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. In response to your summon, I will activate Aid to the Doom from my hand, Raphael shouted. This spell card can be activated during my opponent's turn when one of my monsters is destroyed. By discarding 2 cards, I can end the battle phase. Very well, I responded, my annoyance simmering. I will set 1 card, and end my turn. Raphael hummed thoughtfully. I should have known you were this powerful, he conceded, his gaze sweeping over my formidable group of monsters standing resolutely on the field. However, that doesn't mean I wasn't prepared either. First, I will activate the card of Sanctity, allowing both of us to draw until we have 6 cards in our hands. Raphael explained, and with a swift motion, we both replenished our hands simultaneously. Raphael. Then, I play my continuous spell card, Guarded Treasure. Suddenly, a mystical figure of a woman materialized behind Raphael, her presence radiating power. With a graceful gesture, she spread her hands, and a radiant light poured forth from her palms, enveloping him in a protective aura. To activate Guarded Treasure, I must first discard 5 cards from my hand, which then draw 2 cards. Now, during each drawing phase, I'll be able to draw 2 cards instead of 1. Raphael elucidated, his strategy unfolding with calculated precision. And now, I reveal my second trap card, Disgraceful Charity, Raphael declared assuredly. This means all cards I've discarded this turn due to a spell card will be added back to my hand. My eyes widened as I witnessed Raphael's dual disc ejecting cards like there was no tomorrow. Bring the total of his hands to 7. Smiling, he began his plays. I will first activate Burial from a different dimension and allow me to return my banished Guardian Eidos to my graveyard. And now, I will play Monster Reborn, reviving Guardian Eidos from the grave, he exclaimed. Guardian Eidos, 2,500 attack. I will battle. Guardian Eidos, attack one of the Crescent Dragons, Raphael yelled, his voice echoing in the space as the woman unleashed deadly magic from her hands. Unisano, 2,800 LP-2,500 LP. Finally, I will return backup Gardena to my hand using Monster Reincarnation by discarding 1 card. Then I'm setting 4 cards face down. Ending my turn, Raphael smiled, but beneath his smirk, I sensed something ominous lurking in his words. It's my turn, I muttered. Wait, Raphael interjected as I found my instincts to be correct. After you draw, I shall activate my trap card, Zero Gravity. This trap will change the battle position of all monsters on the field. Whir! Out of nowhere, a deafening noise reverberated throughout the room. I watched in horror as all my monsters stumbled dizzily, as if suddenly losing their balance and collapsing onto their knees, unable to stand and trapped in a defensive posture. Then, I will activate my second trap, Spirit Hunting, Raphael declared with a cunning grin. This card allows me to change my Guardian Eidos' battle position and then destroy all defense position monsters you control. Suddenly, Guardian Eidos stood tall, seemingly unaffected by the pressure of zero gravity. With a graceful gesture, she extended her arms, and one by one, my monsters collapsed as if their strings had been cut. I stared in disbelief at my now empty field while Raphael smirked with satisfaction. You shall continue, he taunted, his confidence soaring. Clicking my teeth, I ignored Raphael's taunt and focused on my hand. I will summon Dragon Knight of Creation. Dragon Knight of Creation. 1,800 attack. In response, I will activate my final trap card, Crystal Seal, Raphael declared, revealing the card on his field. By targeting your Dragon Knight of Creation, it can no longer attack, activate its effect, and be tribute. Additionally, while this is the only monster you control, I can attack you directly instead. However, if Dragon Knight of Creation's attack ever changes, the trap will be undone. Beneath the Dragon Knight of Creation's feet, crystals erupted from the ground in a sudden burst of energy. The shimmering crystals swiftly enveloped his body, encasing him in a crystalline prison that immobilized him completely, rendering him unable to take any actions. Then, I exclaimed, my resolve unwavering. I activate my trap, Castle of the Dragon Souls. This card allows me to banish a dragon monster from my graveyard and target one monster I control, increasing its attack by 700. My dual discs ejected a single card from the discard pile, and I grabbed it in midair. With a smile, I revealed the card and announced, I will banish the Starliege Seyfert in the graveyard, and Dragon Knight of Creation will gain 700 attacks, thus breaking free from your crystal seal. Dragon Knight of Creation, 1,800-2,500 attack. Inside the crystal prison, I felt Dragon Knight of Creation's aura begin to change, condensing and growing stronger by the second. Crack! The crystal shattered, and the warrior unleashed a mighty howl, slamming his great sword into the ground as he burst forth from the cage, ready to resume the battle with renewed intensity. Now I activate Dragon Knight of Creation's effect, I declared, my voice steady with focus. By sending him and one card from my hand to the graveyard, I can revive my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, banish Guardian Eidos once more. I commanded. That won't be possible. I will activate my Forbidden Dress and target my Guardian Eidos. Raphael yelled, his voice filled with determination. Instantly, the woman's outfit transformed into a beautiful, clean white dress adorned with golden embroideries. With the effect of Forbidden Dress, Guardian Eidos will lose 600 attacks, but it can't be targeted or destroyed by a card effect this turn. Guardian Eidos, 2500-1900 attack. Then, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack Guardian Eidos now. I commanded with eagerness, watching as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand rushed across the room. With a mighty swing of its arm, the monster unleashed a devastating slash that tore through Guardian Eidos, dispersing her form into fragments of light. Raphael, 4000 LP-3100 LP. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand destroys a monster, I can special summon a level 7 or 8 dragon monster from my graveyard, I explained triumphantly. I will summon Blue Eyes White Dragon again. With a surge of energy, Blue Eyes White Dragon emerged from my graveyard, its majestic form towering over the battlefield. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Now Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Raphael's life points directly. I commanded firmly, the intensity of the moment palpable as the mighty dragon unleashed a devastating white beam straight into his face. Boom! Raphael, 3100 LP-100 LP. Being struck by the powerful attack, Raphael stumbled backward in shock, his hand instinctively flying to clutch his face. To be this powerful, he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Glancing at me, Raphael's eyes gleamed with competitiveness, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. However, I'm not done yet, he chuckled, his voice filled with resolve as he prepared to continue the duel. Why are you doing this? I growled with agitation. What is your purpose? Raphael smirked and spread his arms wide. Very well, I shall indulge you, as it is only fair for you to know, he said. We are Doma, and our purpose is to revive the great god of orichalcos and purge mankind of all its evil. With this, the world will truly be at peace, Raphael proclaimed confidently. That's why, Unisano, I'm asking you, will you join us on this just cause? And how will you achieve this goal? I questioned, my tone betraying a hint of skepticism. What is the method to revive your great god? Souls, Raphael answered grimly, his voice tinged with solemnity. We must gather human souls to feed the god, so it can gain the power to awaken itself from its slumber. You call that just? I scowled in disbelief. Sacrificing people's lives? Raphael's expression stiffened momentarily, a hint of unease flickering across his face. This is a price worth paying, he muttered, his voice trailing off with uncertainty. Is it? I questioned, my voice tinged with melancholy. If this is what you truly believe, then I must stop you right here. I sighed. Despite my fondness for Raphael as a character, facing him in real life required me to set aside any biased views and focus on the task at hand. Is that so? Raphael muttered in disappointment. Then we shall continue. Upon Guardian Eidos' destruction, I will activate the effect of Guardian Dreadscythe and summon it onto the field. A shadowy figure slowly rises before Raphael, with a physique similar to that of Guardian Eidos. However, now draped over its tribal dress was a dark makeshift armor. Her white wings were now black as coal, and her face was hidden behind her dark, messy hair and white mask. Guardian Dreadscythe, 2500 attack, 2000 defense. When Guardian Dreadscythe is summoned through this effect, I can equip Reaper's Scythe, Dreadscythe from the deck or hand to this card, Raphael said, and a massive scythe appeared in the monster's hand. With the Reaper's Scythe, Guardian Dreadscythe will gain 500 attacks for each monster in my graveyard. Guardian Dreadscythe, 2500-3500 attack, 2000 defense. TSK. I click my teeth at the troublesome obstacle. Then I will set 2 cards and end my turn. It's my turn. I will draw, Raphael declared. However, thanks to the power of my guarded treasure, I will draw 2 cards instead of 1. Glancing at his hand of cards, he sighed and stared at me. It indeed was a shame, Unisano. I hated to resort to this, but I was left with no choice. Raphael shouted, and I sensed the seriousness in his tone, will activate the seal of Orichalcos. Hush! The floor of the apartment building glowed with an ominous green light. The light slowly circled us, trapping our bodies in a dome. Immediately, I felt the effect of the seal, and I trembled in discomfort. It was a suffocating feeling, as if someone had their hands around my neck, threatening to tighten at a moment's notice. Glaring at Raphael, he laughed while clutching his head in pain. Groaning, he lifted his head, revealing the pattern of a unicursal hexagram etched onto his forehead. "There is no turning back now," he said. "Our lives are bound to the seal. The victor will remain standing while the loser will have its soul forfeit. Additionally, while the seal of Orichalcos is active, my monsters will gain an additional 500 attacks, and card effects can't destroy this spell card." Similar to Raphael, Guardian Dreadside's forehead also donned the same pattern, and I could feel its strength increasing. Guardian Dreadside, 3,500 - 4,000 attack, 2,000 defense. Next, I will equip Guardian Dreadside with Wicked Breaking Flamberge Bow by sending one card in my hand to the graveyard, giving Guardian Dreadside an additional 500 attack. Guardian Dreadside, 4,000 - 4,500 attack, 2,000 defense. Also, the card I've sent is none other than my Guardian Grarl. Thus, Guardian Dreadside's attack will be boosted even further. Guardian Dreadside, 4,500 - 5,000 attack, 2,000 defense. Finally, I will activate my Mystical Space Typhoon and destroy one of your set cards. Raphael shouted while pointing at the card to the left of me. The card flipped face up, revealing my negate attack as a small cyclone ripped it to shreds. "I will enter my battle phase," he announced as Guardian Dreadside raised her weapons. Guardian Dreadside, destroy Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. "That won't be possible. I will activate Command Silencer. This spell will negate Guardian Dreadside's attack and allowing me to draw a card." "TSK. How troublesome," Raphael cursed. "Then I will also set one card and end my turn. I believe this duel will soon be over." "You're right," I chuckled wryly. "I will draw." Taking a glimpse at the card, the gears in my hand began to turn. First, I will tribute both my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Blue Eyes White Dragon to summon my third Crescent Dragon. Crescent Dragon, 2,200 attack. Then, I will activate the effect of Keeper of the Shrine from my hand, since my dragon monster was sent to the graveyard. Keeper of the Shrine, 2,100 defense. With two dark monsters on the field, I will activate Polymerization. Using Crescent Dragon and Keeper of the Shrine, I summon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 attack. When summoned, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon can gain the attack of one of your special summon monsters until the end of this turn. I explained. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 - 7,800 attack. Now, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, attack Guardian Dreadside. "Not so fast," Raphael bellowed in anger. "I will activate Guardian Formation. When my Guardian is targeted for an attack, I can negate it and then move my Guardian monster to any spare monster zone I control. Then, I'm able to activate a spell card directly from my deck, and the card I will activate is Nightmare Binding. The spell will make your Starving Venom Fusion Dragon lose 800 attacks, while I gain the same amount of life points. Also, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon cannot activate its effect or be tribute. Chains shoot out of the ground, wrapping around both of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's arms and restraining the dragon in place. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 7,800 - 7,000 attack. Raphael, 100 LP - 900 LP. I end my turn, I muttered while glaring at my opponent. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will lose its additional attack. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 7,000 - 2,000 attack. "This is the end," Raphael shouted with delight. "Now attack Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and end this." As Guardian Dreadside charged, I frantically activated my trap card, Castle of the Dragon Souls, I will banish Crescent Dragon and boost Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's attack. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2000-2700 attack. Boom. Unisano, 2500 LP-200 LP. Cool. I gritted my teeth and felt the confining feeling worsening. Coughing, I glared at Raphael with caution. I need to escape this seal soon before something wrong happens. Drawing a card, I glimpsed at it and frowned. This, I mumbled. It's the second card that Pegasus was able to make for me. Initially, I have ordered 5 different cards. Unfortunately, only the set of Crescent Dragon was completed, while the others unfortunately failed. All right, this can work. They said the third time is the charm. I mumbled to myself before turning to Raphael with confidence. I will begin by activating the effect of Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. Suddenly, the image of Dragon Knight of Creation, Paladin of Felgrand, and Blue Eyes White Dragon materializes on the field, their body illuminated by a translucent light. Gradually, their figure dimmed as they were absorbed, and appearing before me was the body of a massive dragon covered in shadowy scales that shimmered with light. The monster exudes an aura of chaos, with jagged horns protruding from its head, sharp claws extending from its massive limbs, and bright blue energy swirling through its body, lighting up its horns, body, and wings. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, 3000 attack. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire has a total of 3 effects. However, I can only activate one base set of conditions, I said while holding up 3 fingers. First, if I had only banished light monsters to summon this card, I can special summon a monster from my graveyard in defense position. Second, if I had only banished dark monsters to summon this card, I could shuffle 1 random card from your hand back into your deck. Third, if I had banished dark and light monsters, I would be able to destroy 2 cards on the field, I said with a smile. Since I have only banished light monsters, I will use its first effect to summon a monster from my graveyard. Raphael's eyes widened as he immediately grasped my intention. Grinning, the ground beneath me glowed brilliantly. Please punish this evil and be reborn once more, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 defense. No. Raphael cursed. Although Guardian Dreadscythe is being protected from the destruction effect, the Guardian was just susceptible to being banished. He could do nothing but watch as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fed from his monster. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800-3600 defense. Now, Chaos Dragon Legionnaire attack. I yelled eagerly. Finish this. Boom. Raphael, 900 LP-0 LP. Third POV. Raphael blinked in shock, and his body trembled. I lost. Quang. Before he could react, the seal of Orichalcos glowed, and the magical circle surrounded him, trapping him in one place. Knowing that it was useless to escape, Raphael sighed with resignation. I have been thoroughly defeated. Staring at the girl before him, Raphael spoke calmly. Unfortunately, my master already has his eyes on you. This won't be the end. Yuna's face stiffened, and she calmly approached Raphael, who was getting weaker by the second. Stopping inches away from him, Yuna stared with a complicated emotion on her face. Are you afraid? Afraid? Raphael repeated. There's nothing I could do now. The seal of Orichalcos will take me whether I'm afraid or not. I'm sorry. It doesn't have to be this way, Yuna mumbled. This is my own doing. Raphael replied while falling onto his knees. You shouldn't feel guilty. I have tried to harm you. Do you believe what you're doing is right? She asked. Raphael, for the greater good? No. Yuna interrupted him and shook her head. I'm not asking about your goal. I want to know, from your heart, was what you're doing, right? Raphael paused, unable to respond. Losing strength, he collapsed on all 4 and raised his head in pain. I don't know. Perhaps he may never know. Raphael thought to himself as his vision began to fade. Raphael. Suddenly, a man rappelled through the window, launching glass shards in all directions. Frowning, Yuna dodged the debris and stared at the intruder running towards Raphael. T. To think you got defeated. He cursed and reached for the small necklace on his neck. Pulling the string apart, the man threw the necklace into the seal of orichalcos, and a magical circle churned shakily. In an instant, the power of the magic waned, and Raphael snapped back to reality as he gasped for breath. Alistair, Raphael called out in bewilderment. What are you doing here? You didn't come at the rendezvous time. The man, Alistair, snarled. I came to check and found you like this. Cursing one more time, he grabbed Raphael and slung him over his shoulder. Glaring at Yuna, he spoke coldly. There won't be a next time, he warned before hurriedly escaping with Raphael through the same window. Gazing at the fading apartment building, Raphael frowned with a complicated emotion. Was it really right? What are you saying? Alistair questioned while carrying his injured companion to his bike. It's nothing, Raphael responded and shook his head. However, for the first time, he began to doubt. Observing Alistair and Raphael bound out of the sixth-floor window, my lips quirked in annoyance. As if wrecking my furniture wasn't enough, now they're on is shattering my windows too? Sighing heavily, I forced my weary body toward the door. But with each step, the room spun and tilted, causing me to stumble and clutch the wall for support. Coo! I groaned, my head throbbing with pain. The strain of summoning divine dragon Lord Felgrand and starving venom fusion dragon still lingered, and the stress worsened the seal of orichalcos. Gritting my teeth, I fought to regain my footing, gasping for breath as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. Phone! I muttered weakly as I dragged my exhausted body toward the bedroom. However, before I could reach it, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, and my vision faded, enveloping me in its silent embrace. Third POV. In the pitch-black night, a sleek, dark plane sliced through the air above the vast expanse of the ocean. As it approached a remote island, the cargo bay doors smoothly opened, revealing 3 figures riding motorcycles. With mechanical precision, the vehicles roared out of the plane, streaking across the island's rugged terrain. Emerging from the dense rows of trees, the landscape abruptly shifted into an eerie, desolate, flat land devoid of any signs of life. As the 3 individuals approached, a subtle vibration resonated through the ground, and like clockwork, the earth obediently split open, unveiling a concealed underground tunnel. Without hesitation, they guided their motorcycles into the shadowy depths of the passage, navigating through its labyrinthine twists and turns with ease. Finally, their journey came to a halt at the tunnel's terminus, where an ominous elevator awaited. 5 minutes later, as the elevator door slid open with a soft hiss, the 3 figures stepped into a hushed and dimly lit chamber. Across from them stood a solitary figure cloaked in a pristine robe of white and blue, its foot-length cloak cascading behind him. Adorning his neck was a stone pendant emblazoned with the unmistakable symbol of the orichalcos, its intricate design glinting faintly in the subdued light. Turning around, the man fixed his gaze upon the trio with eyes ablaze in hues of gold and green, their brilliance piercing the darkness. Alistair, Valen, and Raphael. You've arrived, Master Darts, the 3 swordsmen intoned in unison, their voices reverent as they bowed deeply before him. We have returned. So, how did it go? Darts inquired, his voice tinged with expectation as he awaited their report. Valen and I have successfully retrieved Slifer, the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor from Yugioh. However, Alistair paused, casting a meaningful glance at his colleague. Please forgive me, Raphael responded, his voice strained with frustration as he gritted his teeth. I have failed. I couldn't acquire the winged dragon of RA from Unisano. How come? Darts questioned. Is her skill greater than we anticipated? Indeed, Raphael nodded reluctantly. She proved to be more powerful than I had imagined. I apologize for my failure, he stated with a heavy heart. Darts frowned, a contemplative expression crossing his features as he hummed in thought. Although there's been a shift in our plans, our ultimate goal remains unchanged. Even without the winged dragon of RA, the offering of these two gods will undoubtedly stir its attention. Raphael and Valen. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying a commanding presence. You will be assigned a new objective. Pursue the Pharaoh and his group, ensuring they won't interfere with our plans. He instructed with unwavering authority, his gaze piercing as he conveyed the importance of their task. Understood, the two muttered in unison. Then, Alistair, take care of Cedo Kaiba and Unisano. Do what you need to do, Darts ordered with a firm tone, to which Alistair responded with a grin of contentment. Master, Raphael spoke up, his voice carrying a note of concern. Shouldn't we also take Cedo Kaiba and Unisano's souls? He inquired thoughtfully. Yes, having their souls would be pleasant. However, the great god of Orichalcos will soon be awakened, and we can't afford any interference at this critical juncture, Darts declared with unwavering resolve. Alistair, exercise your judgment and do what you see fit. Gladly, Alistair replied, his smile widening with a sense of anticipation. Is that all? Darts asked, fixing his gaze deeply on Raphael, prompting him to speak if there were any further matters to address. Raphael, yes. Now go, Darts ordered as the three swordsmen retreated to the elevator, leaving him alone in the chamber. With a heavy sigh, he reached for the necklace around his neck, his fingers tracing its intricate design. Soon, everything will be perfect, he murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation coloring his words as he envisioned the culmination of his grand plan. Meanwhile, Sano-san, Yuna groaned, her eyelids heavy as she struggled to open them. Blinking against the blurriness, she focused on the face hovering above her and squinted. Kaiba, she muttered, her voice hoarse with confusion. However, as her vision fully cleared, she noticed the distinctive star-shaped hairstyle of the boy above her, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her features. Muto, you're finally awake, Yugi exclaimed with evident relief in his voice. Sitting up slowly, Yuna winced as she clutched her head in pain, a fit of coughing seizing her unexpectedly. Taking shallow breaths, she raised her head and noticed Yugi's friends gathered beside him, their expressions etched with concern as they observed her condition with worried glances. Muto, she mumbled through her coughs, feeling the familiar sensation of warmth trickling down her lips as she struggled to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh my God, T exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. You're vomiting blood. Hurry, someone call an ambulance. Yugi shouted urgently, his voice laced with panic as Joey and Tristan immediately fumbled for their phones. Here, Sano-san, can you stand? Let me... However, before he could reach out, Yuna gently pushed Yugi away to create some space as she attempted to stand on her own. Concerned by her weakened state, Serenity and T swiftly moved to her side, each grabbing one of her arms to offer their support and help her regain her balance. Big sister, please, you need to rest. You're hurt, Serenity exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine concern as she pleaded for Yuna to prioritize her well-being. I'm fine, Yuna denied, her voice strained as she wiped the trail of blood from her lips with the back of her palm. This happens, she insisted, trying to downplay the severity of her condition. What? Everyone gasped in unison, their disbelief palpable as they processed Yuna's nonchalant response to her alarming symptoms, wondering if they had misheard her words in the midst of their shock. Does that mean you're sick? Joey questioned. Instead of answering, Yuna offered a wry smile. Her silence spoke volumes. Then we must go to the hospital, Serenity yelled in a panic, attempting to drag Yuna out of the room. However, despite Serenity's efforts, Yuna's feet remained firmly planted on the floor, her body refusing to budge. If doctors could mend a broken soul, she would have sought medical help long ago. Sighing deeply, Yuna resigned herself, acknowledging defeat with a weary smile. It's nothing serious. Nothing serious? T repeated. You're coughing up blood. Does anyone else know? Yugi asked with concern etched on his face, prompting Yuna to meet his gaze before shaking her head in response. You can't keep it all to yourself. It's not good for you. We should at least tell. Suddenly, Yuna's hand tightly grasped Yugi's wrist, catching him off guard. Sano-san, don't tell, Kaiba, she said through gritted teeth, her voice taking on a cold tone as she pleaded with urgency. Please. Even Yuna was stunned by the words escaping her lips. For some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of Cedo finding out about her condition sent shivers of discomfort down her spine, causing her stomach to twist with anxiety. All right, Yugi replied grimly, his expression reflecting the seriousness of the situation. I won't tell him, he promised. Yuna smiled weakly, her gratitude evident despite her condition. Thank you. I'm really okay, she reassured them, though her words rang hollow in the air. Seeing that she was adamant about not seeking medical help, Yugi and his friends nodded reluctantly, silently agreeing not to press further on the topic. Other than that, Serenity spoke up, her voice filled with concern. I think we should find another place to live. Big Sister still has the God card, and the people who attacked us before might try again. You're right. Yugi nodded in agreement, his expression serious. I don't think Sano-san should stay here for the night. This place isn't safe, he concurred, echoing Serenity's concerns about her current living situation. Then Big Sister can stay with us, Serenity exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she turned to Joey for confirmation. Hold on, Tristan interjected, his brow furrowed in deep thought. What if those guys attack again? I think Sano-san should stay with someone who's also capable enough to defend themselves, right? Serenity hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. As much as she wanted to offer her support to Yuna, the fear of burdening her with her presence made her hesitant. Then who's at least skilled enough to be able to duel with Big Sister? She asked tentatively, and everyone turned their heads towards the boy standing awkwardly in the room. Yugi, why are you guys looking at me like that? 15 minutes later. Mom, Grandpa, I'm back. Yugi called out loudly as he stepped into the game shop. Turning on the lights, Solomon emerged from the back, his eyes widening in surprise. Yugi, I didn't know you brought a guest, he remarked, but his expression softened into a bright smile when he saw Yuna standing behind his grandson. And if it isn't Miss Sano, what brings you here so late in the evening? Sano-san will be staying for the night, Yugi explained, his voice tinged with concern. She was also attacked by the same people that robbed the store, but she was able to fend them off. Goodness! Solomon exclaimed in shock as he stepped closer. Please come in. You must have been through a lot. Are you hurt anywhere? Feeling overwhelmed by his kindness, Yuna shook her head in response as she followed Solomon into the house. As they walked through the hallway, the sound of footsteps echoed from deep inside. Yugi, where did you run off to? A woman's voice called out, accompanied by the clatter of a ladle in her hand. The dinner is going to go cold. Her words trailed off as she spotted Yuna standing nervously in the background. Yugi coughed awkwardly, breaking the silence. Mom, this is Yuna Sano. She's a friend from school and will be staying here for the night, he explained, introducing Yuna to his mother with a faint blush tinting his cheeks. I'm sorry for troubling you, Yuna muttered softly, her voice barely above a whisper as she bowed politely, expressing her gratitude. It's not a trouble at all. Yugi's mother responded hurriedly, her voice slightly shaky with emotion. You must be hungry. I just finished making dinner. Please have a seat, she insisted, gesturing for Yuna to join them at the table. I will be in your care. Yuna smiled gratefully, her expression softening as she followed Yugi's mother to the dining room. 5 minutes later, in Yuna's opinion, the dinner remained highly awkward as the table continued to be shrouded in silence, interrupted only by the sound of utensils clinking against bowls. However, the awkwardness was somewhat mitigated by Solomon's efforts to engage in conversation, his attempts serving as a welcome distraction from the uneasy atmosphere. Reaching first place in the Battle City tournament took a considerable amount of skill, Solomon praised warmly, directing his words towards Yuna. You're a very formidable duelist, and I heard that you even give Yugi everything he's got, he added. I'm not that good, Yuna replied modestly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze, unable to accept the praise bestowed upon her fully. Nonsense, Solomon chuckled warmly, his voice carrying a reassuring tone. You should be more proud of yourself, he encouraged gently. Blushing at the attention, Yuna fell quiet and focused on her meal, feeling too embarrassed to continue the conversation. Speaking of, Yugi's mother interjected, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Sano-san, could you shed some light on your relationship with Yugi? Mom, what do you mean by that? Yugi asked nervously. She chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. I'm just curious. Are you two dating? Cough. Caught off guard, Yuna accidentally choked on her food, and Yugi slapped the table with a red face. Mom, what's wrong? Yugi's mother smiled. It's natural for me to ask my son about these questions. We're just friends, he stammered. Haha, I figured, she giggled. Even I find it absurd that my son can bring such a beautiful lady home. Unable to keep up with his mother, Yugi sighed exasperatedly. Mom, Sano-san is already dating Cedo Kaiba. Huh? Yuna exclaimed in disbelief, accidentally dropping her chopsticks. Me and Kaiba? Yugi gasped. Are you two not in a relationship? Yuna fervently shook her head in denial. Since you both were always together, I assumed that you were a couple. Now that Yugi has pointed this out, Yuna has realized that she has spent a significant amount of time with Cedo, especially during school. Typically, they would play duel monsters to pass the time, and it has somewhat become an unspoken routine. We're just friends, Yuna answered firmly. Ah, is that so? Yugi chuckled apologetically. Sorry if I sounded too rude. You must have been surprised. It's fine, she said with a wry smile as the table settled into silence. However, the atmosphere had noticeably warmed. 2 hours later. I'm sorry if the room is too small. We haven't really got a proper guest room. Yugi's mother apologized as she guided Yuna to her sleeping quarters. This is perfect, Yuna said gratefully. Thank you. Aha, Yugi's mother laughed. What a kind girl, she muttered while patting Yuna's head. I've heard from my father-in-law what happened. You must have been through so much, she said with a sympathetic smile. I also heard that you helped him a lot, so I need to thank you too. Anyway, you must be tired. I won't bother you any longer. Yugi's mother moved to the door. Have a good night, Sano-san. Bidding farewell to Yugi's mother, Yuna quietly assembled the provided futon before lying down with a small sigh. The damage to her home still left her frustrated, and she contemplated how much it was going to cost to replace everything. But it's not that she's lacking funds or anything. Gently settling onto the soft futon, Yuna stared at the ceiling as today's events played out before her eyes. Immediately, the pent-up exhaustion seeped into her body, and she drifted off to sleep. However, her sleep would be anything but peaceful. Yuna's POV. I gasped, and my eyes snapped open. Spring onto my 2 feet, I scanned my surroundings and found myself under the familiar shade of a large tree. I'm back here again. Excitement rose in my chest at the thought of meeting Kizaru. However, that eagerness swiftly faded away when I remembered what had happened, and all that remained was a bitter taste lingering in my mouth. Placing my hand on the trunk, I raised my head, sensing a presence quietly looming over me. Why am I here? I questioned, and starving venom fusion dragon emitted a low-pitched growl as it descended from the tree. Patting the venomous dragon, I waited patiently as the dragon covered in golden scales appeared from the sky. Landing at the bottom of the hill, I happily went to greet my partner. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, do you know why I'm here? I asked. However, just like starving venom fusion dragon, it expressed its bewilderment, unable to understand my abrupt appearance. Suddenly, a golden light flashed blindingly before my eyes. Shielding myself behind Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, I cautiously watched as the light began to condense and transform into a large shape. Gasping, I gaped at the figure as its details became more defined, and its appearance resembled the combination of a golden dragon and a bird. Even from a distance, I could feel the divinity emanating from its physique. Winged Dragon of R.A. I mumbled, and the Egyptian god screeched loudly. Under the watchful eyes of my two dragons, I hesitantly approached the Egyptian god. "Are you the one that brought me here?" I asked expectantly. To my confusion, the winged dragon of RA refused to respond and instead beckoned me with its arm. Nervously, I reached out my hand, grasping God's claw, and immediately felt a pulling sensation as if being sucked into space, and my vision darkened. When I woke up again, I found myself on a floating island. Groaning, I warily sat up, my mind still distorted by the rapid turn of events. Standing up, I moved towards the edge of the floating island, and I held my breath at the majestic sight that unfolded before me. It was a beautiful utopia with lush forests and vast seas, featuring mountains as tall as Mount Everest and rivers as long as the Grand Canal. Overall, it was a sight to behold. However, the perfection was marred by the presence of an enormous yellow eye levitating in the center of the sky. As if detecting my presence, the eye slowly shifted towards my direction, and I felt a sudden chill down my spine when its vertical pupil dilated to an eerie degree. "The hell? What in the world is going on?" I muttered while shrinking under the eye's watchful gaze. "Wait, if that's what I think it is, then that means I'm in—" Before I could finish, a gust of wind blasted my face, and I stumbled backward from the force. Opening one of my eyes, I witnessed a dragon with white and golden scales flying in front of me. Flapping its four wings, the majestic creature landed smoothly on the ground, revealing the figure of a man clad in armor leaping from the dragon's back. Familiar with his appearance, my expression stiffened in surprise. "Dragon Knight of Creation," I instinctively called out the knight's name. As the warrior approached me, I nervously gazed through his visor, and my eyes subconsciously wandered to the sword in his hand. "I'm not going to get stabbed, am I?" "Do you remember me?" I asked with caution. "I do," a deep voice echoed from within the helmet, and I let go of the breath I was holding. Kneeling on one knee, the Dragon Knight of Creation spoke solemnly. "You are my master. Together, we have fought countless battles. It was an honor to meet you." Letting the breath I was holding, I calmly greeted him. "It's nice to meet you too." I smiled awkwardly, flustered by his formal attitude. "Although I'm pleased to kneel before my master, the timing of our encounter couldn't be more unfortunate," he said wistfully. "A foul being has plagued this land, and the inhabitants of this world are in danger." "I see," as our gazes simultaneously turned towards the eye in the sky. "Please overlook my rudeness," he spoke with guilt. "I'm not educated on the method of how my master reached this place, but you must go back. It's not safe." "What are you going to do?" I asked worriedly. Raising his sword, the Dragon Knight of Creation pointed his blade towards the giant eyeball in the sky. "I will fight," the warrior said with conviction. So cool," I thought as an imaginary golden radiance shone around his muscular body. "Master?" Dragon Knight of Creation's voice snapped me out of my daze, and I hurriedly hid the drool dripping down the corner of my mouth. Fanning my face, I took a deep breath and regained my composure. "I will help. I apologize. It's rude to question my master's prowess, but the three legendary dragons," I responded with determination. "Take me to them." Dragon Knight of Creation froze, moving hesitantly, debating whether to follow my command or urge me to get out of danger. However, under my pressure and insistence, the knight relented. "Understood. Follow me." Dragon Knight of Creation nodded and led me to his mount. Smiling at the small victory, I eagerly followed after the dual spirit. Approaching the resting dragon, it opened its eyes and observed me with curiosity. "Art brave dragon? Do you remember me too?" I mumbled, and to my relief, the dragon happily nudged its head against my chest. With Dragon Knight of Creation's help, I managed to climb onto Arc Brave Dragon's back, and the dragon swiftly took off, descending from the floating island. The sharp wind blew against my ears as I watched us fly towards a tall, castle-like structure below. Entering deeply into the building, I began hearing the commotion from within. As Dragon Knight of Creation opened a large door, What greeted me were massive crystal statues of 3 humongous dragons displayed on a circular altar. Amazing! I muttered and gaped at the statues in awe. Walking towards the frozen dragons, my eyes scanned the swords implanted in each of their chests, and I subconsciously reached out with my hand. Stop! Suddenly, a loud voice stopped me in my tracks, and I turned my head towards the noise. In front of me stood a youthful girl wearing a cute, stylish blue and pink robe similar to the famous dark magicians. She has blonde hair and green eyes and wields a small, slim wand that matches her outfit. Dark magician girl? I said with surprise, and she smiled while flying through the air. That's right, Dark magician girl said with pride. You might have also known me as the best spellcaster in the realm. Dark magician girl, you're a lot shorter than I have imagined, I said as her head barely reached my chest. Huh. Dark magician girl pouted as her cheeks inflated like a chipmunk. What is that supposed to mean? Averting her glare, I giggled. Too cute. Dark magician girl blushed and crossed her arms. Humph. Don't call me cute. However, remembering why she was here in the first place, she frowned. Anyway, you can't touch that, Dark magician girl warned while waving her arms in the air. It's dangerous. Please show some respect. Before she could say anything more, the Dragon Knight of Creation stood between us with an overbearing attitude. You don't deserve to talk to my master in this way. So you brought her here? Dark magician girl yelled. You dragons never follow protocols? I don't see the issue here. The knight shrugged nonchalantly. You don't understand, the young mage complained. Only certain people can touch those swords implanted in the statues. It's got to be someone like the ancient pharaoh, or else they're going to be in a whole lot of hurt. Rolling my eyes at the two's argument, I glimpsed at the 3 long swords embedded in each of the dragon's bodies. The longer I gazed at the blades, the more the strange sensation I was feeling grew. Ignoring Dark Magician Girl's warning, I decided to follow my instincts and reached out, my hands gripping the handle of the blades. And with a huff, I pulled 3RD's POV. Why can't you understand? It's too dangerous, Dark Magician Girl shouted, trying to knock a sense into the Dragon Knight's head. I believe in my master. Such things won't harm her. You stupid dragon, she screamed. No means in. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the 2 dual monster spirits froze as the entire castle trembled as if threatening to collapse. Kaya, what's happening? Dark Magician Girl shrieked in fright. Are we under attack already? Dragon Knight of Creation growled. Master, we must go now. Moss. His body stiffened when he saw 3 swords in Yuna's hands. Hey. Noticing the situation, Dark Magician Girl asked shakily, and her body twitched with disbelief. Where did you get those? Yuna pointed at the 3 empty spots on the dragons where the blades originally rested. I touched the swords. She answered honestly, and the young mage fainted. Dark Magician Girl gasped, jolting her awake from the depths of unconsciousness. Bolting upright, her chest heaved, and her eyes darted frantically around the room. A sigh escaped her lips, a mixture of relief intertwining in her voice as she muttered to herself, just a dream. Hello. The mage froze, her senses prickling with alarm as she slowly turned her head to confront the unexpected voice. She stared blankly at the girl who seemed to be the source of all this chaos. Looks like I'm still hallucinating, Dark Magician Girl murmured, her voice a fragile whisper in the tense atmosphere. Despite the confusion, a small, hesitant smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she continued, Good night. With that, she settled back down, seeking solace in the refuge of sleep. However, before her body touched the ground, Yuna frantically grabbed her. It's not a dream. Such nonsense. Dark Magician Girl's voice rang out with disbelief. If I'm really not dreaming, she continued, her tone laced with conviction, how would you explain that the 3 legendary dragons, once imprisoned within lifeless statues, now stand before me in flesh and scale? They are... Yuna murmured, her gaze fixed on the 3 dragons roaring in unison, their voice reverberating throughout the building. Ah, is that so? Dark Magician Girl's voice was barely a whisper as she struggled to comprehend the impossible reality before her. Finally, unable to accept the situation, she willingly fell into the embrace of darkness, fainting once more. Yuna's POV. I cradled the unconscious Dark Magician Girl in my arms, my expression a mix of concern and bewilderment. Even I found it hard to believe that the swords embedded in the statues had come out so easily when I removed them. And now, I glanced at the three dragons, their expectant gazes fixed upon me. Critias, Hermos, and Timaeus. I met the eyes of each dragon in turn, feeling the weight of their anticipation bearing down on me. What should I do now? Master, Dragon Knight of Creation, came to the rescue and whispered in the midst of uncertainty. Since you were the one who awakened them, they may be waiting for your guidance. My orders? I echoed, my voice tinged with uncertainty. What could I possibly command them to do? As I racked my brain for an answer, a single word slipped from my lips before I could stop it, a word that would soon weigh heavily on my conscience. Sit, Dragon Knight of Creation. Critias, Hermos, Timaeus. Thump X3. The three dragons obediently lowered themselves to the ground, their massive forms causing the floor to tremble beneath them. As they settled into a sitting position, a stunned silence enveloped the room. My mind went completely blank, and nervous laughter bubbling up within me to mask the overwhelming disbelief. Surely, they're just tired from being trapped in statues for so long. Let's give them one more command, just to be sure. Hand, I said nervously, watching with bated breath as each of the dragons raised their massive limbs. Roll over, I muttered with exasperation, my heart sinking as the floor trembled beneath the futile attempts of the colossal beasts to perform such a simple maneuver. Ah, that's it. I must be dreaming too. I concluded with understanding. I thought as my gaze lingering on the three dragons before me. 10 minutes later, third POV. Dark Magician Girl stirred once more, her eyes fluttering open as she grasped both sides of her head, a bewildered laugh escaping her lips. So it's really real, she murmured. Just the mere sight of the dragons looming over her made her mind go insane. It's only obvious that Master would be able to tame the three legendary beasts, Dragon Knight of Creation declared confidently, his words punctuating the air with a sense of certainty that only intensified the pounding migraine in the mage's head. Just who in the world is she? Dark Magician Girl muttered as she nibbled on the tip of her thumb in contemplation. To think you can awaken all three. Floating towards Yuna, Dark Magician Girl gently placed her hands on her waist, a curious sparkle in her eyes. That means you must be more special than I had thought, she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder and admiration. The unexpected praise caused Yuna to chuckle awkwardly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, the prophecy still must be followed, Dark Magician Girl declared with a sense of solemnity. There still must be 2 more chosen people for 2 of the Guardians, which means you can only choose one. Instantly, Critias, Hermos, and Timaeus emitted low, discontented snarls as they comprehended the weight of Dark Magician Girl's words. Only one of them would be chosen by Yuna, while the other 2 would be forced to accept their losses and seek allegiance elsewhere. Rules are rules, Dark Magician Girl stated firmly, her voice unwavering in the face of the monster's discontent. It's there for a reason, so I can only choose one, Yuna muttered quietly, her voice barely audible amidst the clamor of the 3 dragons vying for her attention. She frowned, her brows creasing in deep concentration as she weighed her options carefully. Gently running her hand along each of the dragon's neck, a conflicted expression settled on her face as the moments stretched on. So, have you chosen? Dark Magician Girl asked expectantly. Yes. Yuna nodded, her gaze steady as she addressed the expectant dragons before her. I will choose. None of them. What? Dark Magician Girl screamed in disbelief. Why? Yuna smiled wryly as she continued to pat Timaeus' head affectionately. Despite the allure of claiming one of the legendary dragons for herself, she ultimately decided against it. In the simplest explanation, The 3 cards didn't align with her deck strategy, and integrating them would require extensive modifications to her deck that she wasn't prepared to make. If she really was going to pick one, Critias will probably be the best option, Yuna thought and glanced at the black dragon drooping its head. However, if she does choose Critias then, that means Cedo won't be getting the card. A sudden immense worry gnawed at Yuna's conscience. It was proven multiple times during the Waking the Dragons arc that these 3 legendary beasts have saved Yugi, Cedo, and Joey in several occasions, if Yuna even took one. She shuddered with worry and guilt. There are other people who can treat you better, Yuna explained gently, her voice tinged with regret as she addressed the disappointed dragons. Are you really not picking any? Dark Magician Girl mumbled, a hint of skepticism coloring her tone. Then do you even know who's suitable for this role? Yes. Yuna nodded solemnly as she leaned in to whisper 3 names into each of the dragon's ears. The first will be Yugi. The nameless pharaoh? The young mage grasped her chin in contemplation. I understand. What will you do now? Turning around, Yuna offered a wry smile, though the exhaustion in her eyes was evident. With a resigned sigh, she shrugged and admitted, I want to go back to sleep. Yuna's POV. I abruptly woke up, finding myself back in my room and realizing that I had returned to the real world. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed as I heard Yugi sprinting down the stairs in a panic, yelling about needing to leave and saving the world, startling everyone awake in the middle of the night. While I couldn't discern the time difference between our world and the spirit world, it seemed that Yugi had also journeyed there during his slumber. Looks like he received Timaeus. I muttered to myself, a sense of relief washing over me. With a contented sigh, I closed my eyes and allowed myself to drift back into sleep, and the sound of Yugi's distant screams faded down the streets. Next day, as morning arrived, I woke up with a tired groan. Despite feeling physically refreshed, the events of the previous night in the spirit world left me mentally drained, and I couldn't shake the desire to sleep a little longer. After changing my clothes, I hurriedly left the room and encountered Yugi in the hallway. Good morning, he muttered wearily, his face drawn and dark circles evident under his eyes. Morning. I greeted Yugi with a sympathetic smile. Together, we made our way to the dining room, where Yugi's mom was already waiting for us. As we sat down, I couldn't help but overhear the news blaring from the television in the background. Breaking news! Last night, a mysterious yellow eye appeared in the middle of the sky of Domino City. Witnesses have reported that a massive blue dragon has also been spotted battling the eye, causing it to explode, the news anchor announced. Listening to the report, Yugi cleared his throat awkwardly, a sense of unease lingering in the air. I pretended not to notice his discomfort as Yugi's mother returned from the kitchen, carrying a tray of breakfast items. What is going on these days? Yugi's mother sighed, her expression reflecting concern as she set the food on the table. I just hope things will settle down soon. Turning to her son, she instructed, Yugi, go get your grandfather. He should be outside the store. Nodding, Yugi left, leaving his mother and me alone in the room. Sano-san, she spoke up, and I raised my head to meet her gaze. I know that you will leave today, but do you want to stay longer? Thank you. But I have to decline. I smiled warmly, feeling a sense of gratitude welling up inside me. Even as an outsider, Yugi and his family treated me with kindness, and I couldn't help but admire the closeness they shared. However, as I reflected on their bond, a slight dimming of my smile betrayed a twinge of envy that I couldn't help but feel towards their tight-knit relationship. As I stared at the table to distract my complicated heart, a sudden commotion broke out from outside as Grandpa Mudu and Yugi's voice snapped me out of my daze. I'm sorry, we're not open yet. Huh? Hold on, it's you. What are you doing? You can't go in there? Stop. Wait. Before we could react, the door to the dining room was kicked off its hinges, and a man stood by the entrance. His sharp eyes swept through the room, and I felt a shiver run down my spine as his gaze honed in on my face. Kaiba, I called out in a daze. You, Kaiba growled and pointed. You're coming with me? Without hesitation, he approached me and grasped my wrist as I was helplessly dragged out of the room. "Stop!" Yugi's mother intervened, brandishing a broom as she blocked the doorway. "Where do you think you're taking her?" Kaiba paused, his expression shifting as he regarded Yugi's mother. With a resigned sigh, he released my wrist and reached into his pocket, retrieving a checkbook and pen. As he hastily scribbled on the check, I peered over his shoulder, my jaw dropping slightly at the sight of the numerous zeros he added before dropping the paper onto the floor. "This should be enough for the damages," Kaiba explained briskly, gesturing to the check on the floor as he grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the house. Passing by Yugi and his grandfather, Yugi smiled nervously while rubbing the back of his neck. "Don't worry, Sano-san. We will bring your things later." "Sorry." I mumbled in embarrassment, and I heard Kaiba clicking his teeth. Waiting at the entrance, a sleek black limousine awaited us, and Kaiba urged me to enter. As I slid into the luxurious vehicle, Kaiba slammed the door behind us and took a seat across from me. The engine hummed to life, and we began to move, leaving the Kame card shop behind. Sitting in silence, the atmosphere between us was palpably tense. I could sense that Kaiba was in a foul mood, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had somehow contributed to it. "I'm sorry," I murmured, nervously rubbing my palms together as I broke the silence. "Why are you apologizing?" Kaiba retorted sharply. "I have never said you have done anything wrong." I hesitated, my words catching in my throat as I struggled to articulate my thoughts. "I thought, so you don't even know what you're apologizing for?" Kaiba's voice carried a sharp edge, and my shoulders slumped in shame under his scrutiny. Sorry," I mumbled softly. Kaiba snorted, crossing his arms tightly. "But you're right. You did something wrong that angers me." Sensing my anticipation for an explanation, Kaiba sighed heavily, running a hand through his brown hair in frustration. "Last night, I heard about what happened." "Why, yes." I stammered nervously, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach as Kaiba's scowl deepened. "I received reports from Noah that strange sounds were heard near your residence," Kaiba explained sternly, his gaze unwavering. "After he checked the security cameras and gathered reports from the residents, we saw an intruder entering your home." So, Kaiba suddenly leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "Why didn't you tell me?" My voice trailed off as I squirmed uncomfortably in my seat. "I thought you would find it bothersome." "I would," Kaiba responded firmly, holding out his hand to silence any potential complaints before they could form. "But that doesn't mean that I won't do something about it. Another thing, even if you didn't call me in this situation, it annoys me that out of all the people you could have stayed with, you chose that guy." Kaiba spat out, his frustration evident. "Then who?" I questioned, puzzled by his reaction. "I don't know anyone but him," Kaiba shouted with a flustered expression. "He can't be trusted." Yugi and untrustworthy were not two things I expected to put together. I glimpsed at Kaiba, who was observing my reaction to his statement. "Okay." I eventually nodded, deciding to tread carefully to avoid provoking his anger further. "I will make sure to rely on Kaiba," I teased lightly, hoping to lighten the mood. However, to my dismay, he merely took a deep breath in response, his expression remaining impassive. Unable to continue the conversation, I turned my attention to the passing scenery outside the car window. "Where are we going?" I asked quietly, breaking the silence. "To the Kaiba Corp headquarters," Kaiba replied nonchalantly. "If you're even thinking of going back to your house, forget it. I'll send people to clean it up, and I'll also get someone to fetch your belongings from Yugi's place." I immediately shut my mouth as the question was answered before I even asked. Helplessly nodding, I patiently sat in the car and was brought to Kaiba Corps headquarters. Third POV. As the car came to a stop at the entrance, Roland rushed towards the vehicle with an expression of exasperation. It had been only an hour ago that Cedo had suddenly left work without any explanation, stating that he needed to pick something up, and had gone without a moment's notice. Now that he had returned, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration building within him. No matter how great a man his boss was, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was going insane working under him. Maintaining a businesslike smile, Roland opened the car door and bowed in a professional manner. "Welcome back, sir. I hope you achieved your objective," he said as Cedo emerged with a calm expression. As Roland was about to close the door, he noticed another person was trying to come out of the vehicle. Adjusting his mistake, he fully opened the door, and a girl with whom he was very familiar stepped out of the car. "Ah, Miss Sano, my apologies," Roland said with a polite bow as he addressed Yuna. "It's fine," Yuna replied with a slight nod, her expression composed. "Sir, regarding the item that you're referring to," Roland began, but before he could finish his sentence, Cedo's glare intensified, causing Roland to immediately close his mouth, understanding that further discussion was not welcome at the moment. Watching Yuna follow Cedo into the building, Roland sighed with resignation, feeling a sense of frustration building within him. Under his breath, he muttered, "Why not just make it more obvious?" 10 minutes later, arriving in Cedo's office, Makuba, who had been waiting for his brother's return, noticeably brightened as the door opened. "Cedo, where did you go?" he exclaimed. "Our reputation is still going downhill, and the reporters are getting even more pushy than ever." Hearing the frustrating news, Cedo scowled and strode towards his desk. "Have they not found out who's behind all this yet?" he demanded sharply. "What am I even paying for?" His frustration was evident in his tone as he slammed his hand on the desk. With a worried expression, Makuba sighed and then heard someone else entering the room. Spotting Yuna, his eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately rushed over to her. "Big sister, I heard that someone broke into your home," Makuba said with a face full of concern. "Are you hurt? Did they do something to you?" Hugging him, Yuna bent her knees to match his eye level. "Thank you, Makuba," she said gently. "I'm okay. Next time when any bad guys show up, just call me and I will deal with them," Makuba declared confidently, a determined glint in his eyes. Yuna couldn't help but laugh as she pinched his cheek. Quietly, Cedo rested his chin on his hand and watched the two of them laughing together. For a brief moment, he forgot about all the troubles that had been plaguing him since yesterday. However, as memories of certain events flooded back to him, Cedo couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. "Sano," he called out, his voice cutting through the jovial atmosphere. "Who attacked you last night?" "They?" Yuna paused, her expression tense as she deliberated how much she should reveal. "They called themselves Doma, and the leader of the organization is called Darts." Scowling at this brand new information, Cedo urged her to continue, and Yuna nodded solemnly, steeling herself as she resumed her explanation. "They seem to want to awaken a new god." "Ridiculous," he remarked, his tone filled with disbelief. However, despite his initial reaction, Cedo couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that, given all the recent unexplainable events, summoning a new god didn't sound as absurd as it should. "Kaiba, Doma must be the ones that caused all this mess." Yuna leaned over the desk, her gaze intense as she locked eyes with him. "You have to believe me." Slightly overwhelmed by Yuna's assertive tone, Cedo nodded blankly, his mind racing with thoughts. Sensing the tension, Cedo averted his gaze and glanced at the awkward Makuba, deciding to change the subject. "Makuba, go tell them and let them know that the people we're searching for is a group called Doma," Cedo ordered, his tone decisive. Makuba hurriedly left to complete his task. Left alone with Yuna, Cedo sighed with exhaustion, pinching the bridge of his nose as he sank into his seat. "Are you okay?" Yuna asked with concern, noting his disheveled state. "How can I be okay?" Cedo remarked while rubbing his face. "There's someone out there trying to make a fool out of me, and everything I have worked for is getting dragged down the drain." His voice carried a mixture of anger and exasperation as he vented his frustrations to her. Yuna spoke softly, her voice filled with empathy. "Kaiba, I have worked too hard for all of this to end." Cedo shouted in frustration, his emotions boiling over. With a sudden burst of anger, he swept his arm along the desk, sending things flying across the room. Collapsing onto his chair, Cedo let out a weary sigh. How can this get any worse? Bam! Suddenly, the door to his office burst open, and Makuba, who had just left, rushed in with a look of urgency on his face. Big brother, we got bad news. What is it now? Cedo snarled, and he felt like his luck couldn't possibly get any worse. Allow me to explain, a voice said, and Cedo glanced at the monitor where the figure of Noah could be seen. Manipulating the device, Noah displayed various graphs and data that caused everyone in the room to hold their breath. Currently, there is a third party purchasing Kaiba Corp's stock at an alarming rate. If these numbers are accurate, then that means they will soon own half of the shares of this company, which means that if they buy any more, they can take control of this entire company, Cedo muttered, and cursed loudly as Yuna blocked Makuba's ears from the flurry of unseemly words. Damn it! Who the hell is doing this? He shouted. Noah, stop them now. Understood. I will halt their progress, Noah replied with a nod. However, even if I stop them, the third party will still have some influence on Kaiba Corporation. We must get rid of the roots. Do what you must do, Cedo ordered firmly. Glancing at Yuna, Noah smiled briefly before refocusing on the task at hand. However, that smile soon transformed into a confused frown. Cedo, I received a notification that someone wants to contact you, Noah informed him, his expression puzzled. Tell them I don't have time, Cedo hissed, his frustration palpable. However, he paused abruptly upon hearing Noah's next words. Noah's voice was tense as he continued. It's from the third party. For the next few seconds, Cedo's expression shifted rapidly from surprise to rage, and finally to disgust. Gnashing his teeth, he muttered coldly, Put them on the line. With a few clicks, the screen was replaced by a live video call of a man leisurely sitting with his legs propped up on his desk. So it was you, Cedo roared, while Pegasus simply laughed. Good morning, Kaiba boy. Pegasus greeted cheerfully. How have you been? Looks like we're business partners now. I will never let a snake like you take over my company, Cedo shouted with rage. Come on now, don't be so uptight. How about having a vacation? Pegasus joked casually. But don't worry, I'm not really after your company. I want you. What are you sprouting about? Cedo growled, his voice low and menacing, as he suppressed the veins bulging on his forehead. I will challenge you to a duel, Pegasus announced boldly. And I assure you that I will not take no for an answer. Well, if you do decide to ignore my challenge, I will make sure to buy the rest of Kaiba Core, taking it apart piece by piece. Come to my castle in the duelist kingdom. I will be waiting. Well, adios. Without waiting for a reply, Pegasus hung up, leaving Cedo's office engulfed in silence. Sensing the solemn atmosphere, Makuba gulped nervously before speaking up. Brother, surely you're not going? Cedo remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Sensing his brother's distress, Makuba continued. Look, Noah and I will get the stocks back. If you give us some time, I think something is wrong. Cedo interrupted, his expression pensive. Pegasus wouldn't act like this. Makuba glanced at his brother, puzzled. What do you mean? He looks just as creepy as I remembered him. No, Cedo's brother shook his head and glanced at Yuna. He did not greet Sano at all. Yuna's eyes widened in realization. All this time, although Pegasus had clearly spotted her in the room, he hadn't even tried to say hello. Given his infatuation in her, it was indeed strange. Something is going on, Cedo mumbled, his mind racing with possibilities. I'm going. Only if I confront Pegasus now will we get our answers. Kaiba, Yuna said softly, her determination evident in her voice. I'm coming. With you. Albeit reluctant to involve her further, Cedo nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, he conceded. Makuba, stay here with Noah and deal with the problem first. We will get to the bottom of this. With that, the Kaiba brothers had made their plans as they began to work. Following Cedo out of the room, Yuna subconsciously frowned as she stared at his broad back, knowing that the next few days may decide the very fate of this world. As we exited the elevator that descended to the basement level, I quietly trailed behind Kaiba as we traversed through the lonely corridors. Kaiba's voice sliced through the silence, shattering the tense atmosphere. I don't understand, he declared, his tone firm. This is strictly between Pegasus and me. There's no reason for you to involve yourselves. You can't go alone, I reasoned, my voice laced with concern, but he scoffed dismissively. I can handle myself well enough, Kaiba argued defiantly. So, I don't know if you're bold or foolish. This is your last chance. Stay out of this. His words carried a sharp edge. He locked eyes with me, his gaze piercing through my resolve, and I flinched. Gathering my courage, I took a deep breath. Kaiba, I want to help you, I said earnestly. Please don't stop me. Kaiba's silence spoke volumes as he glared at me. His reluctance was evident in his expression. Fine, suit yourself, he muttered begrudgingly before resuming his stride. After another 5 minutes of brisk walking, we finally arrived at the end of the hallway. The door's mechanical hiss greeted us as it slid open automatically, revealing the room beyond. Inside, my eyes fell upon rows of imposing metal cabinets, each securely locked and meticulously labeled with distinct serial numbers. Approaching one of the cabinets stationed at the far end of the room, Kaiba swiftly entered the code into the keypad with precision. I observed as he retrieved a sleek suitcase from within. Hesitantly, Kaiba unlatched the briefcase, revealing the gleaming metallic frames of his dual discs and his meticulously organized deck resting snugly inside. Once school had ended, I had vowed not to touch duel monsters until I achieved my goal, so that I wouldn't be distracted any further. Yet I have to break this promise. He gritted his teeth. With a heavy sigh, he continued, Do you know what my dream was? Makuba told me, I answered honestly. Kaiba glanced at me briefly before closing the briefcase with a decisive click. You must find it too simple for someone like me, he remarked, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. With Kaiba Core, I can achieve almost anything, but what I wanted to do was build an amusement park. I hurriedly shook my head in denial, and Kaiba chuckled with amusement, causing me to frown. I'm not joking. Standing up, Kaiba easily towered over me, his imposing figure casting a shadow over my more petite frame. He smirked as if already anticipating my reaction. I know, he said. Without waiting for a response, Kaiba left, and I followed after him, blinking in a daze. 1 hour later, after hastily preparing for our journey, Kaiba and I rushed to the Domino City airport. As our driver navigated through the bustling terminal, I couldn't help but wonder what mode of transportation Kaiba had arranged for us. As we entered the private hangar, my jaw dropped at the sight that left me speechless. Whoa! I gaped at the aircraft, which resembled a blue-eyed white dragon. I had forgotten something like this existed. True to its appearance, the jet was indeed a striking replica of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The cockpit was ingeniously nestled within the dragon's forehead, while 2 sleek turbo boosters adorned each of its wings. Remarkably, each of its limbs doubled as landing gear, giving the impression that the creature was standing proudly on all fours. What are you just standing there for? Kaiba said casually as he strolled towards the aircraft with pride in his eyes. I don't know whether I should be more impressed by the sheer, ingenious mind of the designer who made this thing fly, or by the fact that Kaiba was able to flaunt it with confidence. Shuddering, I ascended the stairs and followed Kaiba into the aircraft. Inside, the cockpit was compact and designed to accommodate only 2 people. Silently taking my place in the co-pilot's seat, I observed him expertly fiddled with controls. Gradually, the plane began moving towards the runway. "You'd better strap in," Kaiba warned. Before I could fasten my seat belt, the powerful thrusters roared to life, slamming my body against the seat. Enduring the intense force, I glanced at Kaiba, who was smiling with delight. "Are you crazy?" I growled, but my protests fell on deaf ears as he firmly pushed down the throttle, and the jet hurtled along the runway. As the plane finally ceased its acceleration and settled into a steady speed, I let go of my breath and pushed away the seatbelt, pressing tightly between my cleavage. Sighing, I glared at Kaiba, who was subtly glimpsing at me with reddened ears. "What?" I scowled. Coughing awkwardly, he avoided my piercing gaze and looked straight ahead. "We will arrive in 2 hours," Kaiba said, and deliberately dodged my question. As the silence dragged out in the cockpit, my patience began to thin. I angrily crossed my arms and pouted, "Kaiba pervert." Kaiba flinched visibly, the color rising in his cheeks. I was wrong. He mumbled in embarrassment, his voice barely audible above the hum of the engines. An uncomfortable silence consumed the remainder of the 2-hour journey. 2 hours later. "We have arrived," Kaiba finally spoke up, breaking the tense silence that had enveloped us. I glanced out of the windows, spotting the familiar outline of Duelist Kingdom Island in the distance. Frowning, memories of the tournament flooded back, a mixture of unpleasant moments and fierce competition. I couldn't help but imagine that Kaiba must be feeling the same way. Touching down on the landing strip, Kaiba switched off the aircraft and rose to his feet. "Pegasus must be aware of our arrival," he stated. "Remain on your utmost vigilance." As we left the plane, we could already sense the strange atmosphere on the island. Although Pegasus and his men should have heard our loud arrival, no one came and greeted us, making it seem like we were in the middle of nowhere, which we were. "Looks like I'm right," he muttered. "Something questionable is happening." With tense expressions, we proceeded towards the heart of the island, where Pegasus's imposing castle stood. As we reached the foot of the towering cliff upon which the medieval fortress rested, we craned our necks to gaze up at its ominous silhouette against the sky. "Why did you stop?" Kaiba suddenly asked when my pace slowed down to a halt. I chuckled awkwardly, my gaze fixed on the imposing staircase that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. "Just some bad memories," I muttered under my breath, the weight of past experiences heavy on my mind. I had hoped to leave this torture behind once the Duelist Kingdom arc concluded. Shaking off the lingering discomfort, I slapped myself lightly on the cheek, summoning a surge of determination. "I can do this." 10 minutes later, "I don't think I can do this." I gasped for breath after climbing the hundreds of steps. Thankfully, I'm close to the finish line, and I won't die from overexertion. But still, why wasn't that guy getting tired yet? Kaiba, who was walking ahead of me, showed no sign of being remotely overwhelmed by this extreme workout, and I hadn't even seen him breaking a sweat. As I continued grumbling to myself, we eventually reached the castle entrance. Despite standing at Pegasus's front door, there was still not a single soul in sight, nor any sign of activity emanating from the castle. With caution, Kaiba gently pushed against the door, and it swung open with surprising ease, revealing an empty and chilling interior that sent a shiver down my spine. Walking side by side, my body tensed with unease as the eerie lack of signs of life sent a shiver down my spine. Opening another set of large doors, we were confronted by an expansive, familiar room, the dueling arena, its grandeur somehow magnified by the unsettling emptiness that pervaded the space. Thunk! Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, and I winced at the sudden brightness that flooded the room. Blinking to adjust to the illumination, I heard echoing footsteps from the other side. From the shadows emerged a man with striking white hair, his bright red suit standing out vividly in the newly lit room. "Pegasus," I mumbled. "Welcome," Pegasus exclaimed, spreading his arms wide with a warm smile. Then, turning to Kaiba, his grin widened. "So, you have arrived, Kaiba boy." "I'm here," Kaiba snarled, his voice dripping with impatience. "So, are we dueling, or are you just going to waste my time?" "That, of course," he nodded. "But first," to our confusion, Pegasus suddenly clapped his hands, and a green light shimmered beneath me. Before I could comprehend what was happening, the light coalesced into a circle adorned with various intricate magic symbols. "Wah!" I gasped, instinctively attempting to step out of the way as the seal of Orichalcos sprang to life before me. "Sano!" Amidst the chaos, Kaiba's urgent voice snapped me out of my shock. Before I could react, I felt a powerful force knock me to the ground. Lifting my head, my eyes widened in disbelief as I realized that it was Kaiba who had pushed me away, sacrificing himself in the process. However, his selfless act had left him trapped within the completed seal of Orichalcos. As he stood within the seal, Kaiba fell to one knee, gritting his teeth in pain. "Kaiba!" I yelled, my voice filled with concern, as I watched him struggle within the confines of the seal of Orichalcos. "Oh, this is unexpected," he remarked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. To think Cedo Kaiba would sacrifice himself? Pegasus's eyes gleamed with interest as he focused his attention on me, assessing the situation with newfound curiosity. "You're not Pegasus?" I pointed accusatorily, my eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Who are you?" The man smirked, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes, as he reached under his neck, deftly peeling off his mask to reveal his true identity. Surprised? Taking off his wig and running his hand through his maroon-colored hair, Alistair grinned maliciously. "I didn't expect to get discovered that fast, but it doesn't matter anyway," he declared with a sinister edge to his tone. This outfit felt horrible," he mumbled, tossing aside the red suit to reveal a crop top, long dark pants, and fingerless gloves. A new orichalco stone hung around his neck, replacing the one that had been sacrificed to save Raphael. "What did you do to Kaiba?" I asked, my voice trembling with concern. "Relax, he's not dead yet," Alistair replied casually, shrugging off my apprehension. "But he will be, depending on what you do next. That trap was supposed to be meant for you, but I think this is perfectly fine as well," Alistair chuckled, crossing his arms with a smug grin. "Listen closely. His life currently rests in your hands. As time goes by, the seal will fully absorb his soul. The only way to save him now is by defeating me. However, if you lose, his soul won't be the only one I'm taking." Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself and calmly approached the podium. Alistair watched me with a sinister smile as he activated the dueling arena. F***CK. Kaiba swore under his breath as I passed him. "You better not lose." Turning around, I locked eyes with Kaiba and offered him a confident smile. "I won't," I assured him with determination. Task number 10, Begone Imposter. Defeat Alistair and rescue Cedo Kaiba. Reward, 5,000 credits. "Enough!" Alistair's voice boomed, cutting through the tension as he waved his arm impatiently. "Let's battle," he declared, eager to begin the duel. "Gladly," I shouted back. "Duel, looks like I will go first," Alistair smirked, his podium lighting up in preparation for his turn. "Let me warn you, Raphael is someone dedicated to his cards, but for me, I will do everything I can to win. So prepare yourself, Unisano," Alistair shouted, his voice echoing through the dueling arena as he initiated his move. "I will summon Machina Gearframe." With a dramatic flourish, a short robotic warrior clad in orange armor materialized on Alistair's field, much to my disbelief. Machina Gearframe. 1800 attack. 1. Machina. I gasped, my heart rate quickening as a wave of nervousness washed over me. "This is going to be much more difficult than I thought." Alistair laughed. "When Machina Gearframe is summoned, I can add Machina Unclasper to my hand," he explained, his grin widening. "And with Machina Unclasper, if it's added to my hand except by drawing, I can special summon the monster onto the field." Besides Machina Gearframe, another robotic soldier materialized on Alistair's field. This one was markedly different, resembling a sleek black soldier with a futuristic design. One of its arms had been replaced with a massive, menacing drill. Machina Unclasper. 1800 attack. When Machina Unclasper is summoned, I can send Machina Citadel from my deck to the grave, Alistair explained. "Finally, I will set one card, and in my turn..." "TSK. It's my turn," I yelled. "First, I will activate the spell Dragon Shrine to send Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard. Then, since the dragon I sent was a normal monster, I can send another dragon to the grave." After showing Alistair the Light Pulsar Dragon, I placed the card into the discard pile. With Light Pulsar Dragon, I can discard an additional light and dark monster to revive it from the grave. So by sacrificing Divine Dragon, Lord Felgrand, and Crescent Dragon from my hand, I will summon Light Pulsar Dragon. Light Pulsar Dragon. 2500 attack. Next, I will normal summon Doom Caliber Knight, I declared boldly, summoning forth a fearsome skeleton soldier mounted on a black steed. Doom Caliber Knight. 1900 attack. "I will battle," I said as my two monsters' body tensed. Doom Caliber Knight. Attack Machina Gearframe. The skeleton rider charged forward, its sword poised for the strike. With a single mighty swing, the blade cut cleanly through Machina gear frame, slicing the robot in half. Alistair, 4000 LP-3900 LP. I will activate the effect of Machina Citadel, Alistair shouted. When an Earth machine monster I control is destroyed, I can summon Machina Citadel in the graveyard. Not so fast, I interrupted. In response, Dew Caliber Knight's effect will activate to tribute itself to negate Machina Citadel's effect. Now, Light Pulsar Dragon, attack Machina Unclasper. Alistair, 3900 LP-3200 LP. Then I will end my turn, I declared, fixing Alistair with a cautious gaze. It's your move. Very well, he replied. I will activate the effect of Machina Fortress in my hand by discarding machine monsters whose level is equal to 8. I can special summon this card onto the field. The card I'm discarding is Machina Cannon, whose level was already 8. Alistair explained. So come forth. Machina Fortress. Machina Fortress. 2500 attack. Machina Fortress. Attack Light Pulsar Dragon. Alistair commanded as the cannon attached to the robot's shoulder glowed ominously before firing a bright beam in my dragon's direction. However, Light Pulsar Dragon swiftly dodged the attack, darting towards its opponent with incredible speed. With a deafening crash, the two monsters collided, unleashing a powerful explosion that engulfed them both in a burst of light. When Machina Fortress is destroyed, the effect of Machina Citadel in my graveyard will be triggered. Alistair shouted eagerly. You can't stop me now. Rise, Machina Citadel! Rumble. As the duel arena reverberated with a massive vibration, I gasped in awe as a humongous machine began to materialize on the field. With its tetrapod body taking shape, the robot groaned as it reached its full height, casting an imposing and formidable presence. My breath caught in my throat as its green cyclopean eye scanned me, sending a shiver down my spine. I couldn't help but tremble as I beheld the menacing sight of the large chainsaw and rail cannon attached to its limbs. Machina Citadel, 3000 attack. Machina Citadel, Alistair ordered, and the monster's eyes glowed. Attack her life points directly. Hold on. I snapped out of my daze and hurriedly shouted. When Light Pulsar Dragon is destroyed, I will summon Crescent Dragon from the graveyard. Crescent Dragon, 2350 defense. With blinding speed, Machina Citadel rushes towards me, its massive form towering over the battlefield. I raise its arm, swinging its chainsaw like a hammer, and bring the weapon crashing down with immense force. The chainsaw slices through the air with terrifying power, thoroughly crushing the dragon under its tremendous weight. How wonderful! Alistair laughed joyously at the sheer power of his machine monster. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. During your end phase, Crescent Dragon will be revived, I announced as the once crushed dragon reappeared on the field. However, when it is sent to the graveyard, I must place this card in the bottom of my deck instead. Crescent Dragon, 2200 attack. Staring at Machina Citadel, I anxiously glanced at Kaiba, whose expression was getting worse as time went on. I will play Card of Sanctity. Both of us will keep drawing until we have 6 cards in our hand. I activate Crescent Dragon's effect to discard and add a second copy of Crescent Dragon to my hand. I explained while shuffling through my deck. Then, I will summon Guardian of Felgrand. Guardian of Felgrand, 500 attack. With Guardian of Felgrand's effect, I will equip Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to that card, I declared. Then, with Guardian of Felgrand's second effect, I will tribute him and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to revive my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack. Now, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will target Machina Citadel on your field and banish it. If so, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will gain attack and defense equal to Machina Citadel's level multiplied by 100. Unfortunately, that won't be happening. Alistair declared, I would activate my trap card, Machina Overdrive. By targeting my own Machina Citadel, I will destroy it and special summon a different Machina monster from my deck. I will summon Machina Metal Cruncher. Machina Metal Cruncher, 2,800 attack. When Machina Metal Cruncher is special summoned, I can choose 3 machine monsters in my deck, and you can randomly add one to my hand. 3 cards appeared on the screen before me, and I frowned cautiously, unsure of what Alistair had chosen. After a moment of deliberation, I reached out and selected the card in the middle, and Alistair smiled confidently as he shuffled the other 2 cards back into his deck. Glaring at his monster, uncertainty swept over me. If I wanted to attack Alistair's life points directly, I must destroy Machina Metal Cruncher, but if I did, Machina Citadel would return to the field. I will activate the effect of Light Pulsar Dragon, discarding Starliege Seyfert and Crescent Dragon to summon it back onto the field. Light Pulsar Dragon, 2,500 attack. Now, I'm entering my battle phase, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack Machina Metal Cruncher. Without hesitation, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fearlessly charged towards its foe, cascading both monsters into destruction. When Machina Metal Cruncher is destroyed, I will revive Machina Citadel from the graveyard. Machina Citadel, 3,000 attack. Now, I'm exiting my battle phase, I announced upon seeing my target. Then, I will activate the effect of Chaos Dragon Legionnaire in my hand to banish Guardian of Felgrand, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Starliege Seyfert to summon it onto the field. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, 3,000 attack. Since I have banished 3 light monsters to summon Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, I can activate its first effect and special summon a monster from my grave. I call upon you, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Try and banish Machina Citadel again. Alistair scowled and clicked his teeth. Give up. I will activate Machina Citadel's effect and target itself to self-destruct. Then all monsters that are equal to or less than the attack of my Machina Citadel will be destroyed. Suddenly, Machina Citadel's chest opened up, revealing a round orange sphere connected to dozens of intricate wires and circuit boards. With a low rumble, the core expanded, and the machine's electric current overcharged, causing a massive explosion that engulfed the entire field in flames. Once my vision cleared, none of my monsters had survived the devastation. However, instead of being upset, I smiled. This is what I just wanted. I yelled and revealed the spell in my hand. I will activate Return of the Dragon Lord to bring back my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. To Alistair's disbelief, the dragon he had worked so hard to get rid of returned for the 3rd time. As Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand appeared, it seemingly snickered and roared. Div Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. Since Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect was never once per turn, I announced, so, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, banish Machina Citadel in the graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-3,800 attack. I will set 1 card and in my turn, I spoke with a calm expression. I wouldn't doubt that Alistair has the power to bring Machina Citadel back. However, since Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is much stronger now, I can win if I'm careful. I can see now why Raphael is acting so cautiously when dealing with you, Alistair remarked. But I won't make the same mistake as him. I will draw, he shouted. During my main phase, I will activate the seal of Orichalcos. Whoosh! The entire building trembled, and the screens on our duel arena began to glitch and flicker erratically. Beneath our feet, the familiar green magic circle expanded ominously, its pulsating energy causing a suffocating sensation to envelop me once more, making my knees buckle under the weight of its power. Alistair cackled in madness as the symbol of Orichalcos formed on his forehead. Clutching his face, he smiled and stared at me with ecstasy. First, I will activate the effect of Machina Overdrive in my graveyard. By banishing this card, I can target 3 Machina monsters in my graveyard or banish pile and shuffle them back into my deck. Next, I will play Machina Redeployment. By discarding 1 card, I can add 2 Machina monsters with different names to my hand. Then, by adding Machina Unclasp Bear, 800 defense. When Machina Unclasp Air is special summoned, I can send Machina Citadel from my deck to the graveyard. As he discarded the card from the deck, I felt a sense of déjà vu. Alistair, I will set 2 more cards and end my turn. It looks like you're running out of time. Suddenly, I heard a painful groan, and I frantically swung around. Behind me, Kaiba was clutching his chest in agony, and his expression strained as he fought to stay conscious despite the overwhelming pain. "Kaiba!" I yelled, and he glared at me with bulging veins. "Focus!" he hissed, and my body froze. "If you lose, we both die." Snapping out of my daze, I nodded anxiously and resumed the duel. During the end phase, I will summon Crescent Dragon in attack position. Crescent Dragon, 2,200 attack. I must end this fast, I thought, concern plastered all over my face. I will first use Crescent Dragon's effect to discard 1 card to add a second Crescent Dragon to my hand. Then I will battle. Crescent Dragon, attack Machina Unclasp Air. BOM! With a precise swing of its blade, Machina Unclasp Air's tough armor was cleanly sliced through like butter. Upon destruction, I will reborn my Machina Citadel. Machina's Citadel, 3,000 attack. Machina Citadel, 3,000-3,500 attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack. I declared, and the golden dragon began to emit bright light in its jaw. Not so fast. I will activate Machina Resavenger. By discarding this card, Machina Citadel will gain 1,200 attacks until the end of this turn. Machina Citadel, 3,500-4,700 attack. Before I could react, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand unleashed an orange laser that struck Machina Citadel directly. However, to the dragon's disbelief, a giant arm burst through the light and caught the dragon in midair, halting its attack. In a shocking turn of events, a second red beam burst forth from the flames, striking Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand squarely in the face. Unisano, 4,000 LP-3,100 LP. I will banish Return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand won't be destroyed this turn. Alistair sneered. It's not going to save your monster. Machina Citadel, self-destruct again? Boom. When the dust settled, I surveyed the aftermath with a sinking feeling in my chest. My entire field lay in ruins once more, and I helplessly clenched my fists in frustration. I will end my turn, I muttered reluctantly. During my end phase, I will summon the Crescent Dragon in my hand. Crescent Dragon, 2350 defense. No words need to be exchanged, as everyone clearly knows that my starting momentum was beginning to wane. It's my turn, I will draw, Alistair declared and glanced at his head with slightly widened eyes. This is a blast from the past. I will summon KC-1 Kraton Anime. To my surprise, a large tank was summoned onto his field. It does not look strange except for the cleanly drawn white KC logo on the side. KC-1 Kraton, 1,500 attack. Kaiba gasped in disbelief. That is... Alistair scoffed, his words dripping with contempt. You must be very familiar with this monster. After all, it's something your father has created that ruined the lives of millions. Kaiba's face paled, and he stared at the ground. Meanwhile, my expression stiffened as I recalled Alistair's backstory. I can still remember, clear as day, the screams, the cries, and the flames. Alistair mumbled with a melancholy tone, his voice heavy with emotion. It was so sudden when those soldiers and death machines showed up, ravaging my town, my home, and my family. The pain of his memories echoed in his words, painting a vivid picture of the devastation he had endured. My little brother, Alistair hissed with venom, his finger pointing accusingly at the tank. That very machine killed him, and my parents were slaughtered by the very weapons your company developed. Coup! Unable to respond, Kaiba groaned with bitterness, his expression a mixture of frustration and guilt. Alistair scoffed at his attitude, disdain evident in his eyes as he observed Kaiba's reaction. Pathetic, Alistair snarled, his tone dripping with contempt. You truly are a shameful person. Stop, I argued angrily. my voice cutting through the tension in the air. Kaiba is not the one you should blame, I interjected abruptly, surprising both Alistair and Kaiba with my sudden outburst. Just like you, he despised those very weapons you speak of, which is why he overtook the company to use its technology for a better future. I spoke passionately, my voice filled with conviction. That's how he and Kaiba Core will atone for that sin. Alistair's lips pursed as he regarded me in silence, his expression unreadable. Eventually, he spoke in a cold tone, his voice devoid of emotion. Don't make me laugh. Will atoning now bring my family back to life? Will it bring back all the lives lost, killed by Kaiba Corp's inventions? Alistair interrupted, his voice tinged with anguish as he bit his lip and shook his head. Even if I were to believe you, what would stop him from walking down the same path as his father? He won't, I yelled defiantly. Kaiba would never do something like that. Fine, Alistair sneered, his arms crossed in front of him. Let me ask you a question. Where do all the funds to create these impressive technologies come from? Did they magically appear out of thin air? The clothes he wore and the food he ate to live? Alistair shouted, his voice filled with anger and accusation. All of it was Kaiba Corp's money earned by killing innocent people. That's why he will pay with his life, he proclaimed. After that, I will finally be at peace. My heart churned, a heavy weight settling in my chest as I struggled to find the words to respond to Alistair's despairing speech. Unable to utter a single word, I met his gaze with a mixture of anguish and uncertainty. Staring at me, Alistair sighed heavily, his expression softening slightly. Which is why I don't understand, he murmured, his voice tinged with genuine confusion. Even after what happened, why are you standing up for a man like that? Freezing in shock, I lowered my head. Slowly, I glanced at Kaiba, our eyes meeting in a silent exchange. At that moment, I saw a myriad of emotions hidden behind his stoic facade. Disappointment, shock, anticipation, and sorrow. Because, I mumbled shyly, Kaiba is a kind person. Huh? Alistair snickered derisively. You must be joking. I'm not, I asserted firmly, my voice rising with conviction. Although he may seem like a frigid person, he's really caring and compassionate. His dream was to build a theme park, I exclaimed, slightly surprised by my passionate tone. But it's not just any theme park. It's a place open for the sole purpose of giving underprivileged children a place where they can play to their heart's content, a place where they can forget about all their worries, even if it's just for a moment. That's because Kaiba truly believed that games are something that can purify the soul. Kaiba, Alistair sighed, talking to you is useless. If you're siding with him, it means that you're just as guilty. Alistair eventually chuckled with exasperation. That does sound grand, but it's already too late to stop now. If you truly believe that man is what you said, then win. I will activate my trap, tank core, and summon 3 tank tokens in defense position. Then, the effect of KC-1 Kraton will trigger, boosting its attack by 500 for each tank token on the field. Tank token, 1200 defense. Tank token, 1200 defense. Tank token, 1200 defense. KC-1 Kraton, 1500-3000 attack. With the seal of Orichalcos, KC-1 Kraton will gain another 500 attack. KC-1 Kraton, 3000-3500 attack. Then, I will activate Toy Robot Box and discard 1 card. Then I can summon 3 robot tokens onto the field, Alistair declared. With the seal of Orichalcos, I can also summon monsters in my back row. Robot token, 0 defense. Robot token, 0 defense. Robot token, 0 defense. Finally, I will activate Sky Union, tributing the 3 robot tokens to bring out my ace monster, Air Fortress Ziggurat. Rumble. A loud mechanical noise echoed throughout the room, generating an eerie, thunderous effect that rattled my bones. Raising my head, I saw a massive airship levitating in the air, its imposing presence casting a shadow over the field. The machine was shaped like a disc with dozens of turrets sticking out of its body. At the front of the monster was the head of a mech that looked like it came straight out of a cartoon, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. Air Fortress Ziggurat, 2,500 attack. Thanks to the seal, Air Fortress Ziggurat's attack will be boosted to 3,000. Air Fortress Ziggurat, 2,500-3,000 attack. While Air Fortress is on the field, it is unaffected by your spell and trap cards. Also, if I control a robot token, you can only target that token for attacks. Alistair said confidently, "Now attack. Air Fortress Ziggurat, destroy Crescent Dragon." Immediately, all the weapons on the Flying Fortress trained on my field. For the next few seconds, an absolute hellfire of explosions bombarded my field, and the poor Crescent Dragon never stood a chance. "Now, KC-1 Creighton, enter!" Alistair snarled as the tank's barrel slowly swiveled towards me. Clunk boom! With the sound of something heavy rolling and a massive bang, KC-1 Creighton unleashed a devastating projectile in my direction. "Sano!" I heard Kaiba shout as time seemed to slow down. "I activate BOM." I was engulfed in a raging inferno, and despite being an illusion, I couldn't help but be reminded of the time the winged dragon of RA attacked me, and my breathing became ragged. As the dust settled, Alistair was still surprised to see me with my life points unharmed. I activate my trap, defense draw. I panted while grasping the handrails to support my weakened legs. During my opponent's turn, if my opponent battles, I can make that damage 0, and I can draw 1 card. Alistair snarled in discontent. Then I will set 1 card and end my turn. In my end phase, Air Fortress Ziggurat's effect will activate, and I can summon a robot token. Robot token, 0 defense. My hair stood on end at the dangerous obstacle that lay before me. I clicked my teeth and drew a card that was too close for comfort. I will first normal summon Keeper of the Shrine. Keeper of the Shrine, 0 attack. Then, I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords, summoning my Chaos Dragon Legionnaire from the graveyard. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, 3,000 attack. Next, I will activate Polymerization, fusing Chaos Dragon Legionnaire and Keeper of the Shrine to summon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 attack. With Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, I will target your Air Fortress Ziggurat, and the dragon will gain your monster's attack this turn. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800-5,800 attack. Didn't I already tell you? That wouldn't work, Alistair explained. You can't target any monsters for attack except for the robot token I control. Then, I will activate Monster Reborn, I shouted, and he snickered. Are you summoning Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand again? It's useless. I will activate my trap, Imperial Iron Wall, and while face up, cards can't be banished. However, unbeknownst to him, this was what I had expected. With a smile, I said, "The one I'm reviving isn't my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. It's your very own Machina Citadel." "What?" Alistair gasped in disbelief. The very same machine that Alistair used has been revived to my side. Machina Citadel's eyes shone coldly, unaware that its master had changed. Machina Citadel, 3,000 attack. Now, I will activate Machina Citadel's effect, targeting itself to self-destruct. I declared, and Alistair's eyes widened. Now, your Air Fortress Ziggurat and your tokens will be destroyed. Alistair. Machina Citadel dashed towards Alistair's field, revealing its core. With a satisfying explosion, the flying fortress lights up in flames as it crashes into the ground. KC-1 Creighton, 3,500-2,000 attack. Now I will battle, I declared as staring Venom Fusion Dragon soared into the air. I will show you that the faith I placed in Kaiba is genuine. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon attack, KC-1 Creighton, under our watchful eyes. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon swung its tail with tremendous force, slashing through the tank with ease. As the scythe blade on the end of the dragon's tail continued its deadly momentum towards Alistair, he stared at me in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. BOM. This, I mumbled. It's the second card that Pegasus was able to make for me. Initially, I have ordered 5 different cards. Unfortunately, only the set of Crescent Dragon was completed, while the others unfortunately failed. All right, this can work. They said the 3rd time is the charm. I mumbled to myself before turning to Raphael with confidence. I will begin by activating the effect of Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. Suddenly, the image of Dragon Knight of Creation, Paladin of Felgrand, and Blue Eyes White Dragon materializes on the field, their body illuminated by a translucent light. Gradually, their figure dimmed as they were absorbed, and appearing before me was the body of a massive dragon covered in shadowy scales that shimmered with light. The monster exudes an aura of chaos, with jagged horns protruding from its head, sharp claws extending from its massive limbs, and bright blue energy swirling through its body, lighting up its horns, body, and wings. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, 3000 attack. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire has a total of 3 effects. However, I can only activate 1 base a set of conditions, I said while holding up 3 fingers. First, if I had only banished light monsters to summon this card, I can special summon a monster from my graveyard in defense position. Second, if I had only banished dark monsters to summon this card, I could shuffle 1 random card from your hand back into your deck. Third, if I had banished dark and light monsters, I would be able to destroy 2 cards on the field, I said with a smile. Since I have only banished light monsters, I will use its first effect to summon a monster from my graveyard. Raphael's eyes widened as he immediately grasped my intention. Grinning, the ground beneath me glowed brilliantly. Please punish this evil and be reborn once more, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800 defense. No. Raphael cursed. Although Guardian Dreadscythe is being protected from the destruction effect, the Guardian was just susceptible to being banished. He could do nothing but watch as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fed from his monster. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800-3,600 defense. Now, Chaos Dragon Legionnaire attack. I yelled eagerly. Finish this. Boom. Raphael. 900 LP-0 LP. Third POV. Raphael blinked in shock, and his body trembled. I lost. Quang. Before he could react, the seal of Orichalcos glowed, and the magical circle surrounded him, trapping him in one place. Knowing that it was useless to escape, Raphael sighed with resignation. I have been thoroughly defeated. Staring at the girl before him, Raphael spoke calmly. Unfortunately, my master already has his eyes on you. This won't be the end. Yuna's face stiffened, and she calmly approached Raphael, who was getting weaker by the second. Stopping inches away from him, Yuna stared with a complicated emotion on her face. Are you afraid? Afraid? Raphael repeated. There's nothing I could do now. The seal of Orichalcos will take me whether I'm afraid or not. I'm sorry. It doesn't have to be this way, Yuna mumbled. This is my own doing. Raphael replied while falling onto his knees. You shouldn't feel guilty. I have tried to harm you. Do you believe what you're doing is right? She asked. Raphael. For the greater good? No. Yuna interrupted him and shook her head. I'm not asking about your goal. I want to know, from your heart, was what you're doing, right? Raphael paused, unable to respond. Losing strength, he collapsed on all 4 and raised his head in pain. I don't know. Perhaps he may never know, Raphael thought to himself as his vision began to fade. Raphael. Suddenly, a man rappelled through the window, launching glass shards in all directions. Frowning, Yuna dodged the debris and stared at the intruder running towards Raphael. *T. To think you got defeated. He cursed and reached for the small necklace on his neck. Pulling the string apart, the man threw the necklace into the seal of Orichalcos, and a magical circle churned shakily. In an instant, the power of the magic waned, and Raphael snapped back to reality as he gasped for breath. Alistair? Raphael called out in bewilderment. What are you doing here? You didn't come at the rendezvous time. The man, Alistair, snarled. I came to check and found you like this. Cursing one more time, He grabbed Raphael and slung him over his shoulder. Glaring at Yuna, he spoke coldly. There won't be a next time, he warned before hurriedly escaping with Raphael through the same window. Gazing at the fading apartment building, Raphael frowned with a complicated emotion. Was it really right? What are you saying? Alistair questioned while carrying his injured companion to his bike. It's nothing, Raphael responded and shook his head. However, for the first time, he began to doubt.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.